وكده هذا العام بالنسبة معنا وحنا الطفل وكده هذا العام وحنا مشاكل معنا حامل الطفل كم مخرج وغير ذلك شمال أدناي هاي أدناي شمال Let's hope that 19 is 15786 Thursday, 4th. No one that they ever get their ever coming, but this is the majority of it. Which one you do? For sure. All right, 37 creation of the world. Worth of what I need. All that 136 something. 35 26 235 297 134 36 225 297 1 33 67 Harab 17 33 01 first 60 year 75 1 31 39 6 22 Hana year was 1 30 74 6 Zalach son of was 1 28 87 874 Lamak 2 son of Methuselah was 1. That's a cool story, huh? One of the best stories I've ever heard, dog.
Of Judah and Israel, our Beomen. Throughout the promise of redemption were Jewish people with a divine compass. Sarah, would you like to jump to earth? Adam and Eve. The forefathers living in Egypt. Traveling judges and early prophets. Kings and the first holy temple. Babylon. Building of the second holy temple. Kingdom. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. The Talmudic era. The Gemara. The Rabbanan. Yonam. The Crusade massacres. Later Rishonim. Persecution. Great scholars of the Shakara. Later Acharonim and the traveling through the desert. 400 at sea. 100 this broke the 300 k 1400 and the tabernacle was erected. Minus 1312 2449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news. Minus 1274 2400 Aaron and 1488 Moses died. Secular year Jewish year event in minus 3,339 Ben Achikam was killed. Minus 3,761 birth of Adam born. Minus 3,026 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. Minus 3,122 Chanakh, Jared, was born. Lamech II, son of Shalach, was born. Minus 2,801 930 Adam died. Minus 2,000 Noah, son of Lamech II, was born. Minus 2,000 son of Noah was born. Minus 2,204 1557 Cham, son of Noah. Minus 2001 Shem was born. Lach, son of Arpash, born. 2038 17 20 1974 1787 born. 1890 born. Minus 1009 was born. The forefather. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 1008 Abraham, son 1958 Sarah, daughter 1765996 Disjan from Babel after building the tower. Minus 1700 2000 Terah left Ur Kasdim with his family. In 2023, Abraham settled in Canaan minus 1727. 2034, Ishmael, son of Abraham, was born. Minus 1730 was born. Minus 1004, the Akedah, where Isaac was brought on the altar by Abraham. Minus 1677. Minus 1653. 2108, Jacob and Esau were born. Minus 1006. 2171, Isaac blessed Jacob instead of Esau. Minus 1505, Jacob went to Haran. Minus 1574. 2187, Eber, great of Jacob and Leah, was born. Minus 1562. 2199. 2205, Jacob left Haran. 153. 2000, Benjamin was born. Minus 1545. 2200 of Levite was born. Minus 1500. 23. 2238, Jacob and his family went to Egypt. Living secular year 506 minus and 400 June 2 Ross 13 448, the revelation at Mount Sinai. Moses broke the tablets. Minus 1312 2 down Mount Sinai with the second tablet. 1312 449, the tabernacle was erected. Minus 2487, Aharon and Miriam died. Minus 1273. 2488, appointment of the land of Israel was completed. Minus 1240. 516, Joshua died. Minus 1228. 2533, the rule of judges began with Othniel ben Shamgar ben Anath died. Minus 1107. 2654, Deborah became leader. Minus 1067. 2694, leader. Son minus 24. 2700, Tola, son of Pua, became leader. Minus 1003. 2750, became leader. Minus 982. 2779, Jephthah, Hagaladi, became leader. Minus 969. 2792, Elon, Hazaloni, became leader. Minus 94, David was born. Minus 892. 871, Samuel became leader. Kings and the First Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event, David became king of 2892, David burial in Jerusalem. Minus 837. 2024, Solomon became king. Minus 833. 2005, the first Beit Hamikdash was completed. Minus 797. 2964, Solomon died and his kingdom was divided. Minus 797. 960, king over Israel. minus 718 3043 Elijah went chariot of fire. Minus 677 Joash renovated the Beit Hamikdash. 619 3100 exiled. Minus 506 3195 another 262 3199 Hezekiah became king of Judah. Minus 5 54832113 Sennacherib invaded the land of Judah and retreated. 228 Manasseh, son of Hezekiah, became king of Judah. Minus 406 Hamikdash. Minus 3319 Jerusalem was conquered and Joachim, Jehoiakim, was exiled. Minus 433,331 Jeremiah persisted in prophesying calamity. Minus 429 3,332 Ezekiel prophesied in exile. Minus 425 3,003 sacrifices Hamikdash. Minus 423 3,338 the first Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. Exile in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history Nezer dream 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future Beit Hamikdash. Minus 372 3,089 Daniel read the writing. 3713 led the return to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second Beit Hamikdash commenced. Then halted. Minus 66 3,395 Achashvarosh II made his great. Minus 362 3,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357 of Purim. Minus 353 3,408 building of the 412 the second Beit Hamikdash was building of the second Holy Temple. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 3483 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. 413 Ezra led the second return to the land of Israel. Minus 335 3,426 Nehemiah of Jerusalem. Minus 313 3,448 3 the Greatest 313 3,449 the Minyan Shtarim. Greek cultural secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 200,488 the Zadok. Greek Septuagint 143,621 the revolt of Mattatyahu the Chasmonai. Kingdom of Judea. Secular year Jewish year in history. Minus 130,622 Judah the Maccabee rule. 622 the second Beit Hamikdash was rededicated. Minus 138 festival. Minus 133 Hilden Bathazon, son of Tiahu, ruled. Minus 193 3,668 Judah Aristobulus, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 91 3,670 Alexander Yanai, son of Yochanan Hyrcanos, ruled. Minus 73 3 wife of Alexander Yanai, ruled. Minus 196 Aristobulus II, son of Alec, ruled. TD greater than. Minus 60,700 the Roman control. Judea. Minus 61 3,000 ruled. minus 43,721 Antigonus, son of Aristobulus II, ruled. Roman client kings and rulers. The Herodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history minus 3725 Herod ruled. Killing all the Chashmati 3728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19 3742 Herod began rebuilding the Beit Hamikdash. Minus 11 3000 Saradai 768 Hillel died. 10 3770 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman Emperor. 28 3788 44 304 Agrippa II, son of Agrippa I, ruled. 53,810 Rabban Gamliel I, son of Shem, died. 66 3826 to reassert Roman authority. 829 The second Beit Hamikdash was destroyed. The Talmudic era. The Mishnah. Secular year event in history. 64 3834 R. Yohanan ben Zakkai died. 86 3846 The Sanhedrin moved from place to place. Under R. Gamliel II. 1333893 Batar fell, and the bar ended in tragedy. 134 3894 Judaism was banned. And R. Akiva was imprisoned. 189 3949 R. Judah Hanasi completed the Mishnah around this time. The Talmudic era. The Gemara Jewish year land of Israel settled in Babylonia 247 4007 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. R. Yohanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 R. Huna was the leading Talmud authority. 298 4058 R. Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304 Talmudic authority. 309 321 4081 R. Yosef with 5 Abaye was the leading Talmudic authority. 359 4119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became now 4152 R. Ashi with the leading Talmudic authority. 427 4000 Gemara 475 4235 The complete when Ravina II died. The Rabbanan, secular year Jewish year event in history. 551-4311 Mar Zutra proclaimed Jewish self-rule in Babylon. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589-4349 The Talmudic Academy of Pumbedita was reconstituted. 609 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629 4389 Empire reconquered the land of Israel. 636 4396 Peruz Shavur. 637,397 The Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645-44051 One of them was enacted at this time. 755 Land of Israel. 759 4519 Arura 759 4500 was written at 845. This time, he wrote the Siddur, became Gaon Surah 928 4688 Rabbi Nu Sadia was appointed Gaon of Surah 955 4715 4 time 968 4728 R. Sharira became gown of Pumbedita 997 4700 gown of Pumbedita 1038 798 R. High died. Massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1004800 Rabbeinu Ursim Meor Hagolah died. 10884848 The Rif arrived in Spain from Morocco 1096 4856 The Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 109948 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders 1103 4860 The era 5489 11444904 The first replace 1147 908 The Rambams and the Radix families left Cordova 1165 4925 The Rambam visited the land of Israel 117 4935 The Rashbam died 11844944 The young son of the Re was killed 948 Jews vowed to return to Jerusalem 1189 4900 1190 4950 Jews were massacred in England in the Third Crusade 11th. The Radek wrote his commentary 11944954 The Ramban Nachmanides was born 11984959 The Ravad died 12044965 The Rambam died 12364996 Rampaging mobs massacred the Talmud took place in 12445004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks 1252-5012 The Inquisition 126 left settled in the of Israel 12703 The Ramban died 1286905050 New works advanced the study of the Tosafot concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history 12905050 Allen 1293 The Maharam Mi Rothberg died in prison 1 began 1298 505 The author of the began 5058 Maimon killed 13055065 The Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy 13055006 The Tur arrived in Spain 13065066 All Jews were expelled from France 1310 5070 The Rashba died 1320-5080 Jews were massacred by the Pastoral Crusaders 1326 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Armletter bands 1338-5098 The Ralbag wrote his commentary on the Bible Europe 1367 Ravash, and other many were forwarded 1391-5151 The Ravash and Rashbats left Spain 1394-5155 The final expulsion of Jews from France 4100 With Christians 1421, 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener Hazara 147535, 11524, 1488-5248. Obadiah de Bertinoro settled in Jerusalem 1491, 5251. Columbus consulted R. Abraham Zacuto for his travels. 1492 525 of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History 1493-52 Bar Yitzchak 52 and all Jews were executed 5270 and Yaakov was printed 1516-5276 The Turks, Ottoman Empire. Many Jews during the Peasants' War 1553-5314. A mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome 1563-5323. The Shulchan Aruch was complete. Caro 15. Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rama 1572 5302. The Arizal died in Zafat 1573 5333. All came to Prague 1573 5000. 614-5374. The Maharsha became rabbi in Lublin 1616 5377. The arrived in the land of Israel 1629 538 Nar Yom Tov Libman Heller 1645 5400 RUL Cirques Bach died 1646-5406. Hutch and Taz were printed 1648-5408. Jews were massacred by Chmielnicki's forces. 5415. Many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland 1656. 5416 Jews were permitted to live in England 1656-5416. Baruch Spinoza was excommunicated 1673-5433. The Magen Abraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed 5437 1706. Yehoshua's family was killed in an explosion 1712-54. R. Yaakov Kuli, Miam Loez, arrived in Constantinople 1727 5487. The Mishnah died 1734-549. 4 Jews were massacred by the Haidamach bands. In 1741-5501, the of Israel 47-5507. R. Moshe Chaim Lazar Ramchal died in Akko, Acre, 1754 5515. Rabbi Yehuda became rabbi in Prague 1757 5518. The Frankists instigated mass burnings of 59. Frankists supported blood libel charges in Potov died 1764-5524. The Council of Four Lands known as the Vad Arba The Haidamaks massacre thousands. 17725532 The Maggid of Mezerich died. 17825542 RN Adler and Chatham Sofer visited by Yehuda. 17 The Pale of Settlement was established in Russia 1793 5553 who suffered in Reign of Terror of French Revolution 1797 5550 died. 17959 Napoleon led an army expedition through the land of Israel. 1806-566 The Cheetah, Arhai of David Azulai, 1806 in Pressburg 1809 5570 R. Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev died. 1810 Far Nachman of Breslov died. 1814 5574 R. Akiva Eger of Peshisha. 155575 Choza of Lublin and R. Mendel of Rymanov both died. 18195579 anti-Jewish 560 OR Yisrael of Ruzhin was released from imprisonment. Later Acharonim and the Changing Society. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1843503 The Zemek Zedek of arrested in Russia 1846 5600 local Jews 1848 5609 R 1851 5006 and 5006 R Menachem Menkatsky died 8645 and then expelled from Romania 1866 5 and Zemek Zedek died 18735633 The Chafetz Chaim was published 184564 The Minchat Chinnich died 18785638 Tikva Agricultural Settlement 641 Many Jews began leaving the pogroms 188656 6 R. Shlomo Gonsfried, author of Kitzer Shaltai and Brisk 19 191151 Chazon Ish was published. 19145674 Over 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. During the Russian Revolution 1923 5684 The Daf Ha-Yomi studies cycle commenced. 27568 Soviet prison. Holocaust. Secular Year Jewish Year Event in History. 1939-5699 Germany started World War II. And mass killing of Jews 1941 5701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia 1941 5701 200,000 Jews were killed at Babi Yar and Ponary 92570 sent to death camps 1943 5703 Nazi Germany experienced massive loss of Stalingrad 1943 5703 The remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1 Treblinka, Sobibor, by Alista 103 The Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944 5704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944-5705 Upping in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945-5705 Nazi Germany was conquered. Ended. 1945 and War II ended. 1945-5706 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the war. The modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish event in history. 1947. 5707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947-5708 The United Nations divided Israel. 1947-5708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 5708 by many Arab countries. 1949-5709 The War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950-5710 All Jews left the ancient Jewish community. 95157 The Lubavitcher Rebbe accepts the mantle of leadership. 1956-5717 Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1960 Established the Tefillin Campaign. 1967 5727 Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973 5734 2500 The Lubavitcher Rebbe established the Shabbat Can 572 Massive Enemy Arsenal. 1987 5746 The First International Conference of Chabad Lubavitch Emissary. 1993-5753 A Secret Agreement. Signed in Oslo 9/4-5754 The Lubavitcher Rebbe passed away. 2008-5767 Deadly terrorist attack at the Chabad House. India kills 6. 2020-5 followed by Sudan.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica and Religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is just how the ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that Kabbalah has always existed and that Kabbalah didn't think at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such mentions greatly through the ages are still in numerous schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern 18th century. Of course, this series is meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for study and reflection, and hopefully will also to situate the development of Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and into the primary texts, which are as they are. Let me express my appreciation to Theo for allowing these lectures to reach a larger audience here about Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series on the playlist entering the Garden Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next weeks, or you can find episodes after Autumn 21. If you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other and perhaps academic scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your inspiration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, everybody, I really can't believe I'm saying this, but after 13 sessions, we are now on 13th of this, what was supposed to be a 9-series exploration to you. Teaching this last Monday for the rest of my life. Still all the things that there are to say about Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. And I'll also very on last session is going to in some way this is where my expertise really runs out, and I'll be very frank about that. It's just honestly the case that my expertise I get a wall, and my wall really is really I don't know as much about capitalism as I probably should. So learning everything from roughly the 18th to the 21st century is where my gap is. You know, everyone has gaps in their knowledge. It's important for the knowledge, the gaps in our knowledge, not to pretend. And it's simply from capitalism that that's a real good friend of mine to do some talks. He actually say talk at Congregation about capitalism simply due to like I gave it short shrift and deserved a lot more attention, a lot more deep attention than I gave it. And so I reached out to a good friend of mine who knows a lot about capitalism to maybe do a lunch and learn. So we'll see if that works out. But at any rate, welcome to the I would say welcome to the end, but not the end. It's not because of course Kabbalah and Jewish mysticism coming actually a lot better now in the early part of the 20th, in the middle of the 20th century. In the middle of the 20th century, I would say that Kabbalah in some ways was at death's door, and it's doing much better now. So in a substantial way, we're not saying goodbye to Kabbalah or goodbye to Kabbalah, rather we're saying ... It's going to continue to grow and change. And I've heard really cool and exciting things about developments in the already world, where we're sort of view and affecting sort of post-Shabbatai world is I would say that it's actually more sophisticated than you go on. They weren't really versed in Kabbalah. When you read something of a very technical nature, you can be overwhelmed by it, right? By things that simply aren't really true or deep. They can sound deep, but in fact they're not. And I think that's true of a lot of things that went on in Shabbat. It sounded Kabbalistic, it had a couple of veneer that you scratch the surface, in a bit, you realize that the kind of reasoning that justifies stuff that we're all playing was, I think, pretty well. And I think that when people feel, since after Shabbatai speaks, the prophecy, and after the whole business, what you did is a kind of conservative backlash in the world of Kabbalah, and I shouldn't be surprised if this whole Shabbatai business is a complete disaster. And so what ends up happening is there's kind of a closing of the ranks. That is to say, in the Kabbalistic world, after this, what people end up doing is returning to return to the Kabbalistic period before Shabbatai is regarded a bit more silent, which I think is always from the worst. And so the developments within Kabbalah, in fact, the developments in Kabbalah since the developments serve, which is to say, we don't see major development outside of Louis and Kabbalah. There's never really been a significant movement. And so that relatively conservative moment, that relatively conservative movement marked Kabbalah from about the mid-17th century all the way till now. And as we talked about last time, two major Kabbalistic schools developed in the aftermath of everything. One of those in Jerusalem, led by the Mizrahi rabbi, and another in Brody, and those two will become the central schools, so to speak, of the schools in the period after that. But of course, it's worth pointing out in Morocco, Marrakesh was a huge Kabbalah center. So Kabbalah, in the aftermath of the Shabbatai business, especially in the Sephardic world, really niche. And I think that has a lot to do with the fact that the Sephardi world was much more stable than the Ashkenazi world at that time in terms of social stability and Jewish education. Again, I think I mentioned this several times ago, that a lot of the people that were really seduced by the Shabbat were people who had only recently come back to Judaism. And so they don't really come that way in a way that, for instance, the communities in Marrakesh, communities in Baghdad, and their personnel easily 1,000 years. And so when they looked at the whole Shabbat speaking, they were like, I'm surprised that in Jerusalem never accepted the whole Shabbat business to begin with. They excommunicated him as soon as they could. Now, one of the largest Kabbalistic schools in the aftermath of all of that was developed. As I mentioned last time, the two Kabbalistic schools take very different directions. The school Beitel in Jerusalem is going to take the form of really intense concentration of Kabbalah prayer, and that school will last basically until 1969, when the last year and that's the five, at least a month severe. Although very tightly guarded, very disciple student close and Poland, and that is going to be influenced by Poland and Kabbalistic. And so out of that will flow a mountain of highly intellectualized Kabbalistic systems that are going to basically try to do the work of systematizing Lorraine and Kabbalah, especially with their institution, which I have to this period also saw, as I talked about last time, the rise of the most important, the most important movement in Judaism over the past 300 years. That's the spawn an entirely new system of Judaism, social relations, the theme that I'm sure all of you are very familiar with from our Christian world. And so it's from that world where we have a focus on extreme piety, but also piety that's meant to find the divine, the everyday. It's a piety learning all about you that can't see God, the divine, everything. I think of the line from the Quran, which I easily said Rebbe had written. The Quran said, "Allah is just." The Quran is always incredibly shocking, and I think something just like that. So the divine is that close to you, and your ego, or fundamentally you and your lusts, your desires, your desire to get rich, or to have fame, or to be loved by someone, or whatever. It's these things that get in the way of your relationship with the mind. The divine is the necessity right there. You just have to do the work of the tool of erasing what barriers between you and the mind, and it's in the erasure of all barriers that one can experience divine every day. Even in the movements of one's physical body, the sound of a some of the Rebbe regional engines at Segelsbach, and that Segelsbach allowed them to hear the debates among the rabbis of the birds. Always not fluffy and sitting in the forest, listening to the birds rather than just hearing like the rest of us, normie people that all hear birds. The Rebbe, they don't hear birds, they hear the debates among the birds. God. And so I always found that to be a very beautiful example of where it's not just, you're not just hearing bird sounds, you're hearing debates among the animals. So again, it's a deep desire to experience and to cleave to God, the Vegas. The Vegas is to cleave to God, and the way they do this, at some level, like ultimate relationship with shamanic character in the Pacific world. This is the Rebbe, or sometimes they're exotic, they're these righteous people who have a relationship with God. They're intensely holy, and of course, it's set up here. Or really a bit like royalty. Still do operate a bit like royalty to this day. And so you have a loyalty to the Rebbe, to your Rebbe, and that's it. Primarily, and it's in we'll talk a little bit about how a little stranger with especially with the Bible. I was kind of mention much in your slides. We don't need to talk about that a little bit as well. But
My country.
so as we talked last time, so clip here from last time was that what I think that no one really realized the aftermath of the whole Shabbatai speed thing that is much earlier. No one really saw what was happening in the background, bigger deal. And a picture of the room knows 66 is a dynamite year. These signs. We hear that Isaac Newton discovered, or calculus was being discovered at the same time as Leibniz. There's a debate about that. It's also the same year that Newton discovered the nature of light, and also basically figured out Newtonian physics now. They published all that in 1966. At the same time that Newton is figuring all that out, and that's the year Shabbatai being Islam. So it's difficult, and I know that for many people, and for me too, when I think about Shabbatai being virgin, I think of it as an evil thing, like something that happened a long, long time ago. And I think of somehow not having happened a long time ago. Newton feels very modern. It feels like because they have this down the right, the Jewish world did not see the aftermath of this entire Shabbatai because it wasn't these light. These light things all around the Jewish world, France and in North America and England and Holland and Germany. deep into this self-experiment. Atheistic philosophy often there's like a giant machine. You study it carefully, you can understand how it works. You can understand how it works. You can predict it, and therefore you can make it do things. This mystic philosophy, which is in many ways really wonderful and many ways like that. Inside the Jewish world, we never saw this coming. It just sort of landed on their doorstep. When I say landed on their doorstep, I mean what I really mean is Napoleon showed up. What Hegel called the world spirit on horseback. Napoleon shows up in Central Europe and even Eastern Europe, and he marches all the way to Russia. So everywhere Napoleon went, recall, he brought with him these Enlightenment ideas. He brought with him the idea that if you're a citizen of a country, then you should have equal protection under the law. You should never be, there should never be second-class citizens. Either you're a citoyen or you're not. If you are a citoyen, you have the rights and privileges of everyone else that is protected by the rational law. Of course, I'm not saying Napoleon was perfect like that, but he was a big enough Hegel, thought level, represented very movement, very movement of nation, of godness in the world. Teleportation. And so this is the same time that the Hasidic movement came on. And so when these two movements come into conflict with each other, contact each other, there's going to be a break off in the Jewish world where some Jews are going to become very attracted to enlightenment values, and they're going to incorporate those enlightenment values into the Jewish world. And that is called the Haskalah, the Enlightenment. And I think we're almost here in this class, almost probably going here, might pretty touch some level by the idea. The idea of you turn the law, you can't be just killed because of what you believe in. That we have a rational system of weights and measures that we do in this country, but you know, most countries in the world, scientific, the very fact that success. So for many Jews, the Enlightenment was a solution to so many problems in the Jewish world, both in terms of the inner backwardness of the Jewish world, what they call a superstitious world ruled by elite dynastic rulers, by the will of God. Who knows? You know, they believe in werewolves, vampires, they believe all this stuff in Kabbalah. Many Jews were disenfranchised with that, the one of the Enlightenment that they did. But in fact, the Jewish folks, I imagine for many of the Jewish folks, this class is a great branch of the masculine, of the Enlightenment folks. Because the Enlightenment was very, very successful, and for better and for worse. So, what ends up happening is that this kind of rational Judaism, integration of Enlightenment values with Judaism became incredibly polarized. We also we live in an easy world compared to our ancestors because in many ways we can adapt both worlds, a religious and to be in the Enlightenment somehow. Well, that's distinct. There was no middle ground in the 18th century. Either you jump ship and you join the Enlightenment camp, or pre-Enlightenment, or the traditional world. That's what I'm saying. And so in the traditional world, they realized how much of a threat this was. They were terrified. And they doubled down on the traditional aspect of the world. And so in many ways, both Enlightenment and as I say, the black hat that we recognize now are both actually creations of the Enlightenment. So I know that sometimes Iranian folks like to pretend that they're the most wore black hats of Yiddish, but I guarantee we did. The reality of modern Judaism is at some level, all of it is a response to the Haskalah. It's all a response. Either you double down on tradition, you retreat it into the world of the dynastic world, of the Hasidic world, of the Livnish world, or you drifted off into the secular world and try to make or try to balance out both. Assimilation was the largest, the earliest movement. So what we have here basically is a choice between some level of assimilation, right? As much as those countries would allow you to assimilate, the French and the Germans, and you had actually no failed strategy and did not protect Jews in the end. And now God, by the way, it wasn't like the Floridian people were protected when the first Spaniards rolled in. And so what we have is this dualistic, the polarized world by the 1700s, in which a lot of it is Jews and then there are traditional Jews. And the world becomes polarized. Now, that's not to say that Kabbalah stops. It's all the kinds of things that have not had to stop them. There was crusades or this whole enlightenment thing of Judaism in the medieval or the early modern world, they continued to produce Kabbalah as if nothing was going on. For them, they may have not even known. And so, especially in the Hasidic world, there's been a huge outpouring of literature. It's the time period where the folks in the Chabad movement, many folks in fact have contact with, they began developing their movement. Also, it's worth pointing out that the Chabad movement becomes sort of the intellectual center in many ways of the Hasidic movement. They become much more interested in the world of the mind, the world of the intellect, as opposed to just the world of emotion. And so the Chabad movement actually becomes much more of a rigorous of Hasidic. So this is a period of people like Rebbe Breslov, which I think most folks have heard of. Breslov is probably one of the most famous Rebbe's of this time period. He's a most known for his spiritual reflection, existential torment. He was a person of great highs and great lows. Historical people that were remembering kind of manic depressed, I mean, really not extreme joy. And ultimately, Roger, we'll talk about it in a minute, but often you will at some point encounter some Tanakh guys that smell as pious as they are. They wear the knit cap, Tanakh written on it, they dance around. They're really, that was right, pious to a fault, something. So those guys are out there and they're dealing with the world. Of course, also Jewish philosophers is also writing. This is a rom called Moshe Zato, one of the greatest traditional Jewish minds of the early modern period. And Zato wrote stuff. I was looking up something today. I haven't had a spiritual experience where he had a conscious or spiritual teacher begin to reveal him all kinds of spiritual things. He was relatively young when this happened, and you can imagine that in the aftermath of the Shabbat Tzvi business, no one wanted to do anyone talking to the spirits anymore. And so he kind of got kicked out of Italy a little bit. He kind of got expelled from Italy, and this led him on a journey through Europe. And in the journey through Europe, he has a ton of stuff. His two most famous books are The Way of Most Systematic, probably the most systematic collection or systematization of Judaism that incorporates both philosophical issues and Kabbalah into one system. Derek Hashem is a really great book. If you just Hebrew and English, if you want to study it, it's a fantastic text that really does the work of defining the sort of philosophy of the day. Although the philosophy got more updated, but it's still a very amazing book. His other major book is a book on ethics, Celia Shari, which is also really great to me. Also, in English too. And these books, both of these books are going to become basic classics in the Orthodox world. people. There's even and Maslow Sharim are classics of Judaism. They become classics of Judaism, and again, they incorporate Kabbalistic and non-Kabbalistic philosophical elements into one text. Again, Chaim Luzzatto is probably the most important rabbi in some probably the most important rabbi. And so, very important. Also, over in Eastern Europe, they're also continuing to do classical Kabbalah. A lot of what's happening is pointing the great Kabbalistic texts, systematization. One of the problems that comes along with more technical Kabbalah is that the Hebrew language just isn't actually that good at doing philosophy. There are a lot of technical reasons why this is. German is a far better language for doing philosophy, even than English. And Hebrew is a sort of clumsy language when it comes to philosophy. And it's also a bit of a clumsy language when it comes to doing enough. And a lot of the technical terms in Kabbalah are very, very confusing. A lot of what happens during this time period is the encyclopedizing of Kabbalah. And one of the more famous encyclopedias that gets written at this time is I have it downstairs, but I can read it. Shards left over in the process of creating the world, and those shards that are left over are actually divine. So the demons that sort of belong to the organic world, and it's an encyclopedia of all the demons. So we actually get a systematic account of the evil detritus that's left over from the creation of the world here. Now, as you probably also know, this century, Semitism in Europe doesn't go away. As you might imagine, as Jews become more and more part of civil society, also anti-Semitism that emerges at the level of discrimination of Jews in secular civil society. Famous example of this direct disappearance in the 19th century in France. So with this, there are three distinct ideas basically about what to do about it. One idea is the traditional idea, double down on being pious, God will protect you. And go in here. So one is double down is at some level death trap. We've been living in Europe now 1,000 years, and for 1,000 years, and just pogrom after crusade, after bloodline, after witch hunt, after whatever. It just seems the Europeans are never going to accept us, and it's some that eventually they're going to kill us all. It's a matter of time. Now they're right. So what do? You leave Europe, you pack your bags, and you century secular Zionist decide as a group that the situation here is basically untenable politically. And this is the emergence, of course, of very, very nascent Zionism. Now, it's two things I want to note here about really early Zionism is that it was entirely a secular movement at first. In fact, it doesn't really get to have much religious backing in the 20th century. And so Zionism was a secular movement, although not all of it was socialist, the way we're recognizing it now. And that movement, while it did accept some messianic themes, and it was apocalyptic in its narrative, and its way to talk about the world, it wasn't really by Kabbalah, but I think that it was more contributed. That is again from the Kabbalah, although I think it's mostly through the social life. Right? So, let me make that point. The Zionist movement and some someone's the idea into Zionism. Most of it because of sort of social orthodoxy as Jews, and they've been raised on. So that's one part of it. The other part of it, from the Zionist perspective, it was a complete rejected Zionism. Gone. They wanted the religious world to reject Zionism. Most of the religious world still rejects Zionism. It still says Zionism is a toxic ideology that is harmful to Palestinians, and it is irreligious. It's blasphemous. It's straight up heresy. And so this early, even as I think the reform movement very early on, the reform movement in Germany at the very beginning, they rejected Zionism. So even at the very far progressive end of the Jewish world, Zionism was very unpopular at the start, and it remains unpopular now. Already, well, folks have been watching the very wonderful show Shtisel. So popular, basically. It's just right every time the Zionism, the reverse Zionism, showing the evil, what's called the evil. And so this is a thing that developed early on as a response to Zionism. So it never became religious until much later. In fact, I would say that in many ways it wasn't until Rob Cook who we talk about. It certainly wasn't until I think after the 84. Kabbalah continues to develop, right? It's not like Kabbalah stops. Slide. Oh yes, I didn't know this is a mistake in the slide, but there's the next thing after I want to talk about is let's bump this slide up. But anyway, the last thing I want to do about here is that in the 19th century, what all is there sometimes was referred to as the occult revival. The occult revival was a re-interest in occult sciences, alchemy, ancient and stuff. And what you get are people like Sidley and Barrett, or people like Robert Vegas. You have a bunch of people that only develop a form of Kabbalah out of Kabbalah that is referred to as Hermetic Kabbalah. And this is a completely non-Jewish, occult-centered version of the Kabbalah, primarily used for engaging in ceremonial magic. So we have elements of Freemasonry being combined with elements of Renaissance magic, and then that being fused together with some elements of Kabbalah, and that develops what we call Kabbalah, which is another third branch of Kabbalah that is developed. There's Jewish Kabbalah, which is the early 19th century, 20th century. Hermetic Kabbalah was Kabbalah into occult factors of this day. So again, in the 19th century, Kabbalah undergoes another fusion, although not a Jewish fusion, but primarily in the non-Jewish world, primarily in Israel, where this occult revival takes place. So the Hermetic Kabbalah is out there, and it's very popular. The whole big world of people, spirituality wrapped up with these very complicated, very complicated So as I mentioned, right, just a minute ago, one of the things that, one of the other strategies, right, so we have double down traditional. The other strategies leave. Perhaps I think one of the more difficult things that many of the people who did the job of assimilating and written off as traders or something, it's really unfortunate when we talk about that generation of folks. But assimilation was a really difficult task of trying to maintain forms. It was trying to maintain being Jewish and also trying to maintain your identity that rejected. Trying to be German and be Jewish, whatever German Jews did. The problem was that the Orthodox Jews, because they thought it's Jew either, they could do anything almost, right? They got people like Husserl was a great German philosopher, and they never become Jewish. The more the Jews assimilated, the more dangerous they were. They were almost hiding among them. And so there was something about this strategy of assimilation that always did some role in the game. Well, what was happening is that the immigrants that early on they had this thing Judaism that looked much like the Lutheranism of the 1920s. And that movement became the reform, right? And if you look at Lutheran movement and the choir, and they even moved Shabbat to Sunday morning, all kinds of stuff. They were desperately trying to fit in. And again, at one level, one way of looking at that is they're trying to sell out. But again, I think in order to accuse them of that, you need to walk a mile in their shoes and understand how devastating some of the reality is at that time, how awful it would get. And at the same time, I admire them. I admire the courage it takes to try to figure out a way of being German and Jewish by both sides of the religion. I think it's not a very, very difficult path to march. Only academic qualifies the viability of Judaism is to justify the world of theologians. As a theologian, largely of Lutheran theology in the mid and late 19th century, which as you probably imagine, you can know, German scholarship at this time was some of the most amazing scholarship in the world when it comes to the Bible. The source theory was being developed at a time where the Bible was being systematically studied. For the first time, this is where really getting the manuscripts of these things. It's really a time period of enormous in fact, I would say the German biblical scholarship of 10 years. These guys, they just knew to get the under. They just did. That's how they worked. They didn't have the whole Bible. They didn't have something to be quite relevant. So the scholarship was very driven by pietist, careful scholarship. And so one virgin at the same time was the attitude to do the same thing in Judaism. And the attitude is largely spearheaded a group of Jewish high-school scholars of this movement became known as the major German stuff like that. So the Wissenschaft is moving to its movement, the scientific study of Jewish books, was a in the academic Jewish world studying Jewish literature using all the modern at that time of German scholarship study. And they had to make a decision on what they studied. Because what they studied, what they represented Judaism to the outside academic world. So, what did they study? What did they publish? Well, Talmud. They focused their element, they focused their energy on Talmud. Why? Because the Talmud, for one, is a highly systematic, highly articulated book based on. They can argue that Judaism, right? So we have the ethical components of the Hebrew Bible, we have the logical components of the Talmud, and therefore Judaism is respectable because it's a paragon of logic. Well, guess what isn't terribly logical? Kabbalah. So, what did the Wissenschaft do? What did the Wissenschaft do? Ignore it. Basically, it wasn't. Why? Because it was heresy, superstition, it was occultism, it was made up, fraudulent stuff with embarrassment, with back darkness of the Middle East. Because it made Jews look crazy. If you've been listening to them over the past 14 weeks, thinking, oh God, that sounds nuts. Well, it does sound nuts. And can you imagine? ideas, Jews. You believe that the masturbated reality. What? That's why. Right? It's going to make them hate you. It's going to reinforce every negative stereotype about the Jews. The Jews are irrational. They're driven by superstition. They believe in nonsense. And this Chuck couldn't do good. The decision was not allowed. Talmud. Talmud is virtually a back boiler, politely. And as you might know, at the same time this is happening, it's also the same time that all of the movements that you get reform, the reform movement, conservative movement, the authority movement, the constructionist movement, began in the early 20th century. The movement, all the movements, even modern Orthodox Judaism, all of this and movement Judaism is a non-traditional world movement, and they spawned the Judaism itself by places like the ES, by places like German Scholarship, by places like Cincinnati, Reform Center. And guess what? None of those places are doing. None of them were public. Why? Because it's embarrassing. You do not want to look like crazy people. Now, the Kabbalah is totally sidelined for 2.5 to 3 generations by scholars. Completely sidelined. It is sidelined by the moment in Jewish history. With that decisive moment, the moment of the emerging movement. So if you grew up in a movement, reform movement, you grew up in any of the movements, their scholars were simply not being trained on Kabbalah. And because they weren't being trained on it, they couldn't teach it. Because they didn't teach it, it was abandoned them. You never heard about that. There's a reason why. Because if the rabbis you had never learned about it. And that's because the generation before them never learned about it. The generation before them made a decision not to learn about it. And that's what happened. But effectively, Kabbalah becomes decanonized by the modern Monism, basically decanonized. So the Zohar, the Sefer Yetzirah, all the literature we talk about basically goes back on the shelf, and what goes on we'll talk about, but mostly kind of still recently studies of Kabbalah, for folks who here who grew up in the movement world, how often did you all study Talmud? How often was Talmud something that you would be encouraged to study or heard about much? Yeah, even Talmud, right? Even Talmud sideline, true. So, is that Kabbalah didn't go away. They still did Kabbalah, studied Kabbalah in the traditional world. In the progressive world, it was decanonized. I think it needs to be recanonized more quickly than that. Of course, the other thing that happens at this time is, in the 20th century, there's no way to avoid the elephant in the room. Of course, the Holocaust. The Holocaust devastated, obviously, Europe. Jewry. But in terms of Kabbalah, it really devastated the Hasidic world. As you might imagine, the Hasidic Jews live basically in these social networks, targeting the world. They all live in the same. These counterparts is very, very easy. So the Hasidic world was destroyed in the Holocaust. I think, unfortunately, and Rob would be the better, obviously, the better expert than I would be. That the Hasidic world suffered a devastation in the Holocaust just because they were basically sitting ducks. And also their theology of them because they rejected Zionism. Not trying to put Palestine, but religiously repulsive with Palestine because they all said right? They were tied to this first level of art. When the Einstein group moves in, they're there. They're living in that. They're living in that shtetl. And they're there with that refuge. It doesn't take but an afternoon of a really blackout conflict of rights after the eliminating the entire dynasty. And Hassan Shah that has over and over and over again in Europe. I think for story. And as you know, Eastern Europe, the traditional people, they're the ones keeping the lights on. And with their execution by the beasts that were the Nazis, the light goes out. The light went out. It was a devastating blow to Kabbalah. Now, luckily, our Sephardic brothers and sisters, they were still doing Kabbalah over in Baghdad, still in northern Africa. So it wasn't like that the devastating blow that was dealt to European Jews at the end of Kabbalah. But it is just important to say that the Hasidic movement and was a very important center of the development of Kabbalah school is and the two largest groups, Samar, was eventually Samar Rebbe, Teitelbaum eventually made his way out before the war or in the middle of the war, and the Lubavitch Rebbe also made it out as well, and they refounded their Hasidic dynasty. Holy Land, real Holy Land, which is good. You can go visit the Holy Land. Right over there. If I tried to Israel, just a borough of the Holy Land. How did this rebound? Well, it rebounded in a couple different ways. The rebound, in many ways, began with a young, average philologist. People forget that Gerhard Scholem, also people forget that he was Gerhard Scholem. He got Gershom, he got Shammai later when he made Aliyah, but Gerhard Scholem was a young, average philologist in language. That's a notch. You read everything in the original language. And Scholem made the curriculum that hired the academically stuff. Gerhard would do all the heavy lifting of reading basically every single Kabbalist book he could get his hands on in the archive, every single one. And being the good German scholar that he was, he did that. And unlike the Wissenschaft that rejected any work from Kabbalah, Gershom Scholem, Gerhard Scholem argued convincingly that there simply was no Judaism without Kabbalah. You couldn't imagine Judaism without it. Judaism was just as important, or Kabbalah was just as important in Judaism as Talmud integrated both academic and historical Judaism was divided into CTS, the lecture at GTS, Jewish Theological Seminary here at when he was allowed to speak, the justification for him being able to speak was that, well, look, Kabbalah is nonsense, right? Kabbalah is nourishment. Kabbalah is nonsense, but, right, nourish Kabbalah, the Geschichte des Wissenschaft, right? Nonsense is nonsense. The history of nonsense. Science. It's nonsense. They find information, but God forbid anyone can use Kabbalah. That's ridiculous. That, by the way, was coming from secular, or the most famous, not secular, most famous progressive Talmud scholar in 20th Kabbalah and secular knowledge. That's how Sholem was introduced. Can you imagine being introduced at JTS? But because you study it's legit. But God forbid anyone else. Sholem really had to walk an uphill battle. He fought an uphill battle the entire time to get legitimacy for what he was doing now, considering that Kabbalah is so legitimate, so mainstream. But Sholem had to fight that battle in many ways on his own. Luckily, he was a very capable scholar and did great things to it. Sholem brought with him an army of students. He attracted a great deal of students. Moshe Fidel and Don, other folks who have gone to become themselves leading scholars in the world of also they made a career showed how important Sholem was and also how important Sholem was. And we have a whole new generation of scholars who believe Zach Weiss and all kinds of stuff running around. It's a huge group of scholars that blow my mind with every book that they write. And so the academic study of Kabbalah is now totally legit. If you want to study Kabbalah, you can take a academic level Kabbalah class, and no one's going to bat an eye. At the same time, there's an emerging by Rob Cook, and he was pushing it terrible themes of exile redemption will play a part in Zionism. The most important, I think, concept in the 20th century would be Rabbi Yehuda Ashlam, the Baal HaSulam, the master letter, and the Baal HaSulam was Chaldea, Israel, and he was incredibly influential works. The most important, I think, is his commentary. So far, to write called Hasulam, the latter, and otherwise would not be in the original Aramaic, modern Polish Hebrew, and so it's much more acceptable in modern Hebrew. So many people who read so far now in the Orthodox world, and also many people who study Isaac Luria are going to study many of his ideas in somebody. We also developed an also quite interesting comments around how the Yehuda Ashlag is very important. I think probably the most interesting. Of course, Rabbi not the blessed memory. Harrison, of course, was the head of the Babbage movement, and what's important to know about him is that he became one of the most important founders of the Cuban movement, that is to say, the outreach movement, Jews and Hasidic Jews. So he worked into a Chabad house and sent someone to take one basically and just most of them. And Menachem Mendel Sherzan founded this enormous network of the Chabad movement, and hugely important figure in the history of 20th century. There will be important going into 21st century Judaism. Is that when he died in the 90s, it was already believed in his lifetime that he was the Messiah, and then when he died, people really began to believe he was the Messiah. And so there is a movement in the Chabad world, not a big movement, big in the late 90s, mostly localized to Brooklyn and Israel, Chabad on So I have, so anyway, the Messiah survivors that have taken, he's going to return really soon, and that his return would be heralded by Jews adopting more Torah, and that he was kind of included, and his occultation would come to an end, the Rebbe would reappear as the Jesus would go to Brooklyn, and you can still see crowns in the rag, which has just yellow and crown and the shape on the side. So there's this huge messianic movement, again, the whole class to itself of a where because it is such a movement outreach, although in my experience of growing up in the movement, is that large kind of people that that the messianic stuff appeals to, particularly people like Shuvas who convert back to Orthodox and younger established a lot more doesn't do still control 7 names. So messianic folks who are in Michigan hanging out with me in class, you probably have heard about this or heard about it briefly because the Shemto family, which is the largest Chabad family here in Michigan, is a very old Chabad family. They were sent here as emissaries on the Randy way back. Something like that. But they were the leading force in ways of the messianic. The Shemto family is very powerful here, at least in Michigan. Has never been on the messianic. I don't think the messianic camps ever got hold in the metropolitan area when it comes to that stuff. That's different other places, but I don't think that wrap up. As folks know, the big movement was pioneered by Uber out of the Pacific Corpus maintained a lot of, not the right word, but wanted to sort of modernize and expand the Pacific movement outside of the dynastic structure. So the tail of the system, a lot of spirituality for the next pretty well recently, sort of a call by stuff like that, folks who grow up. It's in that world that we have the rise of what is called the Hasidic movement, and this movement is proved to be extraordinarily popular in the Jewish world. There are great luminaries in the Hasidic world. Folks who recently passed away, like Rabbi Shlomo Shmuley and Art Green, who was of a lot of students. It's actually been college, probably one of the probably the three Hasidic here, and I got to have a few things together. Built some great Hasidic movement, and so then spent some time with Art Green. Growing popular and what looks like channeling ideas we're home safe, so people are pretty scared. Kabbalah in a pretty profound way, and I think apparently are doing concerts on Friday night. That's a hurricane. Kabbalistically, I think the zero from here, right? She's from Bay City. Here, so you have Brandy Madonna going on to become influenced very heavily Kabbalah. Some of what her spirituality on the level. She has a Judaism. It's polarizing, controversial. We've got some trouble with money stuff. Religious organization delivered money stuff. Can you believe that? So the Kabbalah in many ways in the 1990s was about a lot of public comedy was coming. Folks, it's back about the years without turns and twists, amount of books, commentary. Almost every kind of travail that I can think of has gone through this over so much. And it's so very happy, very glad to be alive now. Level, the golden age of literature. More Kabbalistic literature is available, so Kabbalistic teachers are available in Kabbalah. All Kabbalah never accessible as one. And then you folks, it's accessible in a way that it never was before. And so I say that Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah lives, Kabbalah will live, because we're living in an age where the Kabbalah has finally been able to, at some level, with hold its secrets. You have to work hard to become a Kabbalist. Learn Hebrew, learn Aramaic, you have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Really want to become well. You can. It's there. I think there are not enough. There they are. Even English translations, like the Zohar Christopher edition, the Zohar massive 12-volume Christopher edition, there was no standard English translation of Zohar prior to that. And now, for the first time in history, we have access to all 12 volumes. So we're living in a very want to be Kabbalists. I have to say that I'm really journeying about Kabbalah and to know that there are people interested in learning about Kabbalah and learning what little I know. And so I just want to thank all of you who hung out with me. Learn Kabbalah and learn that this tradition is science fiction. All over the place. Weird. Wonderful. And so I just want to express my gratitude for everyone who's jumped into our class or stayed for all 14 giving me the time. So that's it. And imagine kind of a class that's my math class so far life. I can't, I have to say it's a little more exciting to be working after that. So, so you write books that you know, I guess again, I was saying, journey. Living here, so definitely say that. Like I said, we're out here for Colorado, breathing down
And
the
then
salt,
also,
we'll
like,
come
when
back
you're
to the
doing this
gorge,
and stuff, it's not enough for this.
come alive.
It's
Again,
working. And
like I said, my work provides accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, culture, magic, and philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justice Sledge, watching this is Dream, Philosophy, and Religion.
you're fired. Go fuck yourself. Cultivate West.
What? What are you looking at my chest for? It's not a petting zoo. Yeah, it's some kind of a. Somebody sent this to me. I walked in with a shirt that said Strong's Mark Belch Company. I hate when. I was at Mothership last night, and I got from my set, and I see him walking with a shirt that said Strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him. Green Room Rogan, Eugene Gillis, people are in the Green Room. Hey, and first of all, and does that say Strong? And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, "Man, it's just so. It's a they like the trigger shirt. I'm just Strong. It's trigger. No, that's not great. Yeah. Yeah. You were there last night, too? Yeah, I was a little boy. You were a big boy. I've been having a great when I went, yeah. But I was looking at Monterey too, but you know, funny. I actually like for the first time and listen to other people. That's what you hear. You don't hear that, is it? No. It's actually like so now that you would never hear certain things. Like you never even say the word retarded in Los Angeles when I was doing stand-up. Yeah. It's frowned upon now, but it's kind of nice. Having a cigar, like a Cuban cigar. Yeah, this is old school. It's not about to happen. It's a super sugar. Oh man, that was my shit. If you just throw it, just a yeah. Yeah. How are the sets? They were great. Dude, the room is it's hot. I like it's almost like. Denver comedy working bomb. It's like give up. It's hard to compete with that. They were all fun. Then me, Jamar, and then Rogan went up and had such a fun. I can't tell you, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good, and just like his tour to the White House. Then Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome. I saw, dude. I see. Joe's head of security every morning. Jim, yeah, what up? I would say who it is every morning, and he's like, "Can't wait for this White House." He's like, it's just like the logistics, the night of professionals and aside. Yeah, it's great. So he made me look like he would fucking kill me in the moment. I'm like, I'm that's what you need. Yeah, those guys are because they're well trained. It's funny the first Joe being at an event because UFC taking us. Yeah. True. Yeah, Zuckerberg there, you got Elon there, bigger. Terrible thing. Because those guys are movers on a very different base. Jeff Bezos and those guys. When they listen to Jeff, what's that? Hey, listen, you're off. No, I don't. I mean, Jeff has more influence than Joe. Well, he does. No way. No way. So, what in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and in terms of moving an economy, what they choose, those guys are Jeff Bezos. You're not nobody, but that's you're talking about two different animals. You're talking about like I see what you're saying, but Joe, as far as like influencing the public, this goes in money and financials, inflation. As far as like more people are going to listen to Joe, he can sway. Bezos isn't. Well, he's going to do anything. He's going to suppress information. When he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. Size though. Well, it's but they have put him over here. Left for the most part, so they need an enemy. Yeah, so I'm just saying this. Allow all that noise. Yeah, he's so massive. You're gonna have little pundits come at him, but then combine are bigger than go. Yeah, I think voting power though is not. I think that it wouldn't matter. It would. Joe's endorsement of Trump, for example, is not going to save any Republican in the midterms. It's not like what do you say in terms of influencing social media, and well, I'm talking, there's a whole subterranean flow. What are you looking at my chest? No, I'm looking at your shirt. It says not a. I think it's. Yeah, it's some kind of a. Somebody did this to me. I walked in with. I hate when you wear that shirt. And I was at Mothership last night, and I got off from my set, and I see him walking with a shirt that said strong, and he goes, I'm like, I'm not with that. I walk into the green room. Tony Hinchcliffe, Derek Poston, some other people, first of all, and is that song? And then they just start going after me, and he just starts laughing. He goes, man, you shit on Callan, maybe you won't.
Hello? How are you, Miss Aquarius? Am doing well. I'm doing okay. How are you?
Have you heard of golf? Right? Never mind.
Have you ever golfed?
I mean, I don't like this. So let's go. This is my first time.
Well, that'll be fun. Take a few swings.
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna have fun. I'll meet them at my job, and then we're gonna go. I gotta meet them by 1. Yeah, I wanna drive, so I'm gonna be riding. Yeah, man. So it's like, what were you asking? I'm sorry, girl. Like, what were you asking before? My bad.
I don't recall. If I recall. call it, let you know. But that's super exciting. I've always wanted to go to one of those. LA didn't have one for a long time. And so when I was doing my golf and I didn't have that, I wanted to do the one that's amazing. So I hear
First time. I said nobody.
they like have, and you just hit it, and then
Really?
yeah,
Oh,
that machine of anything is fascinating to me because usually when you hit balls, you have like a bucket, and you have to take it out of the bucket and put it on the thing, and then hit it. And this way it does it all for you. Nice strike.
yeah. Yeah. I never did do not very first. Yeah. Cause they see on where they want me to go. So I'm like, okay. I told them I don't do this. Yeah, at the job. So okay, then you go right when it was. I said, okay. Do something I can clock in or something like that. So really?
Did you say
Yeah, let's do it
they'll
that.
let you clock in? You said. Oh no, wait! So you get paid to play golf?
I don't think they're gonna clock out. I don't know. I told them yes, he said they clock in, and I guess they don't. I guess
They just go home after. Cool. Anything special?
I'm not clocking in, and I'm not gonna help y'all. I'm out.
Well, if you paid for it, there's an assumption you're going to get paid for it, so that's really cool. Look at you,
Yeah.
folks. Miss Aquarius has put this one out of reach officially. It's not even close. It's not even close. This for folks. Even if I get strikes in a row, I can't win. No, it's over. It's especially over now. It was over before, but it's definitely over now. What a win from Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, reload.
Now it's your turn.
Oh, no doubt.
Get us a win, Rabbi. You gotta get us a win.
No doubt. No doubt. You're going to get these two. Everybody knows it. They shouldn't even make you throw it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Get it. Good.
All you is to pray for Stacy. Okay? That's all I'm gonna tell you. Just pray for her. Pray, yeah, you do pray. So pray for her. That's all. Just pray for her. So God just to give her a blessing, a bigger blessing to put his hands on her. So that's all I say. Pray for her.
Okay. Nice. Stacy just got married, right?
That's just got me.
And she just got back from Bali? Okay.
Pray for her. Like, just on a blessing to come. And it is. It's a blessing. It's a store for her. I feel there's a blessing coming for her. I got a message. She was saying, "Hey, girl, it's honeymoon because they had uh, let her go at her job and gone since the second, but they terminated her on the 26th. Just pray for her."
Okay.
I got that list today at lunch, and I was just and I called Adrian to get some help of, of getting some positive message to her because I was so. Adrian said, "We don't be waiting. Let her be waiting for you to reply to her 2 hours." She said, "You reply to her within an hour." I said, "Okay, well, if you know anything or what words I can say to. So I came over my mind just told her, "Hey, prayers or wisdom, um, like come through you, love you."
Right.
You didn't even hear nothing I said.
I did. I just heard.
I
I just listened to you. If you want to do today from Stacy.
Not her husband. Not her husband. It's her.
I know. I didn't say her husband, Miss Aquarius. I did not hear her. I did not say her husband. I think it's a separate question, but we'll hold on that. And you said that due to her attendance and that she's.
Her husband is fine that I know of. She just thinking about her husband, but that he's fine.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. That's all.
Yeah, assuming that he's fine. I hope he's fine, yeah.
But don't you go accusing me
on the 26th.
on the day.
Yeah. So I was there, and I'm just eating, and then I'm thinking that they just came back or something.
Right.
So when I looked at and read the message, I'm like, and I just was lost for words, like like, oh. And then my husband said, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm okay, but, it is devastating. I know she likes her job. She loves it, but I'm not just gonna come. And no, she loves her job. I don't know. And now she got to, just like she said, she's got to be in the process of, focusing, on what's the next process of, what she's gonna do. It's just I feel for her. I just feel for her.
Absolutely. What does she do?
And I just.
What's her career?
She was working at the airport, and she was a death agent as a gate agent. But sometimes, yeah, I feel for my sister, man. I just got a prayer for her, like everybody just to pray for her. Like I love her. I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know she put them days in. I don't know. That I don't know. Cause she don't do that. I don't see her. I don't know who to know. It's just crazy.
She's
I
consistent.
know bigger blessings will come. And I
Absolutely.
know nothing but the devil. That's how I say nothing but the devil at the devil in Black blessings or something. And for me something I'm saying right, but I don't know. I don't know. You know, I really I know God over me. I know He does something didn't just don't know.
God
And
willing.
she what church that we go to, and I'm able helping somebody move on in the morning. What church again? Because I told her I don't know her church because her church has moved and they got a new name as well. So I got to ask her. That's what I go to a Catholic church. She said, "Oh, so I'm gonna ask Adrian, and Adrian tell me her church's name again, and I let her know. We're gonna let them know mine. I'm just gonna pray for it every day. Every time I wake up before I go to bed, I'm gonna pray for it. I told her I love you. I love you too. Like I'm gonna be my prayers and thoughts are with you, baby. It's a blessing gonna come for sure. She's a good worker.
Well, if the worker then shouldn't have a problem finding a position, and God willing, it'll come quickly. She gets unemployment, so I know that it's just a little bit of a cushion. That's don't really have any
And I'm
words.
talking about the day of they about to leave. Right? The day of you about to leave, they telling you the day y'all about to go run.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. That's the short.
Yeah,
Said she was gone since the second. She said she's been since May second. She said they since they turned. I'm not mad. I'm just just you know, sad for her, but I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be strong for her because I know that's a blessing. God, 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 yeah. I ain't know but the devil, man. The devil like to block blessings for anybody. He just like to do it. And then we okay. I said, yeah, and I just told her, I didn't want to say nothing crazy. I wanted to say something uplifting, a positive word.
it's not
So
the
I
end.
replied to her right reply.
It's not the end of the world.
I love.
It's not the end of the world.
No, it's not. For sure. She has an opportunity coming too, and that. Yeah, it's a blessing. Not a blessing will come. We just don't know what it is and what, right?
Absolutely, Miss
What you
Curtis.
said soon, though, right? Soon.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say we don't know when. We're gonna say soon, right?
God willing.
Soon. I can't say when. I can say I'm not gonna never say when. I'm gonna say it's a blessing coming soon. That's what I'm gonna say. We do know it's coming. And I know he's okay. He said they had to postpone it. Well, man. Go to the house and give her. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm just trying to give her her time. And maybe
100%.
I did it right. Probably a few weeks.
Would handle it or something. I would send her another message just saying, I want you to know I'm thinking about you. I'm here if you need anything. I'm going to give you some time and I'll contact you. And let me know if you need anything in the meantime. Love, Miss Aquarius. That way she doesn't feel like that in there. I know that you're going to overcome this and you're just going to be better. You know, I keep it short, but that way she knows like you don't want to live with her,
Right.
but that she's on your mind and she'll overcome this and she'll be better.
Yeah, I told her that. I said, I'm so sorry to hear my thousand prayers are with you, and God has a blessing in store. Keep me up. I love you. And she said, thank you. Love you too. Because I don't want to overwhelm her. I don't want to. Because I was going to call her. Nope. I'm calling you. Nope. She's still probably, trying to, I'm just trying to tell her stuff. She's going to be all right. My sister's going to be okay. I'll be good. I'm here for it. Well, I'm regular with you too, Rabbi. I appreciate you being here and, learn just stuff too.
100%, Mr. Chris. We've been friends for more than a year, and I look forward to many years of friendship. And friends are my friend ones, and I had to ask for clarification. Stacey just got married. She's in my phone. I can tell how many exact days this woman has been married, and that exact.
Every my coworker said it took Rabbi. When I told her, she said, what happened? It's something happened. I said, no, Felicia. I just because I didn't tell her that I was, in the break room, so I just gave it. And then when she said, yes, it goes. Then she gave me.
It could be a lot worse. She could have issues with something. This is just a job. Jobs are not for humankind who's ever been in it forever. They are, by definition, temporary. And she'll get through this. She's been married 30. As of this moment, God willing, she'll be married for 39 years. And so long as nothing's wrong there, and she saves a lot of money by not going. And if she is able to get a job this summer, then she's her in better financial shape than she was before. And she had benefits places where she
I ain't sad that she didn't get to go. It's just I'm sad at that. I'm just sad that no, that's just but I'm strong for it. I have to be strong for it. I'm here by her side. She get by her side. She got good people by her side.
New Orleans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Delta made on the day she was supposed to leave on her trip. That's ridiculous.
Yep. That is ridiculous.
Well, thank you for sharing with me. We'll share our thoughts certainly, and you just stay. It's going to be a tough summer. She's gonna find something whole quick and be back on her feet. Something's fishy though. Not about Glee. You and I both work a job. You may have a certain number of and it's and she was getting a big trip, which is going to cost company a few $1,000s, and just based on that benefit, and it's almost like they were like the way that it sounds, and this is just she has a supervisor, and that supervisor has a budget and recognizes, hey, we could save the company money by letting right before they're supposed to. She doesn't have any record against us. She can't do anything to us, and we're going to save on our budget. But that is
So I know that she's been out there sinking. So she's been out there sinking.
Hold on a second.
When did she go back?
Hold on a second. Now you're saying something that's a little different. She's been out since May.
Yeah, I said this is what she said.
Okay.
She said that she officially got terminated 26.
Okay. Now she got married on the 26th of April. Okay. I'm not saying you're saying. I'm not saying you're saying anything.
Yeah, she got out since May 2nd. So she's been at work since then. I don't know. I talked to her on. I don't know. I talked to her on the 20th, her birthday. When before her birthday about her trip. We talked. We talked the thing. So that was and 26. And I asked her what she was doing for her birthday. She said they were going to work on 7 away. So that was on the 4th.
That's right. I remember
Yes,
you
she
saying
was,
that.
I don't know.
Okay, so and I don't know. And there's a reason why she didn't go back to work from May 2nd to the 26th or whatever. And I
know she had withdrawn. I know she was. I don't. I don't ask you how they did. You know, but when you, I don't know. I know it takes about her birthday. I asked her what she was going to take. So I don't know. I don't know. Something to do with busy. I don't know.
with that job, was it one where you come in every day, and it wasn't one where they called you to?
No, no,
Okay, yeah, something happened between the
no,
second.
no. She said the drastic side. She went in. And I think they swapped days with Cole.
Something happened between
All I'm
the
gonna do is just pray for her.
absolutely.
Huh?
Something happened between the 2nd and the 26th. Don't know. Included in that. So
I told her, I said, give it some time.
right.
Let her process everything. Let her do what she got to do. And, you know, I don't want to ask her questions. She wants to tell me, she'll tell me. Right now, I know. I'm going to be here for her. That's all. I'm here for her.
And
support, I'm going to be there.
And she's a smart woman. She knows that she without it having any kind of issue or something.
Right.
So to Delta, I can't necessarily say it. It didn't. I mean, I think you said second, and I wasn't. I didn't.
And she's second, but they officially terminated her on the 26th. That's what I said too, but I don't know. Cause I know so she must have went to work. She had to go to work probably at 28th that I know of. I don't know. Cause I know she said she was off. I don't know how many days she was off. But she was off that month. She had to be out. After the wedding. So, I don't know. But I'm not doing that. I'm just
not at all.
because they
Not at all.
out.
Even if she, for her own personal reasons, to get her health or whatever before her honeymoon, I would understand that. I really would. I get it. She had a huge buildup. And there's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of stress and anxiety and stuff, and there's not too much we can do about it.
We're just gonna pray for her, Rabbi, and I'll let you know
Checkers time between you two.
if we're going today. Are you out there?
Jayski, we hear you coughing.
That was me coughing.
Oh, that was Miss Aquarius coughing. Apologies.
Yeah, me coughing. My allergies there. JC. This one's saying, It's late as hours. JP.
Not working keeps me up 1 second.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm outside right now.
We've been having problems and stuff. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do, okay, Bella?
Absolutely.
She's gonna be fine. She's gonna get it done. I
Absolutely.
believe it.
Yeah, there's a saying. Job hunting, you gotta treat getting it within a few weeks.
Okay. I love her, I love her, I love her.
How long was
She's
she?
gonna be strong for us.
How long was she with Delta?
Ooh, Lord. I think more than a year. More than a year. Yeah, more than a year. It had to be more seriously. More a year. A year. That's been with them for a minute. When no sleep, man.
You worked with her at
Yeah,
Delta.
I've been with mine for my new job 4 years.
Oh, you've been at your new job 4 years and you worked with her at Delta?
4 years.
You worked with her at Delta?
No, I do not. Because I have options.
Of course I know that. You didn't hear me. Question through.
What? Say it again. Say it again.
Did you work with her at Delta?
No, I didn't work at that. So we worked with we was contracted by the company, and
Okay.
then that's when she switched on and went on, got out of there and went to
Delta.
they doing with Delta. She was doing cabin crew at one point in time. She did that for a minute. She went there. She applied for Delta. And Delta got her own. Gay agent.
I got you. Okay. So she's had a couple.
I was like, okay, I'm ready. I'm tired of this wheelchair. So I talked to my career specialist, my job there.
Ooh. Is there any way to get in touch with your career coach?
Mm-hmm. She knows her, but we probably can. Yeah, probably talk to her. Yeah. Yeah, so things I'm gonna pull through. And be strong for her. I love her. Yeah. What about you, Rabbi? You okay?
Yeah, I've got 2 pods tomorrow.
Okay.
So I'm excited for them. And one is at 7 in the morning, and the other is at Gonna check the time right now. One's at 7 morning. Well, let me check. I might have 3 tomorrow, Miss Query.
Oh, nice.
Maybe not though. I got so many of them. I put them in my calendar, but I might have put the wrong name with one of them.
I haven't sneezed today, but one time, and then earlier. Glad. And I can see what I can do, Rabbi. You know what hurts, right?
That's right. Oh, Miss Aquarius.
You
I
got 3, 4.
have to delay one of them. Maybe.
Or but some of them be long. Are they with the same person or with different people?
They're with different people. Um, sure.
Okay, I gotta go some sleep. I'm tired and I'm restless. Ugh. But, Oh, God. Wake up me all day. Uh, uh, okay, down. Not part of mine. Let me just take this. Change them. Oh, yeah, the change one, huh? Holla. Are they real wrong?
Um, this one,
Nah, they don't tell you, huh?
yeah, it's just kind of like however they feel,
Oh,
however they're going.
that's right. You say you can do 3, huh?
I'm gonna try. I'm asking for tomorrow if we can adjust my 1 hour.
3. I mean, you don't. 3 at one time. Not at one time, but. Oh,
Oops, I made a mistake.
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Another error. Who is the most financial? Oh, it's another. I never heard no. I never heard of them.
An email, and then I had to send out an email right afterwards saying to guard the previous email. God willing. Um, One person was emailing me, but we have a podcast a week from tomorrow, and I was thinking that it was tomorrow since they were emailing me like right now. But
So you got 2. So you got 2 now.
never know how these.
You have 2 tomorrow?
Yeah.
Finally kick. What? What are you looking at my chest for? No, look at your shirt. It says not a petting zoo. Yeah. Some kind of somebody sent this to me. I walked in a shirt that said Strong Smart Belch Company. Oh, I hate when you wear that shirt. And I was at Mothership last night, and I got off my set, and I see him walk with a shirt that said Strong, and he goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I just ignored him because I'm like, I'm not. I walk into the green room, Rogan goes, Tony, we're posting. Some other people are in the green room. I'm like, hey. And Rogan goes, are you wearing 2 shirts, first of all? And is that strong? And then they just start going after me, and Shane just starts laughing. He goes, man, and then he walks in. I'm like, no, sir. When I saw that show, they just can't roasted me for about 10 minutes. Rightfully so. It's okay. They like the triggering shirt, just strong. That's triggering. How did your show last night? Great. Yeah? Yeah. I've been killing that room like they not to be a dick. There last night, too. Yeah, I was a little boy. You were a big boy. I saw each other. I've been having a great... I saw him and I went, yeah. But... Oh, sure. Monterey too, but it's funny. I actually for the first time sat and listened to other people's sets. That didn't happen. It's like so I'm like, you hear a lot of things that you don't hear, and you would never hear certain things. Like you never hear someone say the word retarded in Los Angeles when I was doing stand-up. No, well, especially when you get up, like it's frowned upon now, but it's kind of nice. Yeah, yeah. A cigar, like a Cuban cigar. Yeah, it's not allowed to happen. It's like seeing a soup. You can, it's funny. Yeah, if you just throw it, Yeah. Yeah. How are the sets? They were great. Dude, that room it's hard. I feel like it's almost like Denver Comedy Works. It's like, the other day with Greg Romano, they were packed. And all on fire. They just wanted money. And it was just dropping it. Like, it was Tom Segura, then me, then Jamar Neighbors, and then Rogan went up. Rogan had such a fun out to say, but his riff on the UFC White House card was so good. And just like his work at the White House, that thing. Shane dropped in with Joe. It was a fucking awesome. I seen the Joe's house, and I said, and he's like, it's just insecurity scared the shit out of me.
What'd you say?
I said you got 2 now, so just get prepared for those 2.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Came out of the showroom, and they were all surf professionals. And the dude, his arms were like the size of mine. Yeah. Probably my height, and just had that I'll fucking kill you look on his face. That's what you need. Had the dark hair guy. Yeah.
Nina.
So scary. He gave me a look like he would fucking kill me.
Nina. Can you hear me? Nina.
You know her?
Yeah, she and I are supposed to... Hello. Yeah, we're supposed to do a podcast a week from tomorrow. How are you?
I'm good.
Welcome.
I sure hope I'm on here.
Pardon me?
I sure have a camera.
I'm the only one on camera.
Good.
Excellent.
Checking you out.
Very well. Well, as I state, I'm on 24/7, and I'm in my Discord 24/7, so people can watch my life whenever they wish. And connect with me, ask me questions. We play games. Miss Aquarius and I, another person in here, just finished playing a game, and I've got some friends who are in here later playing games and just chilling, watching podcasts. How'd you?
Yeah, pretty normal, it's that and the other thing, but we're checking out all your links because you got so many links. And I sent you an email earlier. I don't know if you responded because I'm not in that now.
Absolutely.
Your that your given? Is that your birth name?
Said in my email as well that I'm not affiliated with the banker end of the family. We do have direct uh, ancestral connections, but they're pretty distant. There are thousands of us within the United States alone, tens of thousands of us throughout the world. We basically are in the so it's a pretty common.
Yeah, it used to be Rock Shield, isn't it? Rock Shield?
It was Red Shield, yeah.
Red Shield, right.
Yeah, it was the.
Well,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's very interesting on in the world, that name is definitely forefront right now.
Oh, it has been
And
for like 200 years, yeah, 100%.
well, see how to most people it hasn't.
Okay.
So, Neil's talking back there.
Go ahead. I did in my email. Generally, I don't go into my familial history because there are people in my direct family who I don't necessarily want to have any kind of threats or be have any kind of random people show up at their house. I had that myself with my life. So, as I said in the email, basically, if possible, on my streaming futurism and how we can make the world a better place.
So that seems to be
Yeah, so I have my life for worlds. Do you mind?
Sure.
Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, as you know. I stream my life 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and show a real life big brother. This is a timeline of human achievement. In the 1990s, phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. The reason why I say that is because in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum, viral. God willing, and what I do, I'd like to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, that sounds really good.
Excellent.
Doing that.
Well, the is multifaceted. First and foremost, as I previously said, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data, specifically human data, to have a build on multiple platforms at any given time. So this is essentially a timeline and a capsule of human achievement. From there, we're going to be able to monetize that. Am I monetized right now? Yeah, actually I am, but not in the way that I think I really could be once I have all of my streams that are available to be digested by the world. Additionally, I am someone who has new endorsements, and the plan is just like you may be able to see, I'm endorsed by cryptocurrency right now, and that's what all my betting and merchandise is. I'll be able to do the same for your Fortune 100 company. Makes me different than any other influencer that you'll ever find. I mean, I do stuff with any other. They go offline. They do whatever they want to do. I don't. I ensure that I'm streaming 24/7. and that means that someone's logo and brand will be available to the audience 24/7. The plan is to take all money from that, additionally from currency, not just the ones that I endorse, but within those kits, and my social media. All of that, put it into 501c3 and basically make the world charity in the way on my streams and document that friends or organizations of their own, so that people, not just in their, but any kind of things that are near and dear to their heart, such as, veterans, people who want to help animals, the homeless, other things that I talk about in addition to world peace, are ending things like world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. I talk about it, and one of the things that we do is we build Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate of the livestock program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So it's the idea that we'll be able to help those directly who have helped me along the way, and then additionally take the funds that we generate through the stream and be able to give back to the less fortunate of the world. I hope that answered your question.
With data centers, talking about
Desalination comes in. So the Earth is 2/3 water, and with desalination, specifically perhaps powered by nuclear energy, we we have more water than we could ever even begin to want to consume. Now, there's an issue getting that water purified to the point where it can be used in a data center. But these are just challenges that need to be overcome with knowledge, information, and the publicizing of that. Like basically, these technologies are available. So I don't want to be draining our like and rivers. I would like to be purifying the water from the ocean for the United.
excellent.
So
So
in
I would think with your family background that you would be able to do something about it. You would actually be able to people for funding them. You know?
again, I previously said in my email, I don't have connection to the direct bankers. So there are thousands of them in the United States alone, and uh, they're more your dynasty that I don't. So it's been more direct. The people in my family, many are academics
Yeah, all you
and not
influence one
and not.
family that could then go and influence more and so on and so forth. And that's where the change is going to be made. We can all sit here and live stream and we talk about this and we talk about that, but none of us are really doing anything. You know what I mean?
Well, I feel I am.
So,
I feel I am. I'm influencing the world in my own way. Everyone of a certain class, whether they're Rollers or the House of Windsor or the House of Saud, whomever it may be, to move in a world unity practices about global unification are to that which the family.
Enjoy your night.
And let me know if you need Nina.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Me in the moment. And I was like, I'm so sorry. Being in the military. This is probably the first time, too, for Joe being at an event. I guess Dana's bigger than Joe. 1A or 1B top, right? Yeah, right. I don't know. Maybe Joe's bigger. But then at the White House, you had Zuckerberg there, you had Elon there, you had Trump there, you had politicians there. I would debate Joe. Yahoo's there. Joe has a bigger voice than all of them. The President of the United States? They're not than the President. Not than the President. I'm going to picture like fucking Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos. No. Because those guys are movers. Hey, listen. You're off on no one's a Joe. Well, he does. But in real policy, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, in terms of moving an economy, what they choose to do, their connections, it's size. Those guys are Jeff Bezos dropped in and gave his take on who we think should win the election between Karen Bass and Spencer. That's your yeah. We're talking about like I see what you're saying, but Joe, as far as like public, not as far as business goes and money and financials and inflation, all that shit, but as far as like more. Listen to Joe, he can sway certain shit. Bezos is it. So when he is saying something, there's a whole another side that's kind of a rebuttal to it. So it's not his size though. Well, it's there's who, but they have put him over here. Left for the most part. So they need an enemy. Yeah, so I'm just saying they don't have a left Joe Rogan. There's no addition. That's right. The problem. Right. So when Joe can sound like cancel out all that noise, you're gonna have little pundits come out. But even them combined are bigger than Joe. Yeah, I think voting power though was not is in the midterms. It's not. Oh, I disagree. Well, in terms of being a Bezos. Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, like in terms of influencing the people that really well, I'm just talking. There's a whole subterranean, and I'm sure I'm talking about the big board players. I guess I'm sure Elon could just turn the knob on the algorithm and be like, "We're gonna pump." There's a lot. But one of the things that's I have to say, like I'll talk to a friend of mine who's a couple friends. Who make billions of dollars. And they're in those circles. Every time I have a take like that, what you just said, because I have there's a world out there that doesn't pay idiot. Like there's an industry that goes on with what really is happening behind the scenes. Those are people I'm friends with really fucking rich people who have insane businesses. So these are people. It's people that make fucking people that have giant fucking companies. You hang out in the sun. I'm not going to talk about that. I mean, yes, the answer is yes. There's two different things. One's populist, the other is when they lick their nose holes all the time. All their ears, but the thing when you the election, shit. Yes. You win the podcast. Oh, but yeah. I wouldn't say what Joe, but Joe said it on the podcast. He's like, this is crazy that I'm going to be here because this is all the work people to be in the same vicinity. Yes. So can I just give you? Yeah, but if you're be mad at you, the one who did design all these, the brains behind all this. Now, but here's my thought. I've been buried since this first got announced. I'm so happy it's announced. I think it's dope. I think it's special. Yeah. I think people can plan. Inches and also like you guys back friends were like on right, but you'll have all these people talking shit. You have Mike Tyson on your show. Look into his background. Yes, he served. I mean, he's all good, a sweetheart, but it's like, where do you draw the line? And then now because it's Trump and Dana has a relationship with him, who would abuse that relationship? They're poor. It'd be like if you became president. And then I was like, I have you over at the White House, but I'm like, bro, we should go White House card. You're like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And everyone's off. You know, it's like your friends. Yeah. You ain't no bugs. Hey, I tell you what happened. And you know, the thing about Trump, right? Example. So Trump went into Iran. He's getting a lot of shit. Now what? What would you say? Right? It's like he got influence, right? He got influence. Right. Yeah, it's been the biggest, mark on his presidency. Right, but his approval ratings ever. But you'll hear people say something. You'll hear people say controlling Trump or something like that, right? That's fine. Now, like nobody ever says how. Okay, like how would they do that, right? I got it for you. I got it. I'll tell you a story that's me. Okay. Donald Trump. Second. Oh, Netanyahu and Trump. Yeah. But they're trying to cover it. They're like, no, it's just, yeah. He was like, listen, you guys got to stop bombing southern Beirut. It's also fake news that Netanyahu's coming to the White House. That's not real. I bet. So, long story short, it's like, well, so it's like, you think Trump's going to be told about anybody who's anyone like Netanyahu or anything? You think he's going to come though you're doing this? And how would you get to him? Well, what's his biggest? Well, I mean, this is just an alleged story. So where did they go? I bet you won't do that. Well, they said, Mr. President, for a second. Mr. President, first of all, we were just thinking about what a historic figure you are, and how lucky the world is to have a. We were just having a conversation about how George W. Bush took out Saddam Hussein, and Barack Obama took out Osama bin Laden. But no one has ever dared proxy for the Houthis, for Hezbollah, for Hamas, who run everything through the entire shit. Mr. President, so you're saying Mr. President, Cyrus the King in the Old Testament, Cyrus released our people. Let them go back to Jerusalem, thanks to Esther. Sir, you're a biblical figure. You think that worked on his ass? Or you said a retarded kid is so sure. Yeah. You have the power and the guts. I don't know, because then take back to his team and you're George, but you also, he can be influenced. Flatter than Yeah, so does that with that big of an ego. It's interesting to bring up there's a way to do things, right? There's a way to play. There's a way to play the game. There's a way to play the game. And but a lot of people have these different ideas, but you hear that story and you go, well, that makes perfect sense. I can see that. Makes perfect sense. Where you're like, oh, maybe that's how shit is. Literally ruined his entire. Well, sure. I mean, you know what a problem is for him? Because here's the thing, guys. It's like, you know what Iran, the U.S. military goes, well, block it out of here. Do you know why those ships won't come through? Can't get insurance. Go down with I can't get insurance at this point in their term. Boys, let's take a little break here. I'll tell you what, man, I love a good dad bod. Oh, so we're coming up, man. It's here. It's June. It's here, man. Yep. Better to shape myself, man. Yeah, buddy, you're pretty hard. You're pretty hard. Here's the thing. Yeah, I've got my hands on you right now. What you're talking about sometimes, and you can actually do a certain supplementation. All right, man's blood dropping in their 30s. No problem. These are gain fat. Get those love handles. Get those. That's why a lot of dudes start taking Mars Med. It's a natural supplement designed to support healthy testosterone levels, which can help your body burn the fat more efficiently and build lean. A lot of times you go and get your testosterone check. You might be deficient in certain minerals and things. There's a whole thing helping your body get back to running like it did years ago when it was no weird stimulants or synthetic hormones, just real natural ingredients. All right, they got you covered again. Shilajit, zinc, and more. All salty. And listen, 1% of dudes are feeling the results. Just check out the reviews on the website to see for yourself. So for a limited time, the Find the Kid listeners and viewers, you guys get 50% off for life, plus free shipping and 3 free gifts at mengotomars.com. That's mengotomars.com for 50% off and 3 free gifts when you check out. After your purchase, and ask you how you heard about it. Tell me boys sent you. The Find the Kid. mengotomars.com. Holy shit.
The president so far has done a shitty job.
And he's near the bottom, right? Wait, but so his approval numbers are way lower. Hold on, I'm trying to approval. Oh, I see. So yeah, he's not doing well. Yeah, so that's approval. Yeah, so in the high end, he's doing percent. And please understand, next closest is not voting well for the Republicans.
No, it's gonna be blue wave.
It's gonna be a blue wave. Now you got the House and the Senate. Now he can't do a thing. And this now stocks in oil are low, so prices are surging. This is all so bad. What's happening? I mean, the Iranians are they for 5,000 years they know this game. Yeah, they're like good luck. Literally, they're like this. They, the first dumbass. Do you know what they floated? They were like, listen, you got to pay us. Well, bomb your drone. Like, they go, oh, I can't get insurance because I don't want one little torpedo or one little knockout my radars. It's really expensive. So they're all like, we don't feel safe. It's such a disaster. And the Iranians know that Trump is, that we're not going to send ground troops in. He knows that, right? So the Iranians are like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna come to the table, and you're gonna negotiate with us, and you're gonna do our terms. You want the? You're not getting it. Well, Tucker Carlson, and he predicted that this was gonna happen. There was a reason all those administrations did go into Iran. There was a reason. I'm not a geopolitical strategist, but when they were taking out everybody in Iran, I was like, man, Iran's done. You know,
so you're saying is he easily manipulated if you go at him in the right way?
Everybody is. You just find where everybody with watch him, he'll get you something. He told this shit all the time.
Well, just neutralized and it just had no idea what the fuck was going on. So at least he didn't fall for this.
You know about Biden?
Yeah, but he had no idea what the fuck was happening at the time.
You can't manipulate a guy
He was not there.
who can't type shit. But he's like, what? Yeah, one of the things when you see a policy after 47 years, nothing, they can cause so much mischief. They can just cause so much problems, so no president wants to deal with that shit. Right? Big mistake. Still, it's not a mistake, and you two aren't going to give a fuck. But Miles Garrett got traded to the LA Rams. I have a question. Yeah. Two-time defense. Bring up Miles Garrett shirtless, please. He's too. You have to see him naked.
You're gay.
You like Bonds? He's a freak. It's crazy. It's not gas. How tall is he? How tall is he? 6'. Sam and Aaron Donald is not out of retirement. True.
He's still in
This
this.
guy's
I'm sorry.
6'4", 272. Jesus Christ. Freak. Somebody said that if Miles Garrett fought into Florida.
You know, it's kind of funny. That's actually, isn't that Trump's?
Actually, probably different. Different.
You think so?
But I like right. That's exactly how much he weighs. There's no way he's too.
Wait,
Have you heard Trump? Have you heard Trump? He's very healthy. His doctor's like, well,
that way it's not happening.
Trump more than
If he was 6'3", 224,
some sort of like he's fine. Yeah, which isn't true, but we. I bet he's every bit 250. Yeah, I would.
if he's 6'3", yeah, I think he's over that.
He's big, boy, tall. A lot of muscle, though. You know, he's 260 there.
Athletic. We've seen him throw that. His son is crazy. Is that AI?
Just now, his beard's huge.
I knew he was tall, but this is crazy.
His son is 6'9". How does that happen? 6'7"? 6'7", I think he's taller than that. Yeah. 6'9".
Fucking freaking all of it at NYU.
But he was also the reason why I'm wearing like, damn, Eric is 6'5". Look at Eric. Eric is 6'5". Big man. He's so fucking big. They're all tall.
You do know that, like, at NYU,
Yeah, he is.
handsome.
Trolls of the Trump family. Yeah, maybe she's short. He's just not say short. No, I think she's a pretty girl.
He's got like a hamburger. What are you talking about? She's pretty girl.
He's a little shorter. Yeah, I'm just saying. She's 5'8". 5'9". Yeah. So I'm saying.
What up, Mr. Aquarius?
I'm tired.
Okay,
I
good.
just was quiet. There was no prayer.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, just go to bed then. Mr. Aquarius.
That's all she was.
You is my double.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, she was out. Maples or something.
Hamburger looks like something you can't feed after midnight.
He Like they're tall Germanic, blonde, big blue bloods. Those are the people that ran New York.
That's all. She's gorgeous. She is.
She's straight up pretty. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
In her prime, unbelievable.
Even now, dude, she's still 100%.
Yeah, she's still great.
It's a very she's classy, man. Yes, she is classy. Classy. She doesn't speak. I've never heard her talk.
No, she's and it's actually she's actually kind of funny.
Yeah. They are very. They couldn't look better. I mean, you got to give it up to. They look like aristocrats.
Dude, he's a giga chad.
Long necks,
Bones,
Yeah.
6'7".
long, just they have the same face, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
Eventually like her. Yeah.
She's hot.
I can
It's a
see that.
redhead.
I can see a little bit.
Yeah, but you must have a weird life being that age and your dad's fucking Trump.
And you're going to one of the most liberal schools in the country. 6'7" line.
Yeah, the whole thing has been a weird outing. Her husband, did he ever play sports or anything?
He was a soccer guy.
Yeah,
Soccer guy.
no, Trump played basketball. No, not Trump. I'm
Larry.
Yeah,
He was a soccer player.
like little ones here.
Soccer player.
Can he just jump?
Aaron jumped soccer like his. Playing a
Soccer fan.
goalie. I imagine being that tall.
Yeah, goalie weekend for him. So he's been playing for a long time. It is. Yeah, I think you get to a certain age where they go, hey, no more sports.
Aaron Trump soccer. There's a video of him playing.
Oh my God, this must be the highlights. What's that fucking prime? He's so much bigger than this kid.
You know what he looks like? You know what you call him?
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Good lord. I don't know if that big start doing title and just beat up kids. That's what I'm saying. He was what? I'm a black belt.
Looks like the coach running around the field.
He's so fucking distracted. That's a big point. A lot of white, slow twitch. Tough for him to be when your dad's Trump. Yeah.
He was a football. He's getting shit right now for being a Trump supporter. What was that? The quarterback?
Oh, for the Giants? I've never seen it.
But even JFK was in the
Not really.
in a different way.
There was that social media. Yeah. So social media makes it way.
There was social media back then.
This is violent, like hatred. This is like, you know, Ronald Reagan. When I was growing up, Ronald Reagan was a very people like. But he's so. I feel like it's a different time. Yeah. Well, Trump's not very presidential. He's like using the F word. There's a lot about him that's, people don't know where
You actually say something that fucking, like now you could like key in their comment section, they can see it. Like you couldn't write a letter that said whore to Marilyn Monroe. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, like you'd have to have this guy read your letters, make sure it's not poison. Now you can just send a DM and it could see it.
And by the way, you're right. When you say the stuff like Abraham's broken Civil War, so there's
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Andrew was wild. Oh yeah.
Modern history.
What's that?
Modern history is probably the most divisive.
But I again,
My lifetime.
we all have a tendency. As we have a tendency to say things like, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's
It seems like things are just so much worse. Because, like, I guess if you're a kid who's a Gen Z, like, everything you've lived through, it's no wonder they're so cynical. They were born during 9/11. Then there was the financial collapse. Then there was COVID. Like, their whole life is just
like, even in the 90s, there was the Rwandan genocide. There was
I was not a
horrible
but none of that was affecting my life.
You know what? World is like, if you look up like kidnappings back then, it was so much more kids were getting kidnapped. But it's the whole Catholic it was far. Like now is a way more safer time for kids than any time before. But you think it's way worse than social media. AIDS was incurable back then. People, it's a lot of
There
stuff.
was not a lot of Gen Z kids that work with AIDS. They're fucking. I guess Gen Z. What's the one after them? Gen Alpha.
Sorry, yeah, Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha.
Crime has fallen dramatically since the 1990s. What happened in the 90s? You put kids on milk cartons.
There was, but there was. Yeah. I'm saying there's more historic events that they've like. Look at it. Could you imagine 100 years in the future? This generation, like, if you have to go back and take history from so long, it's just
Living, dude, that's history.
yeah.
If you're born in the 80s, there's a bunch of shit going on, 70s, bunch of shit going on, 60s, bunch of shit going on, 50s, bunch of shit going on. It's just life, right? Do you think, like, we're special? Like, because it's COVID?
I think it's not.
COVID have always been great and always sucked. Yeah, both. Yeah, it just is what it is.
Being locked down in your house for 2 years. I mean, I'm saying you were supposed to.
That was definitely
Being stuck in your house for 3 years. And
the trust of the government. The trust of it. Yeah.
You're hoping. Are you trying to say the 90s president is going through the worst terrorist event that's ever happened?
A lot of terrorism. A lot of terrorism.
Recession.
A lot of terrorism.
Oh,
I think that's shit.
It's that you can't
have also stored
90s
shit in the 90s.
What happened on 9/11?
It was also Michael Jordan lost his entire career.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
We had police that one was a long time.
Hell yeah.
We went up to the terrorism in 2011 was the bombing of Lockerbie, the bombing of the Khobar Towers, the bombing of the Tanzania and Kenyan embassies.
Again, I'm talking about the United States growing up.
Yeah, those were American targets. The barracks in Lebanon.
I mean, the Rwandan genocide, Gulf War was a big deal.
So every day you felt.
I remember my uncle Skip having to leave and go to the Gulf War, and we could not stop crying. My mom was like, "What?" She was so upset. She was like, "He's gonna be fine." It's not like he's fucking been in the front line.
We've also had Afghanistan. Afghanistan. Iraq. That's Iraq. Iraq. Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. Oh, so you're forgetting Oklahoma City.
I mean, Columbine, yeah, that's on the
Columbine.
The 90s.
They thought it was the 90s, dude.
Columbine to the 7,000 school shootings that have happened since.
But that they were everyone's copycat.
You're right, they do on a regular basis.
Yeah, but the big reason is people went, "Oh shit, you can't do that," and then they boom.
Got the riots of Los, don't forget the
That's like
riots.
comparing Chuck Liddell MMA to now. It's moved on so much.
Of course, that dude, that promise it's
Columbine was bad.
Well, start right away now because it's your it's real time.
But to my point, though, like, those kids are going to be more cynical than someone in my time because it's that's all that's been in the
Well, also,
the 90s.
those kids see the newspaper. They see the moms screaming. They see the actual. You see this fucking shark attack in see, it's like this woman swimming. Guy comes in, pulls her out, and the cameras are before. Yeah. She had her fucking leg literally That shark just took her whole leg. And I was like, what? And there's a crazy.
I'm so deep.
Yes, there's a deep. You didn't realize how powerful shark
On my food for the day.
really. Right there. That's it.
The second one?
Second one, probably. Or that one. Take a look at that. Yeah. Watch this, Bubba. See how there's only one leg?
See. It's all blurry though. It's not lighting yet.
Hey, bro. You know?
Like I extra when I watch crime shows, if they would show the bot.
The one I saw was not blurred.
You know what? Fuck me. I used to be fine with it until I watched
Terror shit's still alive at least. I can't do the terror shit.
I don't watch any of that.
It ruined me.
No, I can't get know that, man.
I was having nightmares about like terrorism in movie theaters.
Yeah.
It's awful. Your business communications are basically a burner phone and a prayer. Missed calls, text, customers following up for the third time. It's a mess. Okay? It's time to, well, let's fucking Quo. Okay? That is why today was brought to you by Quo. Q-U-O. It's a communication that happens all the time. Where they're all pointing at each other, right?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, customers are sitting there like, if you get Quo, call us a text from one shared number.
It's also the #1 rated business phone system on G2 with over 3,000 reviews, built for how modern teams actually work. Right?
Yeah. It's great for your business. Money business. Say hello to Quo. Q-U-O. Try Quo. Plus for 6 months when you go to Quo, QUO.com/fighter. That's QUO.com/fighter.
What's crazy about that, like think about going to the ocean, your life's changed forever. I'll say it right again.
Tiger shark. Yeah, tiger sharks are.
They'll get you.
They'll get you. Okay. You see their teeth in their mouths, you're like, oh god.
Is a bull shark the most dangerous?
They're awful.
I'd say tigers.
Well, tiger
is
is
tiger.
not good. Not good.
And bull is freshwater, right?
They can do it.
Yeah. They only have fluid.
Yeah, dude.
Tigers
Running all sides, fresh salt.
Oh, we got small ones.
Great whites.
I love great white sharks.
Me too. Love them.
Don't want to see them. Sharks and honey badgers, my two favorite.
What? This is a hot take. I think tarantulas are cute.
You're a
I've seen one in person.
But that's my other thing.
You know, I caught one in the house, and even the boys were like, don't kill him. I'm like, I ain't killing this thing. This thing's fucking cute as shit.
If he came into the apartment with me and my girl, it's his apartment and his girl now.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with
They're
it.
fucking cute, man. They're all small, fuzzy, with big butts.
You like them?
Yeah, they're cute. Really? Yeah.
You're a sick fuck.
Yeah, they're cute. You see them in person, all like warm and fuzzy. You know, that's it.
And the hair, it's like a. Can you pick them up?
You can. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Take a Greek guy's
They will
eager.
bite.
Nasty fucking hair.
Just go that way.
I guess depending on very screen. I don't like those things with their hair.
Beaches. I'll tell you what I don't fuck with is that redhead Texas centipede.
Oh, Jesus
My
Christ.
kiddos are wild.
Oh, dude.
Seen one out there yet?
Hey, you don't want to get bit by those.
Buddy, this week.
No. Have you seen one?
Oh yeah, two.
Oh, man.
Suits, dude, but no, you see the Prolesso one? See how it's all like a crazy color, like a fucking keeper?
Yeah.
It's like 80s.
Fuck off.
Ew. So those are out there all the time.
Real.
God,
That's
That's real, Bubba. I'm telling you.
I don't like that thing at
A
all.
monster from Monster.
Yeah, that's.
Seriously, one and that one.
Yeah, he said no sense of humor about it. He goes,
And my kids love Jody Peterson, and so like
He's great.
something.
He is awesome.
We got him on the show before. He's awesome. Fuck out of here. Yeah, before he was like super big. We had him on the show. Yeah.
Now you have me. That sucks.
So you go get bit by things and come back.
Yeah, you don't want to get bit. You know, people who gets bit by a redhead.
Did you ever get? He's the one that's like, but there's a
Like a bite?
No, it's a shrimp. It's a shrimp.
Oh, the shotgun shrimp dog? You know about the shotgun shrimp?
possibly break the glass.
You got it like that because there's like no confusion. That's disgusting. We're gonna go find a redheaded centipede. I'm like, Bubba, you're not Cody Peterson.
No.
Do not get bit by that.
No, you don't want that.
Is it poisonous?
No, buddy.
Come on, look at how hard
Top 3 hardest bites in the world.
Get the fuck out. Well, it's an awful bite because it's poisonous. And pain. He had pain for a long time after that.
Oh, if you make him scream,
I'm sure he been doing sinister bedroom. What the fuck is
He's in pain.
Oh yeah, he's hurt. He said it never could put it.
He said it was the worst. He said it was. He felt sick. It didn't go.
Box number 1 though, which we also have out here up at Wazoo. Also pretty chill. What chill? Tarantula hawk.
Yeah,
They don't want trouble.
No.
They don't want to be fucked with.
No trouble.
Fuck with them, Bubbo. You're gonna have fuck around and find out. I'm in the suburb.
I'm never
Got to rattlesnakes. Have we gotten to rattlesnakes?
Hours.
We have rattlesnakes on our fucking doorstep.
Yeah.
Rattlers.
And coral snakes. Which have coatless venom.
There's no corals here. Yeah, but they don't go. Those are ocean.
I'm glad I told this is actually something important. They're super dangerous and poisonous.
Coral snakes? Yeah. There's water moccasins.
Yeah.
Venomous Texas.
Bring up a horn.
Yeah, it's really, I know, I'm sorry.
Let me see what they look like, chickens. We're fishing on the docks at night.
Hey, this sucks.
You know what we are here? We're a mini Australia. We're a mini Australia.
I had 200 yards.
You told me.
Please understand, it's
Slide facts I might surprise you. They're super
second stars more. Yeah, we don't want to fuck around with them. No, Joe.
Going back to New York, where it's
Dangerous, but not usually deadly because we can give them their venom's highly toxic.
You know what though? In general, like, listen, haven't been knock on wood, any of my kids get bit, but Bobsy's smaller, so if you have problems, and obviously Billy being super don't have problems, he's gonna be fine, I'll be fine. In general, if you get bit by a rattlesnake, or a coral snake, or the centipede, or the tarantula, you're gonna be okay. Don't fucking hurt. We have cool war stories.
but you need like an anti-venom, right?
For a rattlesnake,
Yeah.
but they have it at the hospital. I think certain hospitals have to carry.
Yeah, they carry an antivenom right away.
Holy fuck, there's no where my slide turns into a fuck line.
That's a code, right? Think by that, and you don't get treated, you're going to die. But you get treated.
Take your time.
But
I love that dude that wakes the animals in South Florida. Have you seen that dude? He going good?
we had that in our pool. Right in our pool. And they cool. I fished a coral snake out here.
Was he dead? They live in water.
Yeah. And even though they don't, and then said, hey, you got kids, why don't you know? I don't know.
Put it in the pool.
And did they get big?
They don't get that big. They don't get that big. And they're not aggressive.
What are the most deadly things in Texas? I need to know now.
Coral snake.
Big number 1.
Diamond
Rattlesnake, diamondback.
And the things that'll really hurt you are the tarantula hawk. That red wasp.
Oh, those snake.
Oh.
Have you seen the Texas red wasp? Huh? You got it.
You're talking about
I say on 60 where I want to get hit by a homeless guy. I'm fine with that. That's fine. No.
Oh yeah, dude.
My girl wants
So I'm sorry. We have the bark scorpion too, and the highly aggressive Africanized honeybee. Okay. Cottonmouth. Don't get by cottonmouth, please. Don't get close, caterpillar. Go back to species. All right. You understand me? Life threat.
I got to see what a close caterpillar looks like.
Then you got brown recluse. You got brown recluse spiders. Oh boy, that causes severe necrotic tissue.
A caterpillar that causes intense burning.
It's looking for your eyes, dude. You got a lot of shit going on.
What's a close caterpillar?
Boots. Oh,
That's kind of cute. That's cute.
yeah, that's fucking cute.
It's cute. And if you touch it, it's fucking.
I like the caterpillar. Just laugh.
I've seen worse puss.
Jesus. That is awful.
That's what it looks like when it touches you.
Well, fuck you. Oh my god, look at that guy's thumb. Fuck. There's gotta be a woman here.
That's a weird thumb.
Oh, this one. Painful.
Speaking of thumbs, I saw a still of your thumb. You have very interesting thumbs.
I just don't hitchhikers up.
No, you're able to fucking bend that shit backwards and shit.
As far as just like, you have hitchhiker up?
No.
You know that.
But you got it too. Fucking weird.
Any angle, Brendan? For the count, it's a regular thumb, huh? No, we have hitchhiker thumb. If it's straight, it means you're gay. What's that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker with her hand and it's gay? She was really hot. Huh? Is that movie with Uma Thurman where she was a hitchhiker and she had giant thumbs? You know what I'm talking about?
In a movies. Sleep session.
Dude, how about it was like, oh, I know, 21 years old. That's pretty wild. It's a movie.
But probably the best decade.
Obsessions,
Obsession and Backrooms. So Backrooms is, you know what Backrooms is?
Oh, that was so fucking cool.
Look up Backrooms, just like the picture. There's like basically a theory that people have seen this in their dreams, seen this in their imagination, like what Backrooms look like. It's like liminal spaces. So they made a whole movie about it, and it's so fucking scary.
I gotta watch.
If you think Hereditary creeps you out, it leaves you with the same whole
Dude,
thing.
he made it for 700, like 150 million or something.
Dude,
What's this? But
it's looking on YouTube. Yeah, I was like high when I left the theater. Like it fucks with your brain as you go into the theater. Then you go into the mall, and it's a liminal space, and it's fucking. It's back. There was a point where I was like,
Bros exist.
so it's just basically supposed to be like
Your subconscious.
it's in the movie it's subconscious, but in like the original lore, it's basically like going outside of the realm of like what we live in.
Well, Chance, to sum it up, Backroom talking about is it internet more concept about accidentally glitching out in reality and then the vast and the space of empty room. That's it. I need a
So there's fucking weird.
moves you.
It's actually very good.
It's about
Basically, he's the biggest fucking dork ever. Has a crush on one of his girl he's friends with,
okay.
and
Don't tell me the whole story. I don't want to. Here's the plot though.
just the plot is basically like he wants her so bad, and even though she makes it seem obvious he wants him, he doesn't have the balls to actually go for it. As hard as his friend trying to get this witch thing, that she is more like loves him more than anything, and you find out that she does, and it's I don't want to give away too much.
Watch the trailer.
Because if I say too
I'll watch it.
Microphones a lot.
This podcast brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right? Are in the business of keeping you on the road. They offer friendly, helpful service, parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance, repairs. They got thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online. So you have the team at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Test your battery for free in your car. If it needs to be replaced, they'll help you find just the right everything for your vehicle. Is with professional parts people at O'Reilly. Sell online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today, or visit O'Reilly.com. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive. Insurance isn't one size fits all. And shopping for it shouldn't feel like squeezing into something that just doesn't fit. And that is why drivers have enjoyed Progressive's Name Your Price tool for years. With the Name Your Price tool, you tell them what you want to show you options that fit your budget. Enough hunting for discounts, trying to calculate rates, and tinkering with coverage. Maybe you're picking out your very first policy, or maybe you just look what's better for you and your family. Okay, and make it simple to see your options. No guess. Prizes. So you're ready to see how easy and fun shopping and give the Nate shop. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. I heard a voice. Come with me if you want to. There were thousands of movies, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful. TV, free streaming of Terminator 2, free channel.
Oh, shit. This fucking movie is so good.
Dude, A24 is proving a fucking Danny McBride. They're putting no-name people in low-budget movies and making things
That's right.
any high Hollywood budget, and it's so fucking. Like I saw the Zendaya and Robert Pattinson, and it's fucking great too. It's basically this couple about to get married, and right before they get married, they've never done, and like one time they locked their retarded kid in the closet overnight. Everyone thought that was bad, and then Zendaya says. It's so fucked up. Oh, what is that movie? It's called Nobody's About to Marry, and it just becomes the most insane.
I'm late to the try. You know what I loved? Nobody.
That was good.
It's good.
That was good. Also, Nobody's too.
It's good.
So you ever watch The Craft?
I did.
Documentary on Netflix?
I did. Dude. I gotta ask, do you think it's a young girl basically trying to
No, you shouldn't.
It's sad.
get that pass, yeah, but it's a thing happening in real life now.
They are control, but then there's evidence of her doing like, and the way she talked to the boyfriend, like she wanted to kill him way more. She got fired from his job.
I don't know that now.
Which is kind of
Here's my thing. Everyone's like, yeah, I don't think trying to exercise why she was going first was like really sketchy the way that when she thought the cameras were off, the way she started talking documentary thing, I was like, and then the ball was like,
and then speaking in whatever it is, the gibberish language, and they decoded it. And she was telling her mom, like, don't tell him this. Tell me, it's out now, it's on TikTok. She's like, shit.
oh, I didn't see that. I heard it's online right now.
Oh, dude, she's getting dragged through the fucking
Really?
Oh, people like, she's the worst thing ever.
In prison?
Yeah, ever.
she's like, because
She wanted me.
he was so sweet, and then they show what she's actually.
And she's a piece of shit.
Outside girl.
Sociopath.
Yeah.
Bad person. And the mom from prison. The mom's like, have you seen it? You made she's like, are you kidding me? She's like, you made the UK news. She's like, I'm telling you, they're terrible people.
Because the parents are kind of made you like I could go either way, right?
No, so that was designed on Netflix to do that. Watch the real one on Hulu. It does much better deep dive on it. And if you watch that, you're like, oh my god, she's terrible. They leave out a bunch of facts.
And most of us walk around because we're good people, and it's hard to fathom how fucking awful some people are.
Oh yeah.
Like how some people will do anything for themselves.
If you want to see the worst, the documentary on Hulu, Natalia Grace. It's what they you ever seen the movie? It's The Orphan, and they adopt that Russian.
Yeah.
Based on, but what they find out in this, they want to adopt this girl anymore, so this period she's actually like 30, but they lied. They just want to get rid of this girl.
Yeah, bro.
But they want to get rid of her, and they lied to the court. They said they got her age change just so people think.
She wasn't really
She
trying
was
to go.
actually like 8 years.
She was like,
And she had her own job and an apartment for quiet. And they put her on the top floor of a walk-up building so she couldn't get down.
Oh my god. So they
That is very gay.
so she wasn't parents that
No.
were trying to kill me.
If they went, we're kind of tired.
Poor girl.
And she's basically in a wheelchair, so they put her on the top floor. They're like, all right, she won't be able to get down and tell anybody about this.
God, man. Like people are just they're so bad.
And the that it was when they went to court over the thing, because legal age was changed, they had to go by the legal enlistments that said that she's actually 10 years old at the time. So she had to like get a job and like fucking pay a utility bill and shit like that. She was 10 at the time. It was fucked up.
crime doctors all fake and they night, and there's just like somebody and then they're interviewing him, and he's like, yeah, I'm taking over. They clearly have the evidence he's on, and you're like, the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? Because he wanted his money, you know?
I got hooked on, you probably love it, on YouTube. There's a guy named JM something, and he does like the interrogations, and he's a himself who narrates the videos, and he like will out why this person lying, and he has one that shows the real psychopath and a big one. I think it's Nicholas Cruz that was the shooter in South Florida. He shot at the school, and he realized that there was cameras going at all time in the interrogation room, like looking at the scene, showed the way that he reacted, and so matter of fact how he killed a person. He's like, yeah, I shot him in the head. I felt like I should get there because you murdered him.
Well, they always ask those people, they're like,
No remorse.
but that's sociopaths don't look at them. People, it's you're just an object.
You would love that orange. It's insane and huge on you.
There's some
Probably
big
again.
shit. Oh, I love all that.
It's like 50 million. It's at least 50 million on the channel.
There's so much good content on YouTube.
So much ADD. I can't watch it.
The reruns are great. That's the problem. You can watch everything now. Every fight that's ever happened, everything.
I already got you. Do you watch anything, Jim?
YouTube.
Mostly, I watch fishing stuff you would love.
Fishing in Canada.
Any shows or nothing? Like you watch like, I don't know. Short answer, no. I watch big shows. When movies come out, I love watching them. I thought it's done now, though. There's no more. Like, oh, fuck, I should watch this. Onslaught, that's what it is. Check this shit out. I started rewatching this. So,
This thing sounds like it. Did you guys watch Handmaid's Tale?
oh yeah, just the first two seasons. Great.
New show. That's the spin-off, which is basically girls' daughter. It's so good.
This is called Onslaught, and
Is this with Alex Burr?
yes,
Alex Burr playing the All Star.
it's 824
St. John Mummy. Show man. I love these kind of movies. Like, so cool. He's gonna have a real role where he's speaking English.
The crazy thing is, like, Alex is like a big, usually when Emily goes into they're like a little clip, little something. Alex is like evil character. Whatever I'm Cyril Khan, if Cyril Khan's not doing it, works out for a fighter when he's movies. He hasn't done that. I haven't seen anything leading to this fight though. If that thing shot now, that means he shot this. I know, fucking probably a year ago. More than that. Yeah, so he's right. So we should be alright.
I love it.
It is a red press for it. There's a lot of stuff. It's usually like there's a red. Yeah. You get one channel name is still too rich, and it's like okay. I've heard it's even worse. Because usually covered, there's a curse to it. There's just no.
Like Izzy reacted to being the I'm on the UFC cover against it. It just his shoulder.
Like man shooting about this shit left you hate, like one of the greatest athletes in sports history. Reported set to earn an estimate of $9 billion through his New Year's lean into Armos and revenue being the value could climb even higher over time. This also might be a prediction. Like I don't know if he's guaranteed 1.19 billion, right? No, I think that is his guarantee. That's the minimum. Yeah, this is a Chinese company. Yeah. And I looked it up. I guess Dwayne Wade was the first person to do this shooting. 2017 or something. He got like 60 mil, around 60 mil. This is what Steph Curry's getting paid. So this is kind of what this is what Dwayne Wade wanted. The kids like crazy shit. They like wow. That's why like mellow ball shoes are like the biggest thing. They're like Jordans. All kids wear mellows because they're crazy colors. And they did a Rick and Morty collab. Like they like loud. Yeah, I like them too. They're just like the cleats are loud now. The shoes are loud. Like lime, like bright green, the bright oranges, and bright yellows. Like nothing's just chill these days.
Who's your basketball team?
Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. So both the Knicks are actually in the finals.
They play tonight.
Yeah, buddy.
I can't give two fucks about NBA basketball.
Unless the Knicks are doing well, I don't give a shit. But it is crazy to see Wemby.
Yeah.
Used car. He's so lanky, but he's also so coordinated at the height.
Yeah. He can like cross things up and pull up. He's that really skinny, right? Really tall, really
French guy.
Yeah, 6'5", 7'5". Yeah.
See when he fell. When you're that tall and you fall, it's insane.
Oh no, those guys are always.
The video of him falling was
7'5". Yeah. 7'5". It's interesting. I mean, Shea Gilgeous we're not doing that's so UFC 2. He's not from any legit sources. Yeah, so it's not confirmed. But anyway, so I guess I looked this up too. So Aiden Ross was on a live stream. He said that if it's true that he's not going to the pulled out. He didn't pull out. He says if Yahoo's there, I'm not going.
Most just not trusting
saw the way that it's like different every single time, but this is apparently like what it's supposed to be. I wouldn't believe it about it.
Bro, a lot of people. I really would now go make it a year. All
How's he? So much money. He's just
he's the biggest streamer in the world. Like him and when T was popping off, and he would do a lot of streams and kind of give him like a big jump start. And now something, right? Shit, how much does it say he makes a month off streaming?
He's gotta have something though.
Here's the boxing event. And
But that doesn't. But I'm with Brian to stick out. But I show super talented, has charisma.
So athletic. He's a beast. Against actual track stars. Fast. Yeah.
Wow.
I bet you.
But then you also said like the amount of money they put into it to get that stuff is also a lot of money. Yeah. I don't know how.
That's a good question because I show C.
You watch I show. I get what kids fucking. And I'm not saying I don't give that with Ada. I'm like, oh, what makes him the outlier? Like, what made him so special?
He's just like I used to have where it's like they just sit in the chair. So I don't know. I think it's a first to do it. They were kind of very early on, and they were
Probably they have a certain kind of intelligence, like a thing that people can.
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah, authenticity or something.
He's sleeping over on that house for a stream, like that's just Peter Ross's stream. Then millions of warriors going on there for a fight, like that's cool to do leading up to get people to see to get eyes down.
It's the main thing because it's live and unscripted interaction. I think I still don't understand.
They want more. They don't want pre-produced.
They don't want produced stuff. They don't like streaming is just this the way.
It's like, oh, this is not the mainstream.
Yeah, and it is.
To produce for that. Want to see you like, they want to see how you react to both. Like that kid over here is literally just walking around talking to people's girlfriends and just getting a crazy amount of money.
I just and I thought like an old head or an uncle, I'm just too old to do the live streaming 6 days a week. I just can't.
Where you're gonna start streaming job. Yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Yep. Exactly. Big brown break. Oh, dude. Big brown break. Let's go. Okay, I didn't get to look at this right now.
Too, if they want to know about this, right? Want to see it? Just subscribe to the YouTube.
Oh yeah, so it's leading out to the UFC White House, which is on a Sunday the 14th. We're doing a live stream on Tuesday. It's gonna be on Big Boy. So it's on Tuesday, and then we're also doing Friday. Because it's for the membership only, right? It's not for just the live view. It's just not a live.
I think people want to be able to ask questions.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to be on the membership.
Yeah, the membership. Yep.
Like, you could watch it, but actually get your questions that are watching. Here, it's gonna have to be.
Yep. So Tanner Scott was a pitcher for he didn't pitch green, right? But he's a fucking athlete. Dude, look at today's fucking social media. It's more people lose Gunshire fan. So it says Tanner Scott's wife Maddie revealed messages and comments she received after Scott was losing pitcher in the Dodgers. She was like, "Obviously, you don't know what it's like unless you're living it."
That guy should find it out.
Surrendered the go-ahead home Phillies. They did. Look, so someone in their fucking family tonight. Isn't it crazy?
People don't realize how serious when people are messaging you crazy shit and it's from an anonymous thing that you front in person.
Well, she's gorgeous.
Yeah. Wait, she's the one getting these?
Yeah.
Well, fuck, she
Her the family.
Pieces of
She
shit.
gave up any runs.
Just pieces of shit. Don't worry about that.
Isn't it crazy though?
Yeah. Scumbags.
I don't get
Let's see.
No, it's not jealous.
People who.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest things. Yeah,
Yeah. Freaking out. On me. So genius.
Protectors in this bitch. Is it okay if I say my least favorite race? We've made fun of blacks, Latinos, the whites, Indians. Please, thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you are right now, I bought a ticket to a church, probably thinking to myself, Tony, where are those Jew jokes?
He's as creative as it gets right now.
He's crushing it.
Yeah.
All right, so P Diddy has a sex tape out that just got, I guess, just got released. Has anyone seen it? I haven't seen it.
No. So,
Would you watch it?
Diddy has a sex tape out.
Oh, yeah. To this part.
You watched it. Wait,
I haven't watched that one.
tape with who?
With 50 Cent's ex. So it's 50 Cent's ex, P Diddy, and another girl. No, dude. The main that P Diddy's the one showed up just all oiled up. P Diddy's he just hit himself with all oiled up. And then the biggest thing, like, I guess he wanted to do a little bit, but then let the other guy finish off because P Diddy apparently has like a very small. Yeah, they said it was like around. He said around 3 inches.
No, man.
That's a shit. So 50 Cent found out.
If you're a black guy with a small dick, that's tough.
Yeah.
There's so much expectation.
It's very interesting.
It is hers, and then you can see a little clip. No, it's like cut the statement out. I tried to blackmail her and wanted money, and she was like, no. So like, all right, we're gonna release this. You have any comment? She's like, this is so fucked up.
I feel terrible for her.
That's what she said. She's like, yeah, I wish I never did it.
I mean, I feel awful for her. Is she a mom now and all that?
Yeah. Now P Diddy, or I'm sorry, 50 Cent. I want to game. That's like a kid.
It's such a bummer, man. She was doing it, and then the video gets out. Shut the video down.
He filmed the place. I was blackmailed by the person in the video who was threatened that if the escort assumed if I didn't give him a lump sum of money that they would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to his demand, and once I did, this person eventually sold this tape to a giant media outlet. Media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape, and they asked if I had any comment before the release. The first time I ever fainted in my life. Media company I stood. The tape they purchased was revenge porn and an extortion scheme. I want to say thank you, even though years later it came back to haunt me again. So it eventually got released. Oh, so interesting. Yeah, so I was gonna say, so the media company, because it's extortion and blackmail, it's actually and that's why
She should be able to shut this down.
in the video. Okay, so maybe the male porn star is talking about a different experience because he actually did like a little statement here. So it must be someone else. This guy's the one that talks about P Diddy being oiled up and having a small
Is that a porn star?
Yeah, this It's one of the porn stars.
Like Weezy.
Yeah, like a big one. But it's super long. Oh, yeah.
What for her?
Yeah.
What's that say? But did he be in war with them?
Well, yes. Okay. Deal right.
Yeah.
I don't know. We looked it up before.
Oh, shithead.
Okay. Kid on a plane on his Bluetooth. You guys seen this? It showed like the name of his Bluetooth thing or whatever was
Somebody saw it on.
yeah, they reported it. And because of that, they had to like freaking land the plane back. Just a shit. I'll just.
Hey, you're lifted.
A funny joke. That is a little joke on me. And it's going to be compromised. That's the door at this time.
I'd be so mad. Yeah, and that could happen as soon as someone mentions something like that at all.
Joke, and they still turn the plane on.
Yeah, because you have to treat it that way. You have to. Imagine if they kept going. There's actually a bomb. Like, yeah. I get that.
Or the trip where then they turn.
I don't know. Yeah, I'd say keep on.
Tells them. That's probably going to be something like that.
Bureaucratic. You have to do it. It's like, come on.
It just says mid-air, but then so
Say that.
right. You guys can talk. He was one. He was best. Oh, I saw this today. That's what's getting so. This is the best man. He just fainted during. He's the redhead. Huh? He's the redhead. The redhead. Yeah, he's the son. You'll see like how this all plays out too. It's kind of interesting. They just keep powering through it.
Sometimes love looks like sitting in silence after a long. Sometimes it looks like, wow,
Look at he's still talking. This is not.
sometimes.
Hey you.
Hey, I messed up.
Yeah, I love the priest that did not.
Yeah. Well, it's not a priest. That's his friend who was officiating. That's not a priest.
He seems to like.
Keep going. Keep going.
It sounds like he does that. But apparently, it has on food. He was able to do a speech afterwards. So fine. It was just that one moment. That's so amazing.
Really funny.
Yeah, so Copple's like trying to get more situational awareness than you right now.
It's really good.
Alright,
I remember a guy, this cop in LA, I never forgot, I had my dog off leash. I was at the beach. I lived in Britain. And he's an old veteran. And he goes, hey, put your dog on leash, please. He goes, do you know what I hate? Do you know what I gotta take time to look at a guy like you and say, put your dog on leash and you with a ticket. That doesn't make me I get it. He goes, so do me a favor. I go, what? Guys, this weekend, Friday, Saturday, I am at the Schaumburg Improv in Schaumburg, Chicago Improv. Come get some. And I'm in Louisville, Maryland, McGoody's Joke House, July 17, 18. There we go.
Thanks, Liz.
I'm still filming a couple episodes, so but I'm gonna be putting up dates. As of next week, but on the website right now. And Medill, Alberta. It's the best. Yeah. Love it.
Well, there you go, fellas. Fellas and Big Brown and Friday, I'll have details for you. I'll post them. Wait. Bye, kids. Kid, we're out.
Oh, look who the fuck it is.
Yeah, where's the mic up here?
Oh, yeah, I don't know what happened to that. I slept really late. How'd you sleep?
I don't know. I'm curious. I woke up at like 8:30 and then I had like insomnia or something like that. Fell asleep like for like 40 minutes. It was alright.
All right, so you're keeping me titulated with the Backrooms review. So please tell me about it.
Absolutely.
But give me the first part too. I don't want it broken into parts. Give it.
Yeah, I mean, I went first in the second half. So first half. So the first half, as I was saying yesterday, it starts off with like this found footage scene. There's like this bird flying through the back rooms. I didn't think that the bird belonged at all in the back rooms. And then also my opening found footage scene stressed because they're being chased monster and they're like heavily breathing, like, and then it shows like some person just like casually like walking in front of them. And instead of like the person being like panicking, there's the person that's casually walking in front of them, which at first I did not understand, but then later on in the movie it revealed that the people that were in the back rooms actually people, and that was people, but they're not really people at all. And that was like a bone of mine to pick in the movie. It was revealed in like the second half it now before I forget. There are just these people that like maybe just just look weird. That's basically how the faces look, and there's some explanation about how they're like people's memory thing that are like trapped there. They look like they were being like some like music video or something. They did not like they're just very like clearly like sets and not the real. I don't think I was much of a fan of those people that were just actors, but they tried. Whatever. It was yeah, not my favorite thing. What else in the first half? People say that the film was too long. And they're complaining how the film is like super slow. I honestly didn't feel that at all. YouTube.
That's 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes, right? He's pissed off about 10 minutes.
Jeremy Johns is pissed off about 10 minutes.
You said the movie's an hour and 40 minutes, and this guy should have said that. Jeremy Johns said it should have been an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's like an hour. So yeah, it's off about 18 minutes.
Okay.
But I honestly I didn't think that there was much like it didn't seem to me that there was like a lot of unnecessary that just be cut out. Some people, which I more so agree with, think that there should have been more like context to certain scenes, and that could have been better, like more the movie further, but no problem. And also Penguin Alien. There's also talking about the background thing, so like the pacing was slow in it, and that people now in like the movie theaters are just on their phones with like TikTok brain, and they like have no attention span to like watch the movie, and that director is neat to basically like cater to this modern zero attention span.
The last, I said the same thing. I got it.
Yeah, I think I do remember you saying that, but I don't know. I feel like there's like a huge aspect of tension building and not just making everything into a condensed top reel. Like there's a lot of value to using time wisely in a cinematic sense, and yeah, I mean, I think that there could be some how films are made. In this particular instance of the I did not have a problem with the pacing. With the pacing of the movie, like I wasn't over really dry and dull, and I'm like, okay, it's like resisting the urge to like look at my phone. But in this movie, I was like, no, there's stuff going on, and it's actually interesting. It's not like an action-paced Spider-Man 3D movie, but there's stuff to watch, sense and just pay attention. Yeah. So the first movie building up this relationship with, sorry, the first part,
Okay.
the half of the movie, the relationship between the guy Clark, who works at this like furniture type store, and his relationship with his psychologist or psychiatry, who Clark is like going to see the that he has with his wife, and that how he acts and how his relationship is not panning out too well. And eventually, yeah, as I was saying yesterday, the way that they get into the back room was just not, in my opinion, the greatest way that they could have done it. Just like the Potter 9 3/4 just thing in, or just walking through a wall magically just did not. I mean, I get the back feeling realistic, but I feel like you're going out of your way to make it super unrealistic. When you just are just walking through walls now, right in your face, like nonsensical. And then, so this guy, he just walks through the wall and he's in the back room. He goes and explores the back room. One thing that I really like is that really every backroom piece of media out there is all first person found footage, and you never get a third one going through the back rooms. Seeing someone in third person going through the back rooms would just like it wouldn't work, and it'd be like weird because it's like, oh, this makes no sense that there's a cameraman literally following someone into like the back rooms. Like that would just be stupid to have someone recording you in third person in the back rooms. But it actually, when I saw it, it was like you say like you read about that, and you're just kind of like observe. If you become the perspective of the camera and become this like outside observer that's watching the person going through the back rooms. And so that provided a very. So Clark goes in for the first time. He starts exploring the back room. There's clearly, like, I mean, one, you just walked through a fucking wall, and two, you're now going through the back rooms, and there's just like all insane stuff that would just highly concern any normal rational person. They do kind of, I guess, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he goes in the base, he's like, oh wow, this place is like an insane labyrinth that never ending. And like walks back out, and then he's like, okay, I'm back in the department store, and there's like, oh, I'm just gonna go back into this like endless hallway. Maybe has nothing bad happened that like he was like, okay, it's fine. But and that happens in pretty much every horror movie too, is that like the main character is like, okay, what what's behind clear off? Like he also found a duffel bag filled with these floppy disk labeled like backwards, like recordings and footages of like supposedly other people who have traveled through the background. And he didn't. I thought he was going to take the name tag, because there's a name tag in that duffel bag, and show whether he was like, take any of those discs that were in that duffel bag and try to examine it, which I think would have been a cool thing if he had like plugged in or whatever, started viewing those tapes and like saw some crazy shit. But yeah. And then like they're going to, I guess he had like employees at the store that he works at. They're like, okay, you guys with me, bring the camcorder. And so they bring the camcorder. They all walk. It's like a girl named her bro is like, this is dangerous. Why are we here? And kind of like cliche like character traits for the female, which I thought were just like over cliche. Same with the premise of like how he's like drinking to escape. But that one not as didn't bother me as much as like the girl that's literally just walked into like the room and she was like, definitely in my opinion needed more film to explain how they go from point A to point B. Is like the three of them walk to the room, and then the very next scene, for whatever reason, they're in some random place in the background that they had not been able to be shown. There's a bed which they don't attach to anything, but we're assuming they anchor down, I guess, because it can hold the weight of the human. There's a rope that's like 100 feet at least of like thick rope. And the rope is attached to the bed, and it's also a tunnel thing that goes down. And I thought, like, okay, and I love to be down here and go explore and see what's down there. And then, so he goes down, they lower him down with like the rope that's magically there. That doesn't explain how it got there at all. And then, he goes down, he's like, okay, there's long three up the hall that's at a 45-degree slant and narrow at the top, and he's like, I'm now up. And then this also came like almost like a continuity error because they lower him down with the rope. Like it's exactly like, I don't know, whatever like that rock climbing maneuver is where you're lowering someone down. It's like you lower someone down and then pull them up, bring the person up with the dragging the rope up means that there's not a bunch of excess rope that is behind the person that you're dragging up. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not. They drag this guy up through the hallway, like by the rope, which means like he's at the end of the rope, which means that there's not a bunch of rope that's just there for him. It's attached around his waist, the end of the rope. they pull up to the end, like the and into like the room that they're in, and then he starts getting pulled hallway that thing, and then by the and then there's no visible thing. Like it really just did not make sense how he was being pulled by this rope that was literally attached to his waist from far away. And then he like very cliche is like, I'm being pulled down, and then he sucked away, eaten by a monster again in the rest of the movie. And then the female Clark both get sucked down, and they also never, or the female is also never seen again in the movie. And then, they get dragged down by a rational human would just to pick up the video camera and not be too panicked to forget about filming stuff, even though you watch two people just get dragged away by a monster. Yeah, sorry. And the first night, and then I resumed it, and then
I have to use the restroom,
and
but please don't the bathroom before. back. So last, you told me the first part. Last thing was like the girl died, or they don't show her again, and the camera's on the floor, and then somebody picks up the camera. Is that correct?
Basically, part one, and then that was part two. Part two. I will say that about the acting was the psychologist chick and the Clark guy, especially the Clark guy. I'd say was really good actor. So props to him. Jeremy Jahns criticized the script a little bit. I thought the script could have been better, and but I didn't think it was like that. What differently is just like the overall whole like sequence of events in the movie and like the actual stuff that happens in the movie. But it was an interesting creative direction. I feel like they were trying to be like philosophical with it almost. In that psychologist lady figures out that Clark is like missing, and then she goes and looks for him, and she figures out that he's in the back room. So she walks through the wall, and then goes and finds him. That he was like, this is where he starts getting philosophical or something. He was, I believe, attacked by the monster, and then he kind of got like possessed, basically. And then the monster takes on the form of Clark for some reason, like this pirate. Revealed way too soon because it's like every other Kane Pixels Backrooms like YouTube video that he's released, you don't really ever see the monster ever until maybe the very end. But most of the time it's either hidden or like the final like 10 seconds you'll see it or something. But they show the actual monster like I don't know, a good like half an hour before it ends or something. So it's like she's then being chased around by this pirate monster, and it just was not scary. He's like just turns insane, and then like he ties the psychologist lady to this chair, and then there's this very long kitchen scene, and maybe that's what Jeremy's problem was. I didn't think it was like it was a long scene, but it was my effects and making it difficult to think. Yeah, in that scene, Clark is like just acting all insane and stuff to the psychologist lady, and then she's just like, please don't kill me, please let me go. And then she manages to convince Clark he should let her go. He lets her go and unties her. And as he's untying her, the like pirate monster shows up. And then there's like, no, it's cool. And the monster's like, yeah, no, it's not cool. And then the monster like takes a giant bite out of Clark and he dies or whatever. And then again, there's like those people there that like weren't really people. They're like soulless that were all deformed weirdly, and they like take like lady eating, and it's like basically it's like white, like kind of insulation looking stuff, and yeah. So then the psychologist lady starts running away from the pirate, and the pirate again looks like this like kind of like paper mache looking thing. It was just I don't know what the cover with like the pirate thing, but the pirate just chases her around the back rooms and she runs away, and then that's basically she eventually like gets away and makes it through this little crack for the laboratory that had created the back rooms, and they're being monitored and stuff. And so the psychologist lady escapes, and she is now at the end of the movie in the control of this guy who was working for me that created the back room. Leaves to make it out of here, and then the guy's like, well, it's not really my decision. And then I believe the last shot was like alluding to the fact that came one of like those soulless people that were trapped in the back room or something. It was a strange movie. It was kind of thing. Did like rooms movie, especially skill of Kane Pixel. It felt like movie studio people were kind of like injecting their like movie influence. And they're like, well, you can't just have a movie. And I also thought that there should have been more found footage stuff, and it was the found footage stuff when they made up for like the first scene had literally nothing to do with any of the movie. It was just like here's a random backrooms game pixel, like amazing, but I should have been more to it. I just felt like the overall movie direction went in like a strange way, and not particularly great either. I just feel like they could have made it like better horror movie, but it was at least it was not like super great. It was kind of scary, but by no means one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. Yeah.
like to hear. Well, firstly, thank you. I want to hear. Was it yellow? Was it like that bowling ball or that basketball kind of back rooms that I have in Play-Doh?
Yeah, it's exactly like that basketball.
I thought so. Reference. I mean, that the basketball or whatever from Play-Doh.
The original wallpaper came from like a photo that contained that specific wallpaper, and for years people were trying to like figure out where the hell that original photo came from. Apparently, people have like found the original source of it, and it was like some old sale or something, and then they took this like liminal photo, and then that was the backrooms photo.
Okay, so
that's where it took place, in like the default kind of backrooms.
Yeah, you were
getting
to what I was going to ask. Where was that original picture taken?
I was like out of business, and they're trying to lease it or something.
And is it yellow wallpaper or is it just a yellow light? Do you know?
Your mic cut out after yellow wallpaper. What's the other option?
Yellow wallpaper or yellow light?
Oh, the wallpaper is yellow.
So everything in that back room's look is.
I guess I'm gonna go with yes, but I don't. If anything, isn't like the walls are definitely yellow. I feel like the ceiling is like office ceiling, just like that, like white, like modular, like ceiling.
Drop ceiling?
Maybe what it's called. I don't know.
That is what it's called.
But it comes in like those like rectangles.
The panels. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then the carpets, maybe like beige, like yellow. Lighting, I don't know. It's wallpaper.
And
well, more found footage, like I said, we have Kane Pixels, which just makes like amazing found footage thing. The plot was gathered and disassociated, just a more plot. Hard to answer that, because if I was making a movie, I'd scarier and less strange. It felt like, I mean, I watched this movie like super, so my memory might be off, but do you know the horror movie called Seven?
yeah, with
Morgan Freeman,
Brad Pitt. And isn't
Morgan Freeman?
It's Brad Pitt and Morgan.
So you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The movie seemed like kind of like just weird. You could just like one scene in Seven, and there's just like very like weird to me. It's kind of got vibes like that, and like the characters were just seemed like they would have been in like some music video. They're like all like paper mache and like that. I think as other people on the internet have said, there's like almost like these like backrooms purists, and they like critique these like backroom like it's scary enough being in like an endless landscape that you date, and but if I was making this movie, I did have a concept for a liminal movie, and the basic plot was like, okay, these people, they go into like this like haunted church, one of the few Louisiana like churches that are like a bunch of paint down to like jump scene, jump scare, sorry, with like a bat or something, like a flashlight or whatever. They go to like the basement. They go through like the basement, and they like enter the back rooms, and they enter the back. There's like two of them or whatever person, and they like step in crazy like office space that makes no sense. And like the door just like slams shut behind them. Jump scare. This thing's locked. And they're like, okay. And then they go explore like just like a little like this walkie-talkie, and then like there's someone talking, or like they pick up the walkie-talkie and they're like, hello, anyone there? And they like don't hear it for a little bit, and they keep walking around, and they're like, hello, anyone there? It's like possessed lady that she sounds normal, evil predator in the movie, and she's like, hello, help me, like kind of like horror screamy sounds, help me. I don't know where I am, help me, and come help, let's meet up, we'll help you or something. And then they try to like meet up with her, and she's like, oh, have you seen my husband? I'm looking, I haven't, I don't know what happened to my husband. And then I was there, and then she's like, I'm by this place. I'm not the back. I'm at the place with like the wallpaper and the carpet. I don't know. There's a lot of dead body. Was been wearing like a red like plaid shirt. It was like, yep. And they're like, oh, who's dead? What the fuck? And then she's like, oh my god, that's terrible. It totally wasn't me who did that. And then they keep walking around, and then they finally meet up, and they're like, haha, we found you. After we talked to these and then this hall, she's like, yeah, well, thanks for coming. Now I'm going to slice you into pieces. And then that's the movie.
Okay.
Would have been a million times better than that Kane Pixels shit that made $100 million. Well, what did you think of my liminal space plot in the movie?
Well, I was going to comment on it through mine, but I should have said, I like the settings. Okay, like you have to go through some kind of chipped I where it loses its connect. That stuff was years ago, so it doesn't have to be, but like issue. Um, and I like the idea of yours not having paranormal stuff. Yours seems like it could really happen, so I thought that part of it was cool. I think that um, the lady's been in like a plaid shirt or what. If I understand you correctly, he dies, right?
Yeah, they find him dead.
They just find it.
Blood.
Yeah, which is fine. I'm almost like it's to me. Not not knowing what happened to the person is really scarier. I could, I guess I would ask, how do they get maybe like how do you get from inside the old building to a liminal space? How do you get there?
So, because they walk down into like the basement, and then there's the door in the basement that just opens up, and it's just the liminal classic Play-Doh basketball room.
Yeah.
And they
Okay.
step inside, and they're like, okay,
Okay. Okay.
they're trapped.
I'm okay with that. Aside from the time issue, where that kind of basement would not be. They're like there's like maybe 50 or 100 years of time differentiation between that usually. But I'm okay with that. Overall, it sounds like yours is don't like movies that have stuff that doesn't exist. I'm a realistic stuff. So monsters and I don't know zombies. That kind of stuff has never been really attractive to me. What find out, or I don't remember you saying.
Well, it's implied that the lady on the walkie-talkie did it, and she was just using that as like bait or like yeah, just fucking with them, I guess.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Um, yeah, I don't think you've ever seen this movie, but my favorite horror movie of all time is just so crazy. It's like this police footage. And then it goes in and like it shows it's just like it shows in the like house, but like the footage of like walking through like basically a camcorder footage of that. The most scary is like the one of the most pieces of film scenes I've ever watched. Like it was like just such a crazy banger like opening to the movie, and then the movie gets like just slowly builds tension too throughout it, where it just keeps like psychological horror versus regular horror, which is, I guess, not necessarily psychological.
Well, because of the monster.
Psychological, maybe because like the backroom setting, and I don't know. I just don't really know what defines as psychological. I wouldn't say logical horror spot, but
Okay. To me, the scariest. I don't know. There's like a saying, like the scariest. Like the, I forget what it is, but like the person is the person. The location didn't really matter, but it could just be. I was thinking like, you remember the? I'm sure you remember that Rhode Island Mall where the guys were sleeping or whatever.
yeah.
So it's kind of a story just like that where you get some people who want to do some urban exploring, and there have been rumors about it was way over budget, and nobody knew why it was so over budget. And the reason why you have to say that is because I want it to be like there's a lot more going on at this location than people know on the surface, and the character they go exploring one night after the place closes, and in a similar way like how you were like they just go through a basement door, they just go through like a door, and they walk through and they're like, no way, what's going on in here? And it, it could be dark, it could be they only have a flashlight or whatever, but they start going a couple rooms, and then people are like, no, I'm scared, let's turn around. No, so they keep going a little more, and then they all start to get the same scare, and they start to make their way back with the flashlight, but they can't find the door in which they came. And they're looking all around. They could spend like 5 or 10 minutes trying to find something. Then boom, somebody finds like one like things to turn on like a big circuit breaker thing, and boom, all the lights, and it's the yellow basketball place. They don't know where it got there, and then it becomes like an adventure to try to get out of this place. But it's basically like a maze, and the deeper they go to try to get but I almost think that
They get split up.
well, there's that, but my thought was they eventually like can find water or water source of some sort, but they can't get out of this place. Everything they can, almost like in a Saw movie, where they're like trying to break the walls. There's just nothing to break the walls, and then they start to. It becomes like a survival movie where they want to eat each other, like a cannibalistic point. And that's where I was thinking, like, that's a fucking scary movie where they're torn between, they're having these thoughts about eating each other, because that's what happens when you get people who are like stranded on an island or something, or
Seems like pointless though. It's like, okay, I will survive maybe another week eating this person and then I die.
yeah, I mean that's what ends up happening. Like
What do you do?
if you learned about the Donner Party, that's what happened. They ate each other, and then they only survived for another week or two. But you hallucinate and each other. To me, kind of kills everything. That I was just thinking the end within is like scary ass, but now they're having to like keep their eyes open because they know like people might be plotting within their friend group just because just in terms of survival. And then eventually they could either find their way out or somebody could come and save them. But to me, that's like a freaky logical movie where
Eating each other.
then that could really happen. Like you could have urban explorers who get into one dark and they don't know exactly how they got in there. They find the lighting and then they're all turned around. And basically the further and further they go, the the more they get lost. I don't know. One time when I was small, I was in a hospital and I forget, I was maybe like 8 or something, and my family was visiting another family member who was in the hospital, and and hours were over, and I told my parents that I wanted to like go ahead before like be in front of them, and my parents were like, "Don't go, it's almost over, whatever." And I was like, "No, come on, let me just like I want to go down the hallway or whatever." And no, um, like don't go to the point we lost. And it was after closing hours, and I remember going to see the person in my family who and they were asleep, and I couldn't find any nurses. It was like I couldn't get any help, and I was walking all around this hospital, and I couldn't find. And I finally, after maybe like 20 or 30 or 40, um, made it to the lobby where my parents were waiting, and I got in trouble. But I just remember like the scariest part of that was not that somebody was chasing me, it was like that. Like, anyway, it just reminded me of that. And racism, hospital generally in the hallways and stuff does not. Some have windows and stuff, and as I recall, though, it was at night, and so couldn't really. I didn't know where I was or whatever. And in the same way, in a liminal space, yeah. The maze aspect of it, I think, is really cool. Somebody hunting you and killing you there, to me, like maybe just come in. So I much, but yeah. Anyway,
I mean, some people say you don't require food or like water, because you're just in like this like weird space time where
like that part of it. I like it to be realistic. I mean, that's just how I am. You've seen Castaway, right? Starring Tom Hanks.
I've definitely heard of it.
Was a really good movie. Is because he goes through all of the things that like a human would go in terms of like he gets lonely, and so he has this volleyball that he calls Wilson, which is also an interesting thing. Like there's Wilson the Ball Company, but also Tom Hanks's wife in real life is Rita Wilson, so it's the same name or whatever. It's lonely, so he's all becomes his to the point where he like volleyball find it or anything, and just like how he had to survive to make fire. They must have spent 10 minutes of the movie of him just trying to make fire, and how he makes fire, and how he like references himself like Gilligan's Island almost, and like how he finds a cave to be able to protect himself from how he eventually anybody's going to find him and he's running out of food and everything, and he just has to build a raft to be able to escape. Like to me that talk for there's like an hour of silence in the whole movie where nobody says anything, which is really interesting too. Like you normally don't get that in a movie. Anyway, the survival aspect of it too.
No, that's great.
It is. Let me look up
Well,
the.
if you just like thinking out loud, like, I am running low on supplies. I need to go build a.
He does that to some. Let me see. It's some kind of movie Castaway where there's no. 45 minutes of silence for a movie. Isn't that ridiculous? There's no dialogue or music.
Well, what's he doing?
He's just trying to like.
Tinkering with shit.
He's like trying to make fire. And like I think the silence is broken, screaming. He's so phenomenal.
It's not boring.
It's phenomenal. No, it's phenomenal. It's one of Tom Hanks' best movies. It was very popular around the time of the TV show Survivor. So it's like this: if you desert on a tropical island, what would you do? And how would you survive? It is not boring at all. I haven't seen every Hanks movies. He doesn't miss on many movies. He has like an agent. It's called like he's got a clause that says he said you offer only. It's called only. So basically, if you want Tom Cruise in a movie, he doesn't go to an audition. You make him an offer. He reads it, and if he likes it, he automatically gets the job. Other P's at the lawyer, it's just offer only. And only not a huge amount of actors have that, probably less than 1%. So he has his team read through these scripts and anything that he thinks is going to be big. He had like 6 movies in the early 2000s of movies that he did where he just had a lot of blockbusters. And if you include Toy Story, he had um, so it's called the 2002. So he did Sleepless in Seattle. He did Philadelphia, where he won his first Academy Award for Best Actor. He did Forrest Gump, where he got an Oscar. He did and Toy Story, were giant movies. 98, 19. It's a phenomenal movie. I loved it. The Green Mile, he did in 1999, which is oh, what's his name? It's one of why is his name escaping me? Author, the same guy who did Shawshank Redemption, Stephen King, and then he did Toy Story 2 in 1999. Then he did Castaway in 2000, and Road to Perdition in 2002, and Catch Me If You Can. What movies in that? They're all really, really strong. So anyway, he did Castaway, and everybody was really excited for the movie when it came out because it was like, oh, a real life, um, real life survivor, and the show Survivor was huge. It was, I want to say, the show on TV before American. It was giant. It was the second big reality show. I want to say, or maybe it was the first big reality show. CBS came out with Survivor and Big Brother, and those two shows were like game changers. But I want to say there was like the Real World on MTV and Road Worlds, but those are a little. Yeah, that's definitely the big. When Survivor came out, it was a cultural phenomenon, and so Castaway was like a movie version of that to some extent, but and another thing about Castaway that taught me some stuff is about or product placement. So the basic story of Castaway is there's this executive played by Tom Hanks, as I recall, and he works for Federal Express, FedEx, and he is in a plane that's from one place to another, and the plane goes, and everybody on the plane, and then he eventually that were in the plane that end up watching on shore. So he does have some food, and it's kind of funny. Like he's like eating like kids, like I don't know, chocolates that they made grandma or something like. Grandma sent them chocolate, but only if the package, because there's something like there are some packages that weren't open or doesn't open them, and he feels it's like his duty to return them to their right So like I don't want to give away the movie FedEx in that in my mind is like connected to that movie very much so. But it's not like over the top. It's like what's another movie that's like that to me? Um Not as much as McDonald's and the Founder, but obviously that's the story of the founding of Mc- I don't know, there's some other movies. Uh anyway, if you haven't seen Castaway and you ever want to watch it, let me know because in ways I feel like that, especially in my first year of streaming where I didn't talk to anybody um, on camera, like for the first year. Not saying I didn't talk to anyone, but I limited it mostly. I didn't have a Discord, and I didn't really know what Discord really was too much, and um, I figured like I was going to go viral any moment. And I remember it was like quiet a lot of times, and I thought to myself, I don't want it to just be quiet. I want people to hear what I'm thinking. So I would start speaking my thoughts. So just like you were saying with Tom Hanks, like laughing, like, oh, so this is what I'm doing. That's what I and when I'd be like, here I am adding like the whatever it would be, whatever I'd be eating, and I would like narrate, and not something I would normally do, but I also felt it was healthy for people to see what well working on it, maybe talk things out. Well, I shouldn't say that. You wouldn't talk things out, but since I was on camera, I felt the obligation to, and I would say it quite often on the stream. Like normally, I wouldn't be talking out loud like this, but if I don't, then this is just going to be 8 hours of me today being quiet, and I don't want it to be. I want people to know what I'm experiencing and what I'm thinking and stuff like that. Stream, it was very, uh, it was more psychological and biological because I just wasn't interacting. I would interact with people in my house, but I wouldn't interact with people on the stream. So, um, much more in what's the word? Not intrinsic, but like in introspective of just the human mind. So when people watch this, and I did know this, people will watch it in like reverse order. They'll watch it from like the ending and then work their way up. That was interesting part of it too. Like, um, we've never had a movie. Oh, you're a big fan. The second to last Seinfeld is like that. The second by many people to be the worst Seinfeld episode ever. Normally, an episode of Seinfeld, with the exception of a two-part um, episode that they, when they visited California, they stay up, meaning Connecticut, Long Island, kind of, and New Jersey. I don't. They never really went outside of New York. However, in the second to last Seinfeld, it's like what one is in like Italy or something. But aside from that, they never ventured out of. Um, it was all like within this this microcosm. But the second to last Seinfeld starts in India, and the entire episode is shot backwards. So you see like how the characters got there. And I think my stream will be a lot like that. Anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so you should see
That's
Castaway.
crazy. I want to see that episode. Suck, just because like it's all
Not like that at all. And people didn't get it at first, but I think in the future people will think it's the best episode because it is. It's different. It wasn't accepted then. People were used to Seinfeld. Seinfeld is very. If you ever watch it, it's very an equation. You have a main storyline, and then usually 2 or 3 sub stories, and the reason why the show works is at the end they all come together. And, there's some kind of resolution that occurs, and the resolution. But like those giant suckers that you get that are like a pinwheel, like a lollipop.
no.
Yeah, you do. It's like
I don't know what a lollipop is.
you don't know what a lollipop is?
No, I do know what a lollipop is.
Okay, so you know the ones that are like a pinwheel, they're like a big circle. That you might see at like a fair or something.
Like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. Early in the episode, that pinwheel is like has bigger. Yeah, how he got that sucker. Almost like that pinwheel sucker is like or lollipop or whatever is like a time goes. But I shouldn't say it's the second to last. It's technically the third to last Seinfeld episode. There was all this build up. Unlike any show I've ever known, episode of Seinfeld. It was giant. And I even remember learning that there were a bunch of different endings to the show. And it was the first show I had ever heard that did this, where they would have the actors on and they would read lines and stuff. The people at the production studio, Castle Rock, wanted it to be secretive, so they didn't want the information to get out. So basically, if they heard that, oh, there's a spoiler, the Seinfeld finale is going to end with XYZ happen, they would know who gave that information away, or they could basically trace this, very much like Lazar, like he talked about, where sometimes they would give perhaps false episodes, and then they actually aired one of them. And when the finale of Seinfeld came out, people were not happy with it at all. The only other finale that I ever heard that had more dislike to Sopranos, a lot of people hated that ending. But it's like, how are you going to tie all this up? Anyway, the
Why did Seinfeld end?
Great question. It was the number show on television, and they wanted to go out on top. And most shows, there were a couple other shows that were really big around that time, or a little before. Cheers was one of them. Frasier. Was one of them. Earlier, like Cheers and The Cosby Show and some others, all ended up having their ratings drop at the very end because they got greedy. And Seinfeld felt like, let's go out on top. We're number one everywhere. was coming to the end of the millennium ever. And I don't want to say they ran out of, weren't as practical anymore, where they are trying to find a friend and they can't find the friend. When if you had a cell phone, you could just call. They didn't have that in the mid '90s, or it was pretty rare. But towards the end of the '90s, when I think Seinfeld ended in like '98, like that, those type of things weren't at those kind of like storylines that they would have.
Another piece of information. Just Google it.
Exactly, 100%. I mean, there was computer in like 7 seasons, and they do talk about the internet a little bit in the show. It's a very interesting show though, because the earlier seasons they don't have any idea about the internet, and at the end, the last seasons they do talk about computers a little bit and the internet, and like, but it's all in a joke. Like, the really old man say, "I've got to get on that internet." Like they talk about it like you go as a resort or something. And there was the Indian episode, which was technically the third to last episode. Then they had a clip show. No, your clip shows. They don't really do these anymore. But best clips of the previous 100 episodes or whatever, and put them together, and that's a show. And then they would do the last episode, which was a two. People did not like how it ended. They did not like that it had this reverse episode on going to India. They did not like a clip episode. Those are usually the most.
Well, there's no continue storyline for each episode. So
He ended up for more than one episode, and the women he had as his girlfriends all became really big actors. All of them. It was like Courtney Cox. She was on there. She became a huge actor in Friends. He had Kristen Davis. She became a huge actor on Sex and the City. He had Deborah. She became a huge actor on Will and Grace. These are all people who became main characters, and they all Seinfeld was like their start. She became a big. I can't think of her name right now. But they were all beautiful too. Like he never had an unattractive. But like he had like Janine Garofalo. She was on it. She was a big comedian, and a very attractive woman. All of the women who were on that show were beautiful.
well, he did 73 different
Yeah, every episode.
on the show.
Yeah, every episode he just had a different super hot girlfriend, and they would all. He was really nitpicky, and so they would all have something wrong with them, and that's why he wouldn't date them. He'd be like, "Oh, she family. She is really, really. Everything's great with her. There's nothing wrong with her, except she eats peas one at a time, and I can't stand it. Whenever she eats peas, I can't stand that she eats one at a time." And it would be like this thing that the whole episode would go, how can they go to a restaurant and not, she won't eat peas. Or like another one will be like, there's a woman who talks to her food. I can't stand that she talks except that. Or whenever same thing, and didn't know if she had just one outfit or she was like Superman and had like 10 different of the same outfits. Those were like the storylines of it, and all these girls were smoking hot.
That didn't get played out.
No, I mean they were always beautiful women. The storylines is for the time. In fact, I mean have you seen Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I've heard of it.
All right, so Curb Your Enthusiasm, a very popular HBO show, became the exactly the David is a
Oh damn! I did not know Larry David was Seinfeld. I thought it was literally Jerry Seinfeld.
no. It's actually more.
It's like the writer for it.
It's actually more Larry David, and so George Costanza, the short, stocky, bald guy. That's actually supposed to be Larry David. Larry show his face really in any of the episodes, but he does do voiceovers like a billionaire that show. They co-created it. It's Larry David and Jerry Seinfeld. It's a very interesting show.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was. I mean, it's still played in LA on a nightly basis on some random channels, but it was played on all the biggest channels throughout the United States. The point where, like it was just like Seinfeld has become millennials and Generation X like I don't know, like how were something before, but now they're become okay. So here's one: double dipping a chip, like when you want chips and salsa, and you take a chip and you dip it in the chip and you take a bite, and then you put the chip back in. If it's a public plate, you don't do that, but nobody had ever talked about that. And double dipping a chip became like that's a Seinfeld that published about this too. Seinfeld isms, like things, phrases that are derived from Seinfeld. I think there's a Wikipedia page too. So double tipping the chip, a close talker. No one had ever talked about people who talk too closely to another person. Like it was never on television ever, and we didn't have reality TV or like TikTok videos. Like no one had ever talked about the distance that you talk to another person before.
Do you think that was a Jerry Seinfeld observation?
I think it was a Larry David.
Or a Larry David?
Larry
You
David.
think it was a Larry David?
Yeah, all this stuff is generally like Larry David. I don't want to say all of it, but a lot of it. Shrinkage, like when you're in that way. Festivus. Festivus is an entire holiday by hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people throughout the world every year, and it all comes from a Seinfeld episode. And then you the idea of somebody gives you a gift. A lot of like phrases that entered the vocabulary of
Man hands. Yada yada yada.
That's a big one. So that's common, specifically Ashkenazi Jewish homes. but it was never, you never really saw um, Yiddish being used on television like that. Um, Shik's appeal, that Jewish men are attracted to Jewish women, a shikha, another Yiddish term, was never put on television before. Um, Other things that they would do, like of candy, like shows didn't do product placement, but I can just tell you off the top of my head, Junior Mints, Pez, those are all entire episodes about just candy. What else? Um, like in terms of brands, there's Kenny Rogers Roasters, mid '90s attempt of a country western take on KFC, Market, and some other places. Um, Porsche, there's like just off the top of my head, what I don't want to look them up, but I will. Seinfeld episodes of commercial product. So they were just in season 7. There were 150 product placements. Pez dispensers, Junior Mint, Snickers, Drake's Coffee Cake, Twix. So it was really smart of these companies to get in with that show, because I've never seen a Drake's Coffee Cake commercial ever. I don't think I've ever seen a Drake's Coffee Cake in the store, but I know Drake's. If I ever hear Drake's Coffee Cake, I think of that Seinfeld episode. It's the first show that I'm just true, but Seinfeld, the first show to really do product placement. I'm sure it wasn't. They're like advertising, credited as revolutionizing real-world brands as central comedy fodder and plot drivers rather than subtle background elements. Shows like Seinfeld popularized the use of specific items, Snapple, Drake's Coffee Cake, to enhance realism and humor, a strategy that marketers later adopted as a model for modern product placement. So that's something with it. If you watch shows before Seinfeld, they wouldn't talk about stuff that you would really see in the store and advertisers. So, for instance, let's say you're like, if you watch shows before Seinfeld, you won't see people in the channel of the station, and Pepsi doesn't want to be sponsoring a show that's featuring Coca-Cola. So everything was really generic before Seinfeld, and then it got really, they like over the top of product placement, where the characters are doing everything that they can to Snapple. Anyway, these are fascinating things, and I'd love to continue to talk with you about them. But I want to know: are you ready to lose?
I don't have an invite that I can.
Okay, I see how. Doug, I see how it is.
Yeah, literally.
Do it 7 in the morning. and I stay up all night. And then I've got another one at 1 p.m. and I think I'm gonna just stay up all night. I slept till like 3, and it's like I got to get my hours back. So I will send you an invitation in. So, what are your favorite TV shows, Riser?
Oh, I was gonna ask you is Curb Your Enthusiasm good?
Phenomenal. Some might say it's better than Seinfeld, and I don't know if I'd go that far, but they actually had a reunion, and they called it the closest you're ever going to get to the name of the episode. People have been sent off the air because the actors feel like, why touch perfection? Maybe it's not really a perfect show, but a lot of people considered it to be a perfect show, and it. The other actors have made money doing and they all made a lot of money on it, and but there is one episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm that is Jerry Seinfeld, Jason Alexander, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and it's amazing. George invents an app. He becomes like a millionaire or a billionaire, and one of the things, George is always trying to get money, and he becomes a billionaire or a millionaire by inventing an app that allows you to find available public toilets in New York City. George in one episode, toilets were in New York City, and then yeah, it's just like it's like a show within a show, and there's one episode, it's like the finale of season 4 or 5 or where they have the whole Seinfeld cast in there, and it's the Seinfeld set, and they're like doing the lines like they on Seinfeld, except it's not like the characters. Meaning, Jerry Seinfeld. Well, that's a bad example. Jason Alexander plays Jason Alexander on the show, and then plays George Costanza, but they refer to him once they hit cut or whatever as different than any other show. Is they do not the people on it don't memorize their lines. They're basically told the way that the scene is supposed to go, and then it's all improv, which is unlike any show previously. But, all right, there David has to buy a car and gotta negotiate with the car salesman, but they don't give them any lines. So Larry David will be like, all right, I want this car. And the car salesman's like, okay, but what about this other? It'll be like, I don't want the other car. I want this car right now. And the other person wants this car. That's great. Larry David's like, all right, so I just write you a check, and then I can just you give me the keys, and I leave, and oh, it's not that easy. And then and they're like, well, it just isn't. And Larry David, if I go to the store right now, I have a debit card, I get the car. I don't have to go and sit down with the barista and have a question about finance
I have the money. I want to pay for it right now. And there are warranties, right? That should cut down 45 minutes of our discussion. What do you need? And they're like, well, you have to understand there are other packages that we get to this. And David's like, I don't want the other packages. I want this car right now. And they're like, well, you have to understand, Mr. David, that this car is just the showroom of it. We have to actually order the car for you. Version. I don't want you to order it. I want that one for you and everything because it's sitting a few weeks now. You don't want any of that. Later, 20 who'll be like, I'm going to write you a check for $25,000. You can call the bank. You can check, do whatever you want. I'm going to take this car, and I want to take this car within the next 5 minutes, or I'm leaving. And they're like, well, sir, it just doesn't work that way. It's like, fine, I'm out. And he'll take his check and walk out the door. And that's a scene. There'll be like a plot, but they don't have lines. They just, which is a really interesting aspect of the show. Does that make sense how I'm describing it?
Yeah. Every scene.
Yeah, thing of scripts and things. Here's another thing about it that I don't like about the show. I actually don't like this part of the show at all, but it is what it is. Every
Have you
season,
seen the whole thing?
except the last season that came out like a year ago. But binge stream, so binge Seinfeld on the stream, binge Sopranos on the stream. Like basically, Game of Thrones, like a bunch of them. I didn't really pay too much attention to that one. If it was a big field, it's art, and I want all the world's art to be on stream. And I also, I don't know, intend they're a fan of Home Improvement Friends or something. They'll get excited to know that I actually watch those shows, and it's like a reaction video that I have of it. Okay, so here's a really interesting part of Curb Your Enthusiasm. Yet when I first saw it, like Seinfeld or Friends, they have sets, right? Like, you know, it's like you're used to them going to the same place or whatever. Curb Your Enthusiasm, every season they buy a new house, but they don't talk about changing the sets. What do I mean? So soundstage generally got out in LA, even though they may close down and get permitting, they may close down and it's shot out in the world and not on a soundstage. And every season that they do Curb Your Enthusiasm, they end up like renting a house or leasing a house for like 6 months or so. Usually it's really big, nice stuff. The neighbor, when they're doing the, hey, you have to shut down, basically becoming you're an inconvenience to us, and these are very powerful people. And so what ends up happening is every CEO has to change houses to another house somewhere in LA, and they never talk about it, or maybe they might make a small joke about it, but it's, you never get used to like, because it's just, it depends on the season you have it. And I just have always thought that's interesting because with like any show, Sex and the City, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, even like they, whatever, a different way in it. And I don't like that. I see the sets of different shows, and they bring comfort and just for whatever. Well, because your enthusiasm is shot in such a way that they knew it. Dude, Curb Your Enthusiasm actually saved a man's life. They're like, how did this happen? So there was a guy who was, Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Curb Your Enthusiasm saved a man's life. Okay. Juan Catalan was exonerated from murder conviction and spared the death penalty after unused footage from Curb Your Enthusiasm proved his alibi. The incident in May-year-old Juan Catalan murder of 16-year-old Martha Puebla, facing the death penalty. He claimed he was at a Yevnik this episode 7 night. Showed Catalan with his daughter in the stands, with timestamp data confirming their presence during the murder window. The outcome: the judge dismissed all charges against Catalan. He was awarded $320,000 in damages for wrongful confinement and was reunited with his family. The actual killer, Raul Rebleda, was convicted in 2008. Documentation: the story was detailed in Netflix documentary.
That guy got. I think it was him.
I don't know. We should add that to the list of documentaries someday. But yeah, so Curb Your Enthusiasm it's like a different version of Seinfeld, but it's the same kind of humor. There's Larry David.
Is different.
Yeah, the cast, they have every member of the show. So like Mike Church is on a couple episodes, Jason Alexander's on a couple episodes, Jerry Seinfeld's on a couple episodes. Louise Dreyfus is on more than a couple. She's more of a character in it. But they all have plots, but it's not Seinfeld. Do you know who Cheryl? She's the wife of John F. Kennedy, or Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Sure.
Okay, well she plays Larry David's wife, and she's like the second biggest actor in it. Let me I know you want I'm gonna send you one in a second. I have to go into YouTube and change something, and I'm gonna try it. So I had asked you what kind of shows. What are your favorite shows? TV shows or whatever.
Oh, I just it's Mike Reed did not have a lot of significant acting roles, to my knowledge, outside of Seinfeld, or at least after Seinfeld.
Know about this? He went to Laugh Factory in like the early 2000s, said the N-word, and it got on camera, so he was canceled.
Are you serious?
Oh, dude, he says it like 50 times.
Do you think he was trying to be funny?
He was. Like, nobody took it that. And just watch. You have to watch it. If you haven't,
I haven't seen.
You have to watch it.
Family Guy like a goddamn.
Yeah, Family. Yeah, that's how much.
Will YouTube even show the damn set?
I think so. Yeah, and here's the thing. This was very early in the digital camera phone. It's very early self footage.
This guy is going nuts. Wait, that's it? Him? Oh, jeez, he just awkwardly walks off the stage. He, like... What the hell? It made it worse that there was literally a black guy in the audience. And I was like, you can't say.
If cell phones didn't exist, would have been now. Like it's a very early phone.
Wait, is it the apology?
There are two of them, I think. So tour, but it never. I think it's Family Guy moment number 28. Kramer stand up. Oh, there's this. There's okay. So I watch Family Guy moment number 28. Comedy scene. So,
I didn't show.
So before, I mean, it would just be bleep, bleep, bleep. Okay, so I would then go Michael Richards' apology because he went on the Late Show, and then we'll watch the Seinfeld one or the long. But he had to do.
No.
he
Let's watch the guy one.
yeah, he had to do like all these, and however, he's still like one of the most beloved television characters ever.
PC, the politically correctness. That's such a shame to hear.
Now, incident at the Laugh Factory. Why don't you explain what happened to folks who don't know? I lost my temper. I got angry. Said some very nasty things. You ruined my reputation, and now you pay for it. We're gonna settle this thing. That's on my friend, but not here. Meet me up in 20 minutes. I'll be there.
Be right back. The fact that you said, yeah, man, huge deal. This is one of the first viral cell phone videos ever.
Yeah, so it's like he didn't like go out with like a set and like intend to do that. Like, did he actually get pissed off and then try to make like a joke out of it, and it just failed?
I don't know. I don't. Stand-up. Some venues do not allow cell phones because of this incident. Like Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, no cell phones. Why like this? Basically, Michael Richards. If this didn't happen, he's going to be a quote from 100 million. Money pans out, and show called the Michael Richards Show that debuted shortly after Seinfeld ended, but it just just thing about it, unlike any TV show you've ever seen before, every corner they had a countdown. So each episode was like 22. In the first season, they had a countdown, and when the episode was going to end, and it was just fascinating. Like it was very, very breaking the fourth wall. Like we're gonna let, but that was never very fun. Watching Ellie or Finding Ellie, yeah. And the show was in real time, but it never panned out. Then Jason did a show, something that it never worked. Jerry Seinfeld didn't do that. The biggest thing he ever did was comedians in cars getting coffee, and he doesn't even need that money. He just does it for fun or whatever. Now, Julia Louis-Dreyfus did two hits after that. She did Veep, which was giant. Like best actress, like for the Emmys, like every year when she did that. There's one, and he's actually like the third wealthiest person in this one video or this one scene. So he dates this one woman in one scene, and in this scene with this, she doesn't share toilet paper. Like basically, Elaine and this woman go to the bathroom together. Like, hey, there's no toilet paper in my stall. Can you pass me like a phrase sparing? You would date this woman. She's like not a sharer. Anyway, Julia Louis-Dreyfus comes from a French banking family, and she's like a multi-billionaire family. And then this other woman, owner of the something else, but she married the owner of the Atlanta Hawks. One scene where Jerry Seinfeld, who's a billionaire, actually is the poorest person in the show, and hilarious thing. Anyway, and still hasn't recovered from it, and he doesn't even do stand up anymore. And Jason Alexander ended up doing Broadway. He had a successful Broadway career. Julia Louis-Dreyfus did two shows after that. Veep was the big one. So she had success after it. And Jerry Seinfeld did comedians in cars getting coffee, and then also did, which he had always done. And then Your Enthusiasm. And Larry Charles, he was one to do movies. Nothing super big, I don't think, but Religious, I know that, with Bill Maher. But I want to think of.
Do you think character on Seinfeld?
I think it's George. And that's a very good. I'm going to see this invite right now. The reason why I say that, I'm in the Seinfeld subreddits. They did a poll on this like last year. Who is the funniest person on Seinfeld? And George and Bird say, and I agreed with that. To me, George has the most amount of funny lines, and he's the most, to me, relatable character. Like, I don't want to say relatable, but like most realistic character. Jerry is always dating these really pretty women. Never has his parents in the show. I forgot about that. They go to Florida sometimes, but even they have sets for that. um,
six right
God. But yeah, like at a
Michael Richards podcast, and it only has 8.8K views.
that's incredible. He doesn't need to. They made so much money. I think
I don't care that he said 3 times.
he only said it 3 times.
And that's what
They always made it out to seem like he said it a whole bunch of times. But
I think it was said it more.
there was another woman around that same time, Dr. Laura Schlesinger. She had a huge following on the radio. Why can people race say the N word, but other people can't? And she ended up saying the N word like and on live radio, and she had to give up her show because of it.
Yeah. Probably not a great move. Do you agree with that you should be canceled for saying it?
Of speech absolutist, so everybody should be able to say anything. However, it is fine for people to not want to purchase your product or whatever it is if you use that. Actions have consequences. Um,
Do you think Kramer or Michael Richards is trying to be funny on this?
I think he panicked. He wasn't traditionally known as a stand-up comedian. He was known as a character actor. So he was doing stand-up just to kind of stay relevant.
Really? And that was a good time.
Garbage.
I did not think I was going to play some guitar turn. gosh, I'm getting that. Yeah. Well,
Things are left.
21. Walking for the maybe you have them now.
I don't have the X in the chair.
Oh,
But that means you have the Z.
I don't know if that was the best strategy, but what the fuck? 70? That's a win.
Comeback.
$72. This game.
What a comeback. You had the Q. You had the.
Oh, these tiles are so bad. Oh, let me swap them.
You had the Q, you had the Z. Why didn't you play it on Zone with the near Boney and Wee? Like,
Oh, I guess.
but you could have played it down too. You could have played double 2L. Would have been like 40. Hey, za. Been like 40 points.
Is it only the letter? Like, oh yeah, I guess. Yeah. Did not spot that.
Folks, I was down the whole time.
Crazy.
Straight up stole it.
I don't get how I need 2 points. I guess.
The J was a double letter. And then it was a
The double, triple.
yeah. You have this strategy that if you pass and you pass or something. Oh, dude, you could win if you had something at that V.
It's with 2 V's at the end and like. Oh, 3 passes. That's 2. That's 3 passes. That's disqualified.
It's not disqualified.
Officially disqualified. The rules of the game.
Not a thing.
It's very, I don't know that.
Folks, if you're watching at home, I straight up that game.
I was legitimately devastated.
I'll let you go first without any swaps. That was
Yeah, so there's both of these. Everything is really good.
Do you see Lena the Plug and Adam 22 are divorcing? I hate that I know this knowledge.
What about it?
I should tell you what Brendan Schaub's thoughts were on the Backrooms movie. Male with two L's?
Yeah, I know. Looks like her now.
That's not a thing.
I've never seen. Don't even Google alone acknowledges it's a word.
Dog, that's garbage.
Schaub's review of the background.
The one guy,
I guess that he didn't like it.
he didn't even see it. Like, yeah, sounds boring. What else you got?
Wow. Does he have to these?
All the time.
What are his top 10 favorite movies?
Like, what? Um, what else? What shows? He loves Stranger Things. He's like all about Stranger Things. He loves Yellowstone. He loves Ozark. Um, anything that is like serial killer related, he loves that shit.
Have you seen Dexter?
No.
No. I'm gonna swap. Not a word.
No, it's not. Don't you worry.
Not a word. Jack, next spot.
What are you gonna play there?
Gonna play a big pointed turret. That's working on it. Shit sky. Shit sky. He's got shit sky. Any pointer? Hmm? What the fuck, dude? Iron?
It's a Hebrew letter. How many letters are remaining?
You mean tiles?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, no. Fuck. Every fucking time. You have the bad weapon. Robbed again here. This is. This. For X and Z. Of course.
Oh, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. Add a door.
Add and wow. Is that I'm right, aren't I? You have a blank pile of Z and X. Silence means yes. comes with no. No. No, I don't think you went there. No, no, no. Just really rotating the tiles. Fun. Yeah. But I don't work there. If I get robbed, that's champions, 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 champions. You're rocking with the best. Where's that Zed? Curious where that Zed is. Oh, you have 3 tiles? Oh, 2. 2 and they're both used. I literally can't play them. Champion. Champion. Oh no, there's a Zal right there. Are you fucking serious?
Might be the great. This might be the greatest comeback in the history of the game, folks. Folks, this might be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Greatest championship comeback in the history. This championship comeback game. Folks, this may be the greatest champion comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Folks, this may be the greatest championship comeback game. The greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. This may be the greatest championship comeback in the history of this game. Here, the champ's here. The champ here. What up, Zoot? You came in at the history of board games, not just in the history of gaming, not just in the history of sports, but in the history of the welcome. What a comeback, folks. What a comeback.
And a blank tile. The J.
Fun, baby.
Winners
win. Winners win. What do you want me to do? If you're watching at home, this motherfucker was using my strategy, celebratory strategy.
Yo, Zoo. I better go, but I'm gonna fade my dog off the distance.
Right.
Take what, 2 minutes? 10 minutes. No, it just takes 10 minutes to feed your dog. That's a lie.
Riser's pissed. I can hear it in his voice.
What planet does it take?
He had two.
What are you feeding? Are you hand chopping or?
He had 2 games stolen from him. He doesn't straight up stolen. Straight up stolen.
The kangaroo.
Folks, straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Straight up stolen. Come on, hit my ball, baby.
Fuck, that was a shit show.
Yeah. So
we both have shit show.
I agree. So right to hit our ball now. Straight up stolen, folks.
And Brian doesn't get
the perfect
station shot.
Go in the water.
Perfect shot. Perfect shot. I think you could bump me in so I could get a hole.
Straight up stolen, folks.
I did a shit show.
Straight stolen.
I did a terrible show.
This motherfucker was up. Straight up stolen. You don't have the balls.
Wait, why did I do
Are you fucking serious?
Why would you do that? I was trying to bump him around.
And now you're gonna give us.
Rabbi gets a goose egg because of my generosity, Zoo. You still get 0. He would have got 1 point. And now 0.
I would have gotten 2 points. Maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. I straight up stole. I straight up
Fuck.
stole them.
No,
Straight up, straight stole those. Like straight up stole them, folks.
no, you can get a hold of one like that. If you hit the trade, then Grandma gets the easiest hold of them all. I just helped him. I told you. Oh, you didn't hit that trade. No, but I still moved the balls. So easy one. No, bank it off, Rabbi ball, man. Oh, zoo. Raza has a hard stroke. Straight in. Straight in. I'm still
Straight up stole it. Folks,
51%. 51%.
straight up stole it.
51%.
Straight up.
What ain't 51%? So aim straight up.
Straight up stole it, folks.
51%. You're gonna hit my boy. Huh? I block around. Good news is everybody. Oh, I guessed it. Oh, that was the best shot. That's the best shot he's done all game. I run for the year. Oh, you got in front of me. Yeah. Terrible.
Do you all hear this? Collusion.
I'm cheering for my friend.
Yeah, collusion. That's collusion, dog.
I'm winning. No. No. I'm having the next month the World Comedy as on SBS.
Everybody's that. So much every fucking second of it. I'm right with the Z and the blank tile, and I saw I had fucking stole it. Straight up stole it.
Oh. What was that? I got a lot closer than you did. Because I hate this. Either wanted us to get equal points and this
Collusion.
Rabbi, we talking.
Cool.
Look at Rabbi Dave bitch game for the whole.
He's down, he has to work for the whole.
The hub is right in front of you.
It all comes down to chance.
Alright, you can see the shadow. I'm in the best position right now.
Easily.
Oh!
No, it's
I'm not against buddy.
You can bounce it off the tree.
Get him.
Dude, you fucked it. You took out that tree.
Oh. So I hit that tree.
Yeah,
I would have made it.
you wouldn't have made it.
No.
Collusion. Dude, go take your dog out. I'm still back to. It's unreal. Fucking unreal.
It was a joke. The JDX.
My friend, you had the cue. Cue. Go back.
I promise you have to like stop.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Do you want a rematch?
It takes a while, dog. Just take Zoom. Just taking a dog. Or whatever. Beating him, her, whatever.
Mancala basketball.
Dog that we've ever seen. And
I don't think playing a Z and a blank tile that much to brag about. I get if it's big accomplishment. The Q. Do you know how much shit I would be getting if I used the Q, X, the J?
and there has a platform, dog.
Well, they're only like 5 years behind. That's cool.
I agree with you on that. What the absolute fuck? Okay, him. 10 minutes. 12:23. He gets up 12:33. Um, all I know is that I would be giving you a lot of shit if you had the Z, the Q, the J, the X. I don't know how you had such a was tiles, and then nothing was coming up to just be devastating. And then
I was wondering if we were even like trying.
I was just holding back.
What is he doing? He's
Oh.
like distracting here though.
Did you ever play Mario Kart with the blue shell?
Maybe.
Okay, so in Mario Kart, not the original, but like the later shells. Green shell that just fires. There's the red shell, like a heat-seeking missile, and then there's the blue shell, which automatically goes just takes them out. And I was basically just waiting back with a blue shell and waiting for my spot to take the lead. And then when I saw that I had an opportunity, I used it.
And you got lucky too, because I mean, man, you like did like a swap when they're like how many times are like 20, like Z and a anchor. Don't shit times U's and I's and like okay, so.
I couldn't believe that there was nothing that I could play like no E. That's not a word. There was nothing that I could play with that N and a Z. I was shocked. It was like, oh, dude, and I have a blank. I'm gonna blow this out of the water. And
knows with a Z. Yeah, no, it's not spelled.
I know, but like
I tried to play that the other day.
I figured like maybe there's some kind of like there's something there was
There was this spelling of that.
Right. And then playing Iron, I'm like, why though? So the thing that was big was you played Adore, and I played Adored with the D, and it was like a double word score for two different words. It was like
attack D to my whatever. You play like Mace and Jar. Macer. You played Macer, Jar. Another.
Yeah,
attack.
that was big. That was big. All right. Do you want to play mini golf?
Watching Real Care reels right now.
Okay, mini golf. I'm going to send you. I could lose 50 games in a row, Cam, right now, and it would not take away the joy that I experienced from a big comeback, two back-to-back comeback wins. It's one thing if you just blow someone out. It's another thing if the other is celebrating, using your celebrations, and you end up winning. And then you get to use your celebrations. That's beautiful. Go quickly. YouTube. Muhammad Ali, the champ, is here, so you know what I'm talking. Oh, we both suck. First,
The record for someone not scoring?
that nobody's gotten anything.
How much 5 without anyone scoring? This might be it, because normally they score quick, like, literally. Well, that is turn. That's one scoring.
You've got to get
That
this.
is probably the record.
You've got this. Dude, I still don't have a good buy.
Oh.
You fucking serious? That's fortunate.
Lucky guy. Oh, do you know what a albatross?
No, double eagle. A double eagle is a double eagle. An albatross is. Oh, that it would be a double eagle. An albatross. Hold on. One under is a
You're saying
birdie.
it's specific.
Think. One under is a birdie. Two under is an eagle. Three under is a double, and one on a par 5. That's how I've known it.
I think I believe it is any is an albatross.
That's incorrect.
Well, this is what I just read today. I believe double eagle, the correct,
Like he had a double eagle on hole 5.
I don't think that is the type.
Did I just hit one?
No, I think you bounced it.
We'll look after this game. Double eagle on albatross, and then I've heard. Oh, there's a part. There are some par 6s, and name for it.
There's a par.
I played par 6s.
That's not standard golf. regulation golf course or regulation?
Actually, no. I'm right. I played a 600-yard par five, 600 some odd, which is a long par five. Um, no, I've not, but I think they make it into a par six for women and juniors, something like that. Because it was the first time on a scorecard that
Terrible. That's yeah.
are you fucking
What the
serious?
hell?
Difficult shots. Well, one really difficult shot.
They're in terrible spot. Look at the queen.
Because even if I pocketed the queen, yeah, I would rather get my thing and then have a good shot to get the. Like, I can make this shot. The other. This would be pretty newfie. Maybe not. Oh, no. Stop. Garbage. You have very difficult shots here. Oh,
Oh,
that was almost
seriously?
beautiful.
Only like
Right. So we're going to use Wikipedia as our decider. I've looked this up before. Albatross golf. I think it's a hole in one on a.
I'm gonna go with this double eagle.
And it's a double eagle. Apologies.
Odds are gonna be 6 million to 1.
For a double eagle.
Yeah.
Albatross. Hold on. Wiki. Six. Jeff Maggart is the only player to have recorded albatrosses in major championship. Hold on. Albatross golf. A hole in one and a par four. Okay. A hole. I still thought. Hold on. A hole in one. A hole of 3 strokes fewer than a par three under par. No, is known as an albatross. Um. Oh, a condor is the unofficial name for a hole.
A hole in one on a par 5.
Yeah.
Which is should be
No.
maybe.
There are some courses like this has always been kind of a joke. I don't think it's a funny of a joke, but a guy you tell his wife, I bet your wife can hit the ball a mile. and the guy will be like, "No, my wife's never played golf before." And you say, "No, I bet she can hit the ball 1 mile." And he'll be like, "She's never played before, and the longest drive I've ever had is 295 yards. I don't know what you're talking about, the ball a mile." And you say, "I will bet you I can hit the ball a mile." Say, "Oh, on the golf or whatever." And you take her to Grand Canyon, and you have she wins 1 mile in bottom.
So you just need a Grand Canyon nearby.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you bet somebody something, but that's always been like an old joke. I had this course with a friend. Oh,
Can I say something on
yeah,
that?
absolutely.
Because I'm back from Pennsylvania to California, and some crazy gun charge or whatever you can rent in Colorado, even though he literally didn't do anything, and someone stole his gun. So you can rent in Colorado. So I kept driving a sister in Colorado. I was like,
Couldn't
should stop. Like a place to live.
Oh, okay.
So sister in Colorado was like, yo, on your way back to California, you should Grand Beach or each way. And he was like, no. I can't get off into there. Frowned upon and or illegal. But
Yeah, it's definitely illegal.
it would be fun.
That's littering in a national park.
Is that
Yeah. As I previously told you, I used to just hit off a plane, made it to the ocean. They very well could have. They very well might not have. Okay, so you were saying acoustically doubles back, and if you can hit it over the trees, then it's possible. And some guy in California, a hole in one on a par six, theoretically called an ostrich, but it's never been recorded in. So
and then where do you even go from there? Pterodactyl.
yeah,
Is there a bird larger than an ostrich?
by weight, no.
First, like dinosaur bird that I've seen. Go get Navy and then
You mean
talking about?
the biggest bird of all time?
Looks like a pelican or something.
Yeah. Okay, so I was playing with the. I used to play a lot of junior golf. This was like in the mid-90s. Times were good. You could. My friend and I would play in a league, and after the league was done, we would go into the clubhouse, just a small clubhouse, and we would go play another round, and we would only play like 9 holes in the first, and maybe like but we would play like 27 or 36 holes in it. It's like till the point like we get like really bad callus and stuff. Anyway, I'm playing with my friend in the fourth hole of this course, and we had some adults. How would I describe it? They weren't like this was like a, and this was not one of the times, and we we see these guys, and I don't know necessarily if they were like in their early. There's this hole that basically is flat for the hole is maybe 50 yards down, and so it's like 150 yard par three, but it's like all downhill after a certain point. But it's to the point where if you hit the ball, you can't see the green from the tee. It just dips down, and I hit the ball wherever the ball, and what we didn't recognize was that the people who were to tell us that we could hit, they start like waving the flag or something. It's something like that. Like so, if you took the flag out of the pin and waved it, you could see just the very top of it from the tee, and you know that you could go. So anyway, my friend and I are going. I hit my ball, and it approaches the green or whatever, and we're looking for my friend's ball, and we're looking. And we're looking and we're looking and we're looking and we to look in no way you playing like a Titleist or whatever. He's like, yeah, Titleist 3. I'm like, your ball is in the hole. And he's like, I hit a hole in one. I hit a hole in one. And he's going super happy. He's like flipping out. And I saw this guy's ball off the tee, and I saw it was heading to the right. It was not toward the hole. It was basically heading right where you would think these balls. So my friend's running all around. I'm like, dude, you did not hit 3 witnesses for it to be like legitimate with like to be like published. Or maybe it was 2 witnesses or something. I mean, I'll be 1 witness, but I saw this ball heading not in the right direction. So he goes and runs to the people ahead of us, and he's like, "Did you see I hit a hole in one? Did you see?" We don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, "Yeah, you guys like wave the flag or whatever," and they're like, uh, uh, whatever. And he got a day riser. I still don't think he hit a hole in one. And I remember watching this and being like, his ball went to the right, like, and it was a small green. It's not like he could hit the green and roll in. There was none of that. And so the clause
no one can see the green that you get $100.
This was the early 1900s until about the year 2000. Anyone who made a hole in one, whether like some of them would be I don't know, like the Orange County Credit Union or the I don't know, like JP Morgan Chase did it, but like smaller, more community banks would do this because it was a great way. Like free advertising for them. It was $100, and then you
claim $1 hole in one.
well, see, here's the thing, and I really mean this. People used to have integrity, and they would not do that, and that's why you needed multiple witnesses. People, you used to have integrity. I mean, yeah, what you're saying is absolutely correct. People would do that now, but people would as much then, and so
really, anyone, no one in society would at all take that for some beer money.
it wasn't. I'm not saying that it wasn't done, but it wasn't done enough round. But it was not that way. It was like your name card. It was a big, and golf is a gentleman's game, and you have to play the ball as it lies, and rub of the green and all of that stuff that they teach you, and people would do. People had integrity. That changed around 9/11. That was a big thing. There have been certain waves of this. We've talked about it previously about people, the hitchhiking thing, and when that stopped being popular, of people having integrity. Hit multiple holes in ones. You might be able to take advantage of this once a year, but it was $100, which is a lot of money then to 10-year-olds or whatever. But it wasn't like that. But anyway, to this day, I don't hit a hole in one, and he for the life of him thinks he did, and I really think his ball was going. I saw that, and guys are like, hey, let's make these two kids shit behind us and make them think they hit a hole in one, and ask about it, just play it off like nothing happened. That's exactly what I think happened. So you didn't ask this question, but I have not. Here's another one that's interesting to me. And I normally don't golf. Well, I hit balls by myself, golf by myself, but one time I did. Ninth hole of this course, and the par 4, but it's a short par 4, and I spanked this ball. I hit like the best drive like my life. As a green, where the green that it that I hit it over the hole into the putting green and like into the like near the clubhouse. And I was looking for this ball and looking for this ball and looking for this ball, and I could not find it. And again, I was by myself, so I didn't have anybody else's eye. Riza, I never thought to look in the hole, and I didn't. And I don't remember what ball I was using. And I just didn't know this ball had gone. And I didn't, of all the places it's going to be, like, I'm never thinking it's going to be in the hole. But it straight right over the and so I'd never had.
What are the odds in front of you left the ball? That like never happens.
I know it doesn't happen. I know. It's like I didn't have any witness to this, and it was like a rare time I was playing golf by myself. Which I very rarely do. I didn't have what am I going to do.
For what, the $100?
I could care less about that. Just having somebody say like, yeah, he did hit on. Yeah.
It's a gentleman's game. No one lies about that.
Well, I agree, but I just felt like it was like, I don't know, like maybe it was my ball, maybe it wasn't. It was the last hole of the course. Maybe people just left it in there or whatever. And the thing is, I just something out of my pocket, and it might have been a ball I was playing, but I didn't have the way we would do it. I think most kids are. You're going to find balls, and you end up playing with those balls, and unless you're playing with someone directly, you don't really necessarily always keep track of what ball you have. If I'm playing, I buy new balls. I'll buy the balls at the pro shop, but I got to the point though with my vision, I couldn't play. I was kind of embarrassed.
Good.
I'm saying though, because
you're like the giant pink mouse. So the pink golf balls.
That's right,
also.
and I had a giant pink driver like Bubba Watson, and just would do that. I played in this golf league once where my vision was really starting to fail, and I don't say it like I'm blind, to the point where I could not see where the ball was going. And I bought this driver to be the biggest headed driver you could buy. New Titans. I bought like a bunch of chipper, like a 14 clubs in your bag, something like that. And I knew I had like 15 clubs. And I'm like, I'm getting anybody who calls me on. And you know what? I was playing this league, and this guy's like, you have 15 clubs. And I went, you really counted how, like, you're that much of a dick that you counted how many clubs I had? I was setting for someone. Like, I want somebody to call me out on this. I had just gotten this new driver, and I threw it in my bag because I wanted to try it. And he was like, I'd never seen a driver that big. He's like, is that regulation? Dude, just like a company league. It's not like it's not like it's not like the PGA Tour. And I knew in my head it is not regulation. That's why I put something like 330. And so if you have one club, if you have too many clubs, it's a 2-stroke penalty for however many until it's discovered. And it was like we were on 4 or something. I'm like, do you want me to take an 8 on like the 4th tee or something? And like, do you want me to take a 2-shot penalty for each? Like, I'm not saying it was right in my to do, but I was right on this. And he's like, no, you guys clubs or like gotten this new club, and I'm like, okay, I'll try it out. Yeah.
That's funny.
There's another thing. I don't know if this.
Also, like 14 to 15 is like it's like 14 is like such a large number. 15 is usually square.
Yeah, I think
You really have to be counting.
I think you should be able to have 15 points, like an added club. I think is fine because it makes the game more fun.
For 16.
It's fun, but it's not like your bag can't hold it. Probably hold 30 clubs if you. Most floor bag could hold a lot of clubs too. I was always trying to find like gadget clubs, loopholes, exactly. I remember
like clubs were like the club head and like the shaft are basically on like a hinge, so like whips and like snaps.
I've seen that more trainers. I
thought they like help you.
The betting is in golf though
The happy Gilmore
is not like.
What do you mean the best swing? How many types of swings are? What are the options? Oh, that's like
Okay, there's like baseball swing. There's your traditional like Rory McIlroy swing. There's Happy Gilmore swing. There's keeping your arm straight swing. All of them. I really mean this. Best swing, I think, is keeping your left arm completely straight, and the reason why I say that, if you ever look at like the guys who play on the tour, fairways and regulation is like a really important statistic. And yeah, these guys are like with 380 yards or whatever. It's really great. But under most conditions, you don't have to hit the ball that far. Like non PGA Tour, non major conditions. A 200-yard granny swing. The thing of what I'm saying is you want to sacrifice accuracy for power. And to 1 putt or 2 putt there, that means you don't have to have a really good short game. You just have to have, what I'm saying is, if you can get really accurate with your drive, long irons and long woods, and short woods, I guess, you don't really need that good of a short game. Now, that's great in strat, but you're always off the something like that. So you will need a short game. But what I'm saying is, you can get it to be like you can get every fairway in regulation. You always hit the ball straight, but it's only 200 yards every time. And then you're able to hit a 3-wood, like let's say 180 yards. Actually, I should say you should be able to hit maybe 220, 240. I'm saying sacrifice 240 for the fairway versus 10 and the rough, because that's when you're going to run into underneath the trees and cart paths and all that. And I call it that is because I used to see a lot of grannies in leagues use this swing. So you keep your left perfectly like a pendulum, and you don't bend it. And like, can you see my screen? Can you see me?
Yeah.
Okay. So you basically keep really sweet, really straight, and you don't worry about a really fast back. Like, you just your backswing, and you just hit the ball like that out your downward force. Is most you don't do that multiple motion. It's back, but you could wait 10 seconds if you wanted to. The only thing that matters.
That's weird. The waiting at the top would throw me off.
I agree with you. But saying is back quickly. The only thing that matters is accuracy of the ball hitting the club head. And thus you want to make it as consistent as possible of that motion. Now it's almost like in the granny ball as well, but nobody. Another thing is the granny free throw shot. You know when they like a granny, like I call it granny, but you know, like you take the underhand,
both, like the
exactly.
Whatever that Will Ferrell movie is, semi-pro or
Exactly. That's the most accurate way to do it. But nobody wants to do it because it's considered emasculating. Interesting. It's like, I think there was some kind of improved there. NBA improved. Some was a bad. So Rick Barry perfected the technique, shooting with a career 89.3 from the line, incredibly high. Incredibly high. So, top player of all time, Chamberlain. He was so good, Riser, from a standstill. He could dunk from the free throw line. He did not need to take a really big jump and dunk for his free throws. So they had to make that illegal, or else he would score every time. And he was able to improve his.
I don't know if I believe that he could jump on the free throw line.
Absolutely, yeah. And
I thought Michael Jordan would take like a running start, and then
he would.
They're amazing.
But Wilt Chamberlain was 6 inches taller than Michael Jordan. They changed the rule because of him. Wilt Chamberlain rule change, dunking from free throw line. So Chamberlain's ability to dunk free throws directly caused the NCAA and NBA to implement rules prohibiting shooters from crossing the.
Yeah. Down. Oh, we're good.
Are you talking to me? So, apparently from Jessel, because the NCAA, they witnessed him do it with taking three steps, and the NBA banned it because he was going to use it in the playoffs. So, so what they said.
Oh, like to shoot it through free throw? He was just dunking it?
Exactly. He's a very big man.
Allowed? Well, no, I guess not. It wasn't a rule yet.
Exactly. Attempted, and they were like, we can't let somebody do this. So guess how many points this had in one NBA game?
Isn't he on the San Antonio team now?
No, 50s and 60s and 70s.
And one NBA game, I don't know, like 50?
He had 100 points in a game. He's the only guy to do that.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, there is an issue though on video. Who witnessed? So he was like pretty early, and the NBA did not always video. But yeah, now, dude, this guy was so good. Riser, quick breakdown is the best. You should know this conversation in the back of your mind. None of those guys are the best. Wilt Chamberlain's the best. Yo, dog, can you please give me
it's like a
Wilt
NHL
Chamberlain
player scoring like 15 goals in a game.
Statistics and rules that he changed that are like statistics that are considered unbreakable? The average an NBA game is 48 minutes. And one season, Wilt Chamberlain averaged 48.1 minutes for a season. He played every second of every game or two. That takes a break. It's just unheard of. So his March 2nd, 1962. The next highest NBA game is 81 points by Kobe Bryant. No player has 0.4 points per game for an entire season. He averaged over 50 points across a full season. Modern scoring leaders are usually in the 30 to 37 range. 48.5 minutes per game in a season. 48 minutes. He played nearly every season. He had 55 rebounds in a single game. The modern NBA rebounding environment makes this extremely difficult. He had 27.2 rebounds per game for often 12 rebounds a game. So he had double that.
Change their rebound rules too.
He invented the block. So before they didn't count blocks, he invented it. And then also before you couldn't have the thing, basically throw the ball to the hoop and I'll just jump up and like slam dunk. And they changed so they changed it. They would typically say, well, yeah, it is. I misspoke. Before, what they would say is this. Take a shot at the hoop. The hoop will jump up and try to get it if it doesn't go in. Or if I see that it's not going to go in. What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive? What's the difference between an alley-oop and offensive goal? Sending it. Isn't it a slight differentiation? If the player catches and dunks the ball before it touches the rim, whereas offensive goaltending or basket interference is a violation that occurs. The offensive player touches the ball while it is above above the cylinder, the imaginary ring extending upward from the rim, and has a reasonable chance to score. So is it really that clear? No. Well, the criteria for goaltending to preserve the flow of the game, the rules state there is no difference in action itself. If the is illegal, regardless of what it was thrown as a pass shot. So it's very close. But they didn't have goaltending before him. So he had can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, Riser.
Yeah, so if the ball is down, then you can't touch it.
Exactly. But not before him.
But is there a difference though between the alley-oop, or they're the same thing? But the refs, it's like weird. It's like it's a violation, but the refs won't follow the violation.
That's it. Yeah, one of them is, are you passing the ball to the guy? The other is, are you trying to make this, and your team sees that it's going to bounce out or something, and then puts it back in. But it's very close.
Okay.
So he had 7. Nobody in the league scored more points than him in 7 straight years. For his entire career, he had 45 consecutive games with at least 30 points. He recorded a minute of every game for nearly an entire season. So here are the rules that were changed because of him. One of my favorite is he used to score on the inbound. So imagine inbound beneath the hoop.
What inbounding is.
Okay, so do you know where the hoop is? Imagine there is someone who had passing the ball into the onto the court from out of bounds, ball from underneath the. And they were like, "You can't." So
is there any footage of that?
So that's the thing with him. His stuff is a few things. He wasn't very much liked because he would have sex with white women, and people didn't like that. And so there's no footage of him. He was kind of seen as the bad boy basketball, and then once his later games were, but he was so dominant, the end fighter emphasized several rules. Lane widening. The free throw lane was widened from 12 feet to 16 feet to make it harder for him to camp near the basket. Basically, before he used to just sit underneath and then just put it back up. Offensive goaltending. Rules regarding touching the ball rim were strained because of players such as well. Free throw rules. It would essentially take a running start before shooting free throws and dunk the ball. The NBA prohibited crossets, immediately scoring near the basket after an inbounds play. Perhaps the craziest statistic, in the 1961-1962 season, he averaged 50.4 points per game, 25.7 rebounds per game, and 48.5 minutes per game. No player in American professional sports has ever had a season that far ahead of the rest of the league statistically. basketball historians consider Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point game and 50.4-point season to be alongside 56-game hit and Wayne Gretzky's career NHL scoring. People
Seems like he was getting the records with putting the Q, the X, the J, the Z, and then Scrabble just got those letters. And now it's like no one can do that.
That's exactly right. So when people are Michael Jordan's the best, it's like Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain played lane change, offensive pass, like they had to change up because of Wilt Chamberlain, not because of Michael Jordan. And statistic just said, not the statistic for which Wilt Chamberlain is famous. Do you know what the statistic is? Chamberlain is most famous?
Playing white pitches.
20,000.
Yeah, I heard a mention of this like a couple of days ago on a podcast.
Yeah, but let me clarify.
Like some meme about how some guy was trying to catch up to.
So that's if you do 50 years. I would speak up on behalf of Wilt Chamberlain because of this. He called them, what does that mean? He would say that I think in his book, he said, I had 20,000 encounters with women. Something like that. Well, what kind of encounter? Perhaps. I mean, depends how you define encounters. He didn't have a number. He had Bel Air. He called it Urus. It means giant in Greek, I believe. And he had like everything in his house, like fur and Ursus Major. He called it Ursus Major, which is Latin for large bear. Or I could be wrong on that. No, it is Ursus Major. I know that. Ursa Major. Basically, he was like you know how we watched the OJ thing and OJ quote, "I'm not black." Well, Wilt Chamberlain was OJ before OJ. Now, I'm gonna look up Muhammad Ali because I think it's from the Rumble in the Jungle. The champ is here. Oh, the champ is here. It was before Muhammad Ali was going to fight George Foreman. The champ is here was an iconic declaration associated with boxing legend Muhammad. It serves as both a literal announcement of his presence and a metaphorical statement of his dominance, confidence, and status as the greatest athlete of his generation. The phrase encapsulates Ali's persona as the people's champion, representing not just the boxing prowess, but cultural impact, poetic, articulate freedom, interrupted Foreman's training, jumping into the ring and chanting, "The champ is here," to psychologically unsettle his opponent. This moment highlighted Ali's strategy of using psychological warfare and showmanship. That's what I do to you in literati. I use psychology and showmanship.
Alongside Jay. Calling Zed all in one go.
A row.
I like how Zoot was like, yeah, 10 minutes.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Do we yeah, yes, please. I'd like to know the definition.
I think in like at Wednesday or something till their celebration of Easter is like known as I think Lent.
Yeah, that is correct.
And so um I can't believe it didn't put that thing. Spokesperson, which made him the most wealthy athlete of like the late 2000s.
Why didn't they go with Muhammad Ali?
He didn't want to do it. By that time, Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's disease really badly. And couldn't speak, but George Foreman was like still able to speak. But somebody got him like huge amounts of money.
No, stupid barbecue. Was it a big?
No, absolutely not. And it became like it made George Foreman like $120 million a year.
one with a boxer for grill name.
They wanted a spokesperson, and the trademark of it, like basically this was a grill that had a little, and you could see the fat of your burgers like dropping down into it, and it was really good. I never had one. I don't know anybody who had one, but I would see it on TV that it would, and if you had an apartment or a small kitchen and you wanted to grill and you couldn't grill outside, it was a way to grill. But it back in the day, you'd the highest grossing year, and George Foreman was always number one. Michael Jordan two, Tiger Woods was three. We're gonna formalize the we're gonna formalize the golf. So one under is
6 under is a what?
you can't get 600.
Well, if it's a par 6 regulation, but it's a junior or a woman that's playing it with a hole in one on a par 6.
Pterodactyl.
I guess that. I think you're saying if there was like holes that were like long.
I don't think we'll see it because courses are not getting that long anymore because real estate is tax loophole that happened, which is why the tax loophole in the United States at least is something like normally there are property taxes, but golf courses are exempt fishiness that country clubs influence on in like the 1970s or something.
They're like cemeteries.
I forget why.
But no,
Jane?
Norm.
Norm?
Thank you, Norm.
Dude, that's some bullshit.
What the fuck?
I'm not happy I had to do that.
Just I don't know how that works. What is
2 word score, double word score. Raj? Fuck you, I taught you that word.
I thought you e-norm.
Dude, that's not. I know what that is. And that's not a fucking word. You get pissed off over that?
No, 54 points.
I don't know why it's considered a word.
That's bullshit. Oh man.
Bismarck Q, and it's still down than 40. It's incredible to me how that happens. And they have one blank. Sometimes you just get everything, but just in general. Had the J, and you've used the J twice. It's like not that great because he has some really good plays. Missouri? What the fuck is that? Fuck, I should have played that first.
He's taking the Tinder. Or Rob.
Did you say rubble?
I meant rubber.
How many things are left?
6.
I'm okay. A word that I think should be in here that I don't think it is vibe. Another one is emo. And another one is starts with a Z, I think. Wait, Zen. I'm like shocked that they're not in here.
Handing out like Halloween candy to
Dog, it's not a
lies or whatever. Bullshit.
how many?
4. What the fuck? Are you serious? God.
You keep a track here. The champ's here. It's here. The champ's here. This motherfucker is complaining about S's and Y's when he got the Z. He got the J. He got the Q. Who had the Z that game? Oh, wait.
I got single blend.
Dude, I got single blank. That's not anything about which to complain. Just we'll go through this. I'll just ask you the question very simply. Who had the Q that game?
I don't know. I can't.
The answer is you.
Any information.
Who had the Z that game?
I cannot attest to.
The answer is you. Who had the J that game? Who had the Z that game? The Q that game?
Every single S on the board.
Did I?
Fits, 6. Sebs with 2 S's.
You use your blank for an F. You?
Okay, we're back.
That's what I want to hear. All right, hold on. I gotta take a whiz. Hold on. Hold on, son. The champ is here. Is. What did you do? Have to slaughter a kangaroo for your dog?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
You know, like the doctor's saying you don't, some say you don't. I was like, I dream under NBC.
The anesthesia
What type?
dreaming, but I'm sure some people do. I mean, wouldn't like a near-death experience be the definition of dreaming under anesthesia?
No, ever gone under. It's like just you just like wake up. And, get smacked in the face by a black hole.
I had a dream last time I had my I had the gap and I had
Zoo, get games of literati. I've won in a row. I'll wait. Are you ready to play mini golf? And then Riser and I are going to play literati.
yeah, sure.
All right.
What do you mean, sure? Do you think you have a chance?
You have a chance.
You have a chance? Zoot, what's the name of this hole? Riser, are you just gonna J your?
This is the 5 there.
It's the S hole, dog. Everybody knows that. Nobody makes a 5 like that. Garbage.
I know one makes an S like that. Analog 5s like on clocks.
Not analog. I know what you're saying, but that's digital. Yo, dog.
Zoot, this is dog shit.
Zoot. Is his thing moving?
No, the time bar is not moving, it's not talking.
How the fuck does he get to stop time? Zoot, you're like president of Plato. What a dumbass fucking shot.
Oh my god.
You're me is the reason why you will game. Folks, do you hear the collusion?
I'll help you out.
Do you all hear the collusion?
Oh my. Well, I'll get it in that show.
Horribleness. Terrible garbageness. Don't fuck this up. Straight in. Straight in.
Colluded. The exact words. You'll never hear from me. I'll help you.
I literally screwed up.
Zoot, I will help you. It's an exact quote, son. Zoot, come on. Zoot's using this fucking time machine to pause time. Riser. Zoot,
this activity.
Where did it ball go?
So what's up?
Did you shoot it?
I think this is a sacred hole.
Oh no.
Okay, why didn't you shoot it, Zoot?
Because of the voice chat.
Your message.
You're messaging Chelsea, weren't you?
She's a bitch.
How many times did Rabbi knows that I'm not interested in Chelsea.
No, he's not. He was at one point, but she ignored him, so now.
I told you she's like 8 years younger than me for one.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Come on, Zoot, make this. Why doesn't Zoot shoot it at the hole? Like, it's too far to the right, dog. I mean, you made it on.
Riders are really bad at this one. Okay, what about? North! Surprise it. Yeah. What's the best part? The goblet. You like the goblet of fire?
I don't know. It's like one where there's like three like commons, and I don't know.
That's the goblet of fire.
Riser, why did you have such a shitty shot?
Because Zoo is asking. Distracting.
Is this the hole that has big?
Yeah, the basket band also wasn't that bad.
Is this the hole
That's the
that? Is this the hole that has the biggest sand trap on it?
Straight in front of the tee box.
Well,
No.
you do that.
No. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck?
Riser, did you like my shot?
Can I get it in? That was so fucking.
Riser, did you like my shot?
That was upsetting.
Riser, did you like my shot?
No.
It's over, baby.
Rabbi.
I think that the Inuit people and the Yupik people would be proud of the way that I played on this hole. What's up, Zoot?
What's the best Harry Potter movie?
Dog, I'm the wrong person to ask about that stuff. I haven't seen them all, so I'm the wrong person.
Oh, what was the best one you watched?
I think I've only watched like one third of the first one. Maybe I watched them on stream, but I didn't pay attention. So I guess I would say the first one's my favorite because it's the only one I've seen. But that's where they. What are your thoughts on this shot, boys? What are your right?
Dude is a. I don't know what suits gonna do.
Water bump him.
No way. Ice bump, you mean? I guess there's a lot of them.
You want to make that ultimate? What a beautiful shot. That was a phenomenal shot. Dude. Phenomenal. Riser, did you see how good that?
Unfortunately, I'm not gonna win.
Riser, did you see how good that shot was?
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't as good as that though.
This bitch is over, folks.
What's the first time you say the third? I hit the I think that's the first two in the hole. It's not the field. It's one under. Was it?
Did you know one?
Did you know that no one cares? Just kidding.
I'll find whatever.
Did you really lose the zoo?
The cards were rigged, and everybody knows it. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anybody. Zoot refused to play bullshit on anyone.
The game.
I know, that's how I played it too.
And you still lost?
Yeah, why did I lose? I called bullshit on somebody who I had to call bullshit on them or something, and I got like 38 cards, and I was kind of SOL after that.
Then I gotta find close.
Hit that ball.
Hey, it's Chelsea, and tell me that I'm a huge bitch in front of all of South because I banned him on Instagram. Yo, Zoot, come on, dog. How is it that he's able to pause the game? Is your thing moving on him?
There you go.
Now, there's no way
Yeah,
there's not even know why you're trying.
Oh, nice. We have to wait a full minute now.
Do you think he just quit?
His Wi-Fi disconnected.
No, he just closed it. He's done.
It was so bad, it's hilarious.
Gotta get you better.
Alright. No, I'm asleep.
No. You already said that you were gonna play.
I didn't say that.
You're full of shit, dog. You said I'm gonna play. I've beat you 3 times in a row.
Alright, leave the game. Carom, and then I'm going to sleep.
Fuck Karam, dog. We're playing.
I'm too fatigued.
Dog, look. I don't give a fuck. Okay? All I want.
I'm just gonna sleep now.
No, don't do that. Just play the red. Oh. Riser, you've lost 3 games in a row. at Literati.
I don't know what you're talking about. I truly don't know what you're talking about.
Lose a game? Would you do this to lose 3 games? Because you've done it.
That, I don't believe that.
I'm not telling you what you have to believe. I'm stating facts, dog. Oh, what a really easy shots. That's iCarly. That's iCarly physics. I'm telling you right now, that's iCarly physics. And you didn't even know iCarly physics were a thing. You knew that iCarly logic was a thing because used many times in iCarly physics were a thing. Do you know that iCarly physics are a thing now?
I'm wondering.
Carly physics about it. I play under Newtonian physics, and you play under iCarly physics.
Skill.
iCarly physics, dog. Lucy Snorbush knows this is iCarly physics. Oh, that was devastatingly bad, dog.
Yeah, knock mine in. Just knock mine in. Thank you.
Good. I didn't even.
Just knock. While you're at it, just
Stop.
in the history of this weird Turkish board game.
You won. I'm letting you win. I'm giving you this win. Why would you do that? One of the wildest things here, dog.
Oh wow, you have the easiest win. You have the easiest win. Oh my lord! Wow, blunder, double blunder, embarrassingly bad. I don't know. You can recover from that. Oh, your Karens are an easy. Oh no. It's over. It's over.
That's not good. Devastating.
Oh no. No, you fucked up my shot.
Dude, look where mine is. I'm backwalled. You didn't even know what backwalling is until I taught it to you.
Oh, what a skill shot.
But that sucks.
That doesn't fuck. Goodness, stupid red one. No!
He missed. He put it in a really difficult spot, though.
No!
Oh, stay right there.
Oh god. I don't know if that's gonna make sense. Because you're a stupid cat.
Terrible.
Too hard. I've never tried that shot before.
Stop.
Oh no.
What are you doing?
Oh no. 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 Okay, thanks. Wow. What was that? Okay, you're just trying to lose. Wow. Holy shit, yo, did they change the calibration or what?
I'm gonna win right here.
I'm gonna lose.
Ever.
Like, ever in my life.
This game's rigged. I Carly physics dog. iCarly physics. iCarly.
That was like, I need to sleep.
Then you and another one to be on in 12 hours.
How many invites did your bot set up? Or did you email people on?
Wait. Something like $60 today. 40.
Nice. Have you heard back from all people or any more?
Yeah, some people were they had some family issues and they do it in a month. I got 2 tomorrow. Another guy who said, and another who said either Saturday or Sunday, and I got another one. I don't really know what they're on. and I just kind of do my thing and then talk why futurism is considered normal, but some of the technology is not mainstream, which is interesting. Um, and I have like, I can talk about UFO opinions. I can talk about the history of UFOs, technology gleaned from UFOs, different UFOs, different alien species, and um, and projects. Those are like my. All right, so
Just any email at all for any type of podcast?
no, I can choose. So, basically, I type in things like UFO, alien, paranormal, Area 51, and then get all those email addresses. And then, hey, how about I just tell you, and then you just don't interrupt me. You gotta understand the chance. So then, basically, these are an amount of topics, and then I have just a form grammars, and I can send out a different, and then I can do science and AI, and futurism, and I can do that kind of. Basically, I can choose the topic. I know what kind of emails it's collecting, and then I can email based on the topic.
How many UFO alien Spotify hit a limit?
Tens of thousands, but I think that Spotify only publishes like 1,000 of them. To my knowledge, on the Spotify website, like I think you have to have a certain amount of followers to get on the Spotify search engine. I mean, maybe not. Maybe they have everybody on there. But there are some podcasts that may not involve or may involve UFO. They're just not labeled that way. That's why search to someone. Is what I'm saying making sense to you, dog? It works well for everything. Basically, I just need to know that the topic, and once I'm aware of what the topic, I can customize the bot to email. And all I have to do is type in gardening into the Spotify search, and the bot's really simple. I'll just explain it very quickly. Use the search function on Spotify for whatever topic you want. And what this bot does is then clicks on all of the podcasts that are categorized as that, and then it searches all of the files and the descriptions of the podcast and see if there are any email addresses in there. And if there are, then it puts them in a list, and usually it usually gets email addresses that are perfect a few small changes to the emails, but generally they're just like a perfect email list. It's one of the most efficient bots I have. Though this other one that I made yesterday that is just creating clips on people is so flipping good. Now I'm pissed off that I didn't do this a year ago. It's so funny, these bots and like the people's clips. It's 6 months ago, Rabbi Rothschild, 4 months ago, 2 months. Everybody's clipping these people. I am, and I have not on big accounts. I've done it on big accounts, but those clips don't because they'll get put down because other people will do clips. But these small accounts, it's just free advertising for me. Yeah. So like if we go anybody like I'll do okay, somebody KACAII. Their name is KA, a new streamer. If they're a new streamer, chances are I won't have a lot of clips on them. This guy is he's anybody who's I don't know. Okay. Random person. Tommy86. And if you have any on the bigger streamers, the reason why is because either they have teams that clean their shit out or they have so many people who clip that my clips are there, but they're just found. But for someone who like, there are some of these 24/7 stations that people just have, and very few people clip them. My clips are there from 2 years. What isn't good for me, it's okay, but it is the clips. You have to click on clips to be able to, but it's Kick than it is on Twitch. If you clip people, you can turn the set only show clips from people who follow me, only show clips from people I follow, only show clips that are featured. Like you can change it. There are all kinds of settings so that my clips barely ever show on Twitch, though they do. If you clip somebody on Kick, it shows up right away. And like
streaming on Twitch or never started?
No, dude, I've been streaming on Twitch for 5 years. Before I was even on YouTube, but maybe not. But yeah, I've been on Twitch.
I'm using a spam or a bot on Twitch, and they haven't like.
No. I don't use a bot. I have used bots on Twitch, but no. I have 49,000 followers on Twitch.
What? Are they real followers?
Fuck no! I bought them for $100 5 years ago.
Oh.
Actually, I bought 50,000 of them, and it down 100 or something in there. But I don't touch that account. No way! How do you have so many, dude? I've been trying, and I'm like, dog, literally, you just buy it. But the price for Twitch followers has gone up a lot. in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, it wasn't nearly as big as it is today. The price on that is definitely. In terms of
What's this thing you did? Because you described like a Twitch clipping bot and doing that.
within the last year, I created a Twitch bot, and it works fine. But people don't really like to find my spam on there. You have to really search out pretty hard. On Kick, it's this bot is very this bot is very efficient. So it does like a clip every minute or so. It creates a new account, all completely autonomously. So I don't have to.
Like, oh, I wish I did this like a year ago.
Yeah, I do. I wish I had changed the settings on this computer because the previous settings were just really slow, faster, and much more efficient. So this thing works really efficiently. Though, yeah. Though I just saw it could be efficient, so I'm going to make a slight adjustment to it right now.
You have messages from people that are like, you've made a bunch of clips with me.
All the time. I don't want to say every day, but like, I don't really check.
Like, do they tell you to F off?
Oh, all the time, dog. All the time. They're like, you're such a grifter. All you try to do is steal my community. It's like, dog, I don't give a fuck about your community. And you're doing exactly what I want you to do. You look me up. That's what I want. I win. If you do that, I win.
I'm gonna change.
The champ is here. The champ is exactly. The people with whom I don't ignore me. But I still, it's the word impression, and I know I talk about this all the time in media. It's the fact I made an impression in their mind. I planted a seed on who I am, and deal for me. These are all impressions, and the thing is, Kick, you cannot say my name on Kick without it getting automatically deleted. That means I've made an impression on their whole moderation team, and anyone who writes my name, it automatically gets deleted, but it deleted in the clips. So I make clips on these people all day long, and it stays there, and it stays there for weeks, months, and years. Think about it like this: if I just spammed your chat, do you know how long that spam lasts? Like 5 seconds until the chat moves up. If you're a big streamer, so it doesn't really do that much for me. But a clip sits there for years, and anybody who
you can use the title and of the clip to be whatever.
Yeah, troll. I think so it's 50 characters, and I put a red heart, because I want to get people's attention. And Kick is a green, like everything on Kick is green, so red stands out, and it says YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then has my Discord. It's even happened to the point when like you type like my Discord link, and it's like discord.gg/px something blah 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 blah. It's like something that no one would ever Google, because I put it on there so much, and so many people have looked it up, and the things that help me to rank. But I'm the ultimate. I'm the champ, and I'm going to do this podcast 5 hours, 4 hours, and it's going to go really well, God willing. I'm going to do another one, and I had somebody. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to do their podcast. I might do their podcast. So you get some people who want to blame the Rothschilds on everything, and I get that. But I'm not a puppet master. She emailed, "What's the name on your birth certificate?" Like, who emails somebody that? And I'm like, my birth certificate says Michael is my name, and then she came in here, and she's like, I just emailed you earlier. I don't know if you responded to my email, but I was just going through all your links, and it's in here. And she's like, so what's your name? And I'm like, I emailed you all this information already. Michael Israel Rothschild. That's what's on my birth certificate. That's what's on my people are like with her in the email, like, I'm not a part of the banking of the family. I don't purport in my public life. What about more I want to talk? And so I said that in the email. Can we, that's I'm not going. I'm not here to go down rabbit holes of history. And if you want to do that, that's fine. There are a lot of people out there who will do that with Riser does not answer it. Riser, everyone on the audience can see that you either girlfriend or that you used to be your girlfriend. Do you understand when that's a gotcha moment? Do you? Wait, I get that, but do you get that that's a gotcha moment?
No, it's not. It just questions.
Wait. I get
Answer your loaded question.
your avoid, and so that makes you look guilty.
I'm not gonna question.
You are. Wait. Quit that. There are questions out there. Gotcha. For instance, somebody can say to me, and I get the
Drink, bro. I'm tired as fuck. I'm gonna sleep.
don't be your girlfriend. Hi, Howard. She barely.
Somebody saw it on. Yeah, they reported it. Somebody better than Joe. The name of his. Oh, it's somebody better than Joe. Yeah, because you have to. Sure, boy. I don't know. Yeah, I'd say just keep going. Okay, that's like it's fucking. That's in real kind. Man, you see for less.
What's that one?
Timos.
It's like Dick White, something like that. Gotcha. Jim Abby.
thanks for tuning in. You know, big day. I know if my associate was just telling me that our guy, proud of him, another appearance on Joe Rogan. He's been on there before. Yeah, Brendan Shaw. You know what's interesting about them releasing it today is that they knew we wouldn't talk about it for another week, but due to the sudden impact of health on my cousin, we didn't record yesterday. Yeah. Why are they releasing it the day after we record? Okay, I don't think Australia, that I'm not going to send some stupid joke about Australia. What happens next? Yeah, it's like what happens next one. And then what are we doing here? Anywhere today. I hear the watch. You're not here to shop. So start the timer. Play the chin clip. It's funny. We're both wearing pocket. Or big guys types. Always been a big Dodgers fan. Always. Shout out to but Brendan Schaub fans, just know that you are loved, and you know we are going through it with you. Thank him. So we did did meet hard, and then we looked at that. Sometimes we don't have more here because, like last week, we were to talk about 10 minutes a week, and sometimes it's got to be 10 minutes. Yeah, which is always. Yeah, I feel like we did. What are we doing? This post is like, what are we doing here? Because we've seen it before. I'm getting fired. It's like Typical legit posted this one 8 years ago. Kinds of changed, but that's fun. You thought he was going to be like, that's great. Shock Francis. They a clip or a chef. Instead of the Jumanji rock, it's Brendan. Oh, Kevin, you're so fucking gay. That's so short. I said dick. What are the rock movies? Yeah. Last weekend. Honestly, dude, I did not like it. I don't really like it. It was like, we're over the point. There was no like climax, like, oh, the day in the life type. Yeah. What the fuck, dude? It was kind of boring. Yeah. I think the Safdies sort of lost it after that first movie. They had a good time. I really. Oh, after that, Marty Supreme was pretty good. I was pretty upset with you that you. You saw it? I saw the first 15 minutes ago. I was like, damn, this is more. It was solid, dude. Leave in the comments. Let me know what you think. What happens next? Posted by Liz. Right away. Oh yeah.
In Dallas, yeah. After the fires where I lived, home invasion went up.
I like how you put the tiki on the set.
Home invasion went up 7%. 7%. A coach with, I can't even head around the number. It's coming up.
A liar to a liar. Or a lie to a liar. So there was 2 home invasions. That means there was 14. Got me 2 times math. So you drink it.
Late with the boys. Baseball. It's dark out. But I see this car falling off in the major road, like falling. So I was thinking, like, interesting.
What is it, dude? Shabby's baseball. Oh, yeah. I thought. Oh.
They're all scared. Before I get to the house, there's a couple in there. I turn around on them. I roll down the window. I go,
What's up, dude? What's up, dude? What's up, dude?
what's up, dude? He goes, what's up? I was like, hey, man,
He's a fan. He's falling because he's a big fan.
oh, no, I'm trying to find, like, what address? He's like, just give me the address. I'll lead you the way. I know they're pretty well. He goes, okay, you know what? It's all good. I go, it is all good. Have a good night. He's like, yep. So I'm like, I'm waiting for you to leave. I'm waiting for you to leave. And he's like, have a good night. Because they would fall people into the security. And then get the shit out of them. He said,
His face is so. Yes or no question. Is he underneath with beans? I couldn't even see it. This is so funny. The green hackers. Yeah, he kind of looks like a Jack Lemmon. We're like shredded. We're gone.
he said, do bench, deadlift, and squat. And that'll change your body. Anything else? Yeah. All you ask him, what do you do? Like, it's not sexy. I don't talk about it. I do.
Don't talk about it. I do. And his pull-ups.
funny that some of these I don't know right away. It could be the ridiculous one. I could say, well, no. He would say, Annie's scorpion. No, now you're. Beg the difference.
Every single day. You do it every day. Every day. Yeah. No rest. Yeah. 5 days a week. I take Saturday, Sunday off.
No rest. I take Saturday, Sunday off. With that, so you wouldn't say addicts, but couldn't you see him saying scorpion milk? It is like one. You could do that. Yeah.
How much do you do?
I am amazed that he didn't hawk some fucking merch there.
Taking 8 days off.
You want to lose weight?
Oh, Link's mattress.
Promo code DAGAM.
You probably burned 3,500 calories a day just sedentary. I got smart, bro.
It's 4,200 calories. 4,200, probably. Either really low or really high.
Yeah, that way, one of them. Yeah. I mean, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it's not going to be the answer to that max. It's going to be one that's insane or one that's just like, that's not true.
But I'm thinking he's the future Rock. He's going for his.
Smart, bro. 1,300 eat today till you're done there, so I won't eat a lot. Usually I just eat one meal. I agree with Mark Norman. He's fantastic. What do you do?
I think he did.
Yeah.
Give me the nickname. I did not know that. Well, you know him and Sandler boys now. He's torn with Sandler. What? Hey. He's torn with Sandler.
Shout out to Icarus.
Man, it'd be cool to see, like, that's another thing could replace somebody with the Sandler universe with shot. He does movies with Sandler, tours with it.
I mean, Sandler should get rid of Rob Schneider and just put Shaw in there.
I think that's enough.
This one's supposed to yield nothing. Being dipped is that casting out of a storage unit isn't ideal. My studio is a shit show.
Freezing. Yesterday, our lockdown, it's a shit show.
That's great.
$2.
So he's off. Yeah, that's Austin! Awesome. It's not funny. I feel like he's gonna like a process server. And this is all we see in the eyeball.
That's the last thing you'll ever see.
Yeah. And his
He thinks that's so funny to say.
Because I dial.
Shout out to Brendan Tom. He's the best. He's the GOAT.
We have more audio than he didn't go out with an iPad.
Oh, I got the
It's funny, if you join our Patreon, the last episode we did was all about and midway through that 4-minute mark, what happened? Oh yeah, I was. Oh no, what happened? Literally, what happened? Remember the audio was like. Oh, fuck yeah! I made that crazy noise. Yeah, dude. Like there was it ignored that part, but here I wrote. That was because somebody in another one of the storage units. They love. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy because we discovered Jelly Roll on the show, and like he doesn't even hit us up anymore. No, he never talks to us, and he refuses to come to our storage unit. Oh, look at this one, dude! Dazzling Rabbit 663. Sanaz nearly got pointed by the inventor of Apple, who dodged a bullet. I remember this one. But did you happen to see Lynn Walsh doing a song about false gods? Maybe like around 5 minutes. It was just half of our show. Did you know that? I'll help you out. I'm pretty good at math. So I 950. Okay. It's a. Okay, I got it. Okay. Thank God I was saying. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen this yet. I saw this morning. Check this out. Lemonheads, this roll. Oh, coincidence. That this machine is also. Apple kids. Got plastic surgery on my eyelid. This machine is also called the Apple. It's no coincidence. This machine is also called the Apple. But yeah, anyway, so Sanaz only by and I'm gonna ask you a question, but I'm just asking for myself, and that's why I can answer it. Fair enough. Would you have sex with Sanaz?
Yeah.
Okay. You just go. She sees that and hits you up. She sends a devil emoji. Does a fucking closed mouth get fed, Goody? Don't be a false god. Yeah, the only false clip is right. And it's very funny. Yeah, feels. Magic Mind's like, for the love of God, dude. Take a salad shot. I took a picture the other day of Magic Mind. You want to see it? Yeah, dude, while you're pulling it up, I think that's a Sharpie.
Damn, bitch.
Is that some very strange crime? Great. But yeah, there's a Sharpie sticking towards, even the Sharpie wants something on a different container for sure. Oh, check this out, dude. Don't be asterisks. What does it say? It's tell people, don't buy. It says don't buy this. The picture is Sharpie. Literally, that their marketing is Magic Mind. Yeah, their marketing also marketing geniuses, just like John. I'm gonna give you two flavors. Which one you want to drink? Okay. Original? Right, okay. Okay, I'm gonna get for one. Those are like, what are those gas prices in Los Angeles? That's crazy. Well, they are being stuck in the strong moves. Oh, sure. I mean, the Ryans are probably like, we get 24. You get a residual, bro. Be happy. I need my Magic Mind. No, we just want to. Yeah. Damn. That's kind of fucked up. Today in the kitchen is. This is you'll do nothing to taking the summer. Love is
Each other has to fire away. Like that's all love and fair war. Yeah. At each other. Like we're fraternity.
That's all love and fair war. I do want to incorporate that more. That's great. So if we're talking about like specialty stuff, you can go on a tirade about golf or something. I'm gonna hit you with the fucking move that like we're doing naturally. Oh yeah, yes. You. When I talk about doctor's visits, this is when you gotta hit me with the pills. Go ahead and investigate.
Fraternity.
So he moves from he's comfortable. Yeah, but he's gotta get it in. He's gotta do something. I feel like this is the fighter can kick out, but you gotta do something with that mind. You know what I mean? If he did this, he gets to a point and that he really wants to make, and instead of like CK here, all love and fair. Yeah. Looks like yeah, he's got the De Niro face. That's cool.
Like we're a fraternity.
He's definitely pushing it. God damn it. People turn black too.
So now, if you're fighting each other, fire away. Like that's all love and fair war.
Why even say dude? If you're fighting each other, that's fine. He's like very fun. He's technically. Oh, my bad. He wants a philosopher king, but he doesn't have the ability to do it, which I can relate to. I'd like to say something, and sometimes all I can do is something like not even that good. Yeah. He's trying to be a philosopher. He might be my favorite philosopher because guess what his approach to it is? He takes quotes already made by other people and fucks them up. Yeah, and so really his philosophy is nothing matters. Nothing's real. I like that. Therefore, I think. I don't know. I was trying so hard to think of something that is as love and fair and war as possible. He's a fucking genius, dude. I think before I skate. That's what, like. That's the motto of so much comedy. That's actually technically that's the end. And look, he thinks it's so smart. Oh. it's rough. You look for a dude, you know what I mean? Good thing we have a very, very good working computer. Literally pull up false gods. And you can put so many things in the phone, or like instead of the phone there, the roofie thing, maybe like have a picture of the house that he bought. His ex-wife lives in now. Yeah, that's so fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at the source material.
Cortisol. I thought this machine's not involved.
It makes me want to fucking do another video of me memorizing 5 minutes, wasting my life. I think wearing the black shirt. It makes me. I want to do the face. Adrenaline, everything. It's like, it makes me think, baby. I'm kidding. And then it's like it's grimy and penis. It's a penis. No, it's that. It may be and then it's just depends on my state of special.
Why would you kill your own slaves?
Yeah, man. Somebody in the crowd like, oh.
They don't have to. Why would you kill your own slaves?
Killing your own slaves.
You think the iPhone's addicted? Wait, what about that too? I was at the coffee shop and I saw everybody bent over like bros on the Holy Communion. Just once. They wanted to be somebody else, wanted to be somewhere else, just dragging their thumbs. Just a nation of drug addicts. Dopamine, cortisol, adrenaline. I thought to myself, damn. Coincidence. This I can't turn myself away from. Maybe a coincidence that this machine is also called.
It seems like an A24 film horror. It's not gonna be. I just clear it out. We watched that for 24 hours. Just that part, not the whole spouse. That's just playing in the background while BGL eats a lot of coffee cakes. Spoiler alert: this is what happens. This is the ending of that. This is the ending of Back. Not only the ending of it, also Back. This is the ending of Back. It's also the ending of Possession. What did she say? She possession. Chop, you fucking go for it. You know? Yeah, why the shit, Dallas? Get it in. Thank God for comments, dude. This was posted by Blaze of Glaze. That's kind of weird. Why would post this? 10 parents can calm down. Half the kids we played with at 10 have quit, and the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. It's hard to follow. Yeah. Their parents. At most, half the kids we played with had ended their lives. And the best on the team weren't necessarily the best at 10. What? Wait, the best 10 and under team weren't the best at 10? They're the best on the team that's under 10? I don't understand at all. Can we read the comments on this one? I'm curious to see if other people get it. Word salad. Hey, Justin, you did something that you got changed. I'm so happy to thank you, Leg Keep. I believe I get it, which is something in a redacted brain. So you ready to get your redacted hat on? I'm glad he's doing this. Post is from an older team/coach/player. They're telling the 10 and under travel team parents to calm down because the best kids as teenagers might not even be playing 10U. In fact, a lot of 10U kids end up quitting into being stronger as teenagers. A lot will change. But be warned, shop is for him and Mexican to take better perspective. Good perspective with the cheap ones. It's like faux inspiration to the other parents who don't have a beast of a baseball player kid at 10U It's like crop Buckley's but for baseball. God, man, that was. I mean, I'm glad you brought it back to what matters in life. A smart person to explain it down first. Yeah. That's you, creep, or whatever the fuck your name is. What was I gonna say? That's all I gotta think when you're something from now on. I mean, it's been a lot. I'm just gonna say this. Close to my death in 77. Same with the police again asking for the homicide that occurred in 2017. Wow. Whoa. He was out of here in 2017, Daddy. Yeah, sure. In Jan. What? It's like Brandon Shelby. Right? I mean, that looks a lot like. Wait, he could say, we will have no comment, but we will watch.
Does anyone feel like May? Just, I'm exhausted. I don't feel great again. I feel like my throat, these tonsils have to go. I'm here. We're gonna pick up the boys from the football camp, and yeah, way too long.
That's the narrative. What's the LT thing that they're wearing now?
Dog, it's Wake Travis. Everybody does it.
It just looks like football. Maybe it's Los Tigers. Maybe. Because he had LT too. It's some kind of great thing that we let's see the comments. The comments usually help us. They have more money. Fucking sucks. More merch than anyone I've ever seen. What exactly? I don't drink water. I feel like shit. Glass garbage. Is okay. They call her a word that's supposed to be a lot. What else we have here? Beep time posted this. Sound familiar about that? A parent's journey through youth sports. Got a Cannon, age 6. He's the fastest kid out there. Coach said so. Backball isn't challenging him anymore. Age 8. We tried out for select, obviously made it. Age 9, 28 plus hotels. Hey, Cooperstown is a visiting guy and a coach. Crazy. 13. Changed school for academics and also baseball. Age 14, she's our requirement at this age. Age 15, his rank, we're cooking. 16, he just needs to get deemed by the right school. Age 17, the D1 schools want him to walk on. He'll earn us by sophomore year. Age 18, okay, D2 actually competitive. Age 19, learning strategic. Age 20, he's focusing on school now. Age 21, he's so much happier. Damn. Rough. It's hard to get into sports, so you have to have like monster DNA and like it's different, you know. Like that tweet for some people, but you know, like mine, they have miles in their DNA, so it's like it's not just a game. Spicy. You know, I like that analogy though. It's like we should say like start stand-up comedy show and talk to big events. Yes, we're selling out. We're always selling out. Texas is age 2. All right, dropped my first special. Kind of rough and shut all about. But yeah, I'm cooking at age 4. Age 4 is blank because he just did a lot of Adderall. And then age 5 is like, age 8, we play video games during the day, but at night we focus. Somebody should make that. The age thing compared to like Ringo Bobby and Vince. That is a great idea. I liked it. Yeah. You started a little age 1. first year stand up.
Oh, hey, we're on stand up.
Yeah.
We're on stand up.
He did Brenda at the after show. He was never asked back on the network. But I called 1247. Wow, what year is this?
This is the Mandela. We all think Shaw hosted the East, but he never did.
2018, March 14th, when I was still drinking.
And so we were. I totally missed this when that happened. Theosity Shaw.
Well, he wasn't on that.
Yeah, like sometimes I would catch the whole thing.
Yeah. The rumors are true, posted by Yanaki, evidence that it's you. There was some comment fighting my claims.
Yeah.
And guess what I'm doing? I'm doubling down, dude. That's union for sure. The rumors are true.
Gravitate towards these days. It is more. As far as me and her doing a weekly pod, dude, I'm so swamped. I'm up to hero shows. Less. That's how I feel, and I don't have a lot to say days, but we're kids. So I don't know, man. If she really, really wanted to do it, obviously she's my ride or die, so I figure I'd have to do it. But I'm all in on fighting, really. Gravitate towards these days. It is what it is. So she's gonna do. I think she might do one with her friend out. It'd be cool, you know.
Oh no.
Yeah.
We should have a sister podcast. Yeah, it could be 10 minutes of Jay.
I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Doom scrolling on Instagram when I come across this jump scare. A real fun time at the ball game this last year.
I don't know. Yeah, I saw that. He, he has his own version of since that. It's,
Flojo finger blasting the wealth she has that she wish Papa had. Posted by Appropriate Duty 930. This is possibly the lady he's talking about. Best friends.
oh, wow. The best content to ever be. It's just we have rings.
Oh, sure. That social media is their finger blasting persons.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they're masturbating.
They're fucking. There's the ring shows because it's like, damn, I'm rich and I'm coming.
Yeah. I usually finger myself in the
Yeah, well, I was. I guess we don't have purses, so we have wallets. So like I'm not gonna go.
810 called Papa Just.
All right, I will, dude. I'll stick a wallet in my ass. Slits. That is really one thing. Is that what you call it?
I'll have both my legs grab the credit card like this.
We both said too much. But you make your opening crap stuff. Oh my god, we've lost it. That's
I love you guys. We started talking about two dicks.
Dude, I just eat.
What is V?
It's like a video.
Say make there and give it really make a ton of money. Mom, I'm gonna jump into jiu-jitsu. Okay, let's go down that route. How long did Paul last with ADCC this past? On that, like he did against Anthony Joshua last rounds. I said, hold on. I said, hold up. Wait a minute. And all he did was just basically like run away. He just didn't seem to want to engage in the jiu-jitsu. He was very defensive. The cyborg called him out on being so defensive. Brendan said, "Oh, that's just the shop shut down." Basically, I wanted to shut it down. I want him to tie me up or like get me whatever, and break something, and then I can't compete later in the year. I don't understand.
So it was saying that Jake Paul said
What?
wrong. No, I should just get it wrong on purpose. Paul said that he's due for Jake Paul saying they good at wrestling. The guy was really good, won some competition in jiu-jitsu. So then he's like, just run around and get with Anthony Joshua 6 rounds? I don't know. So then they played a clip of him doing just that.
Okay,
You're welcome. Yes. It took us a while.
I'd say it's well practiced. Okay, so this is where they're doing the podcast.
No.
By Mikey7777.
Fascinating. It's actually a lot nicer than what I thought, if that's where they're doing it.
So, what is this place? X space. Just like, it looks pretty expensive.
So there you go. With different storage units. He's got the one that, this one is the best for the sales guys. Like, this one's probably, you got the best one for podcasting because there's not the same kind of problems with like sound that we have in all the other storage units. And you hook up your equipment. Just know that randomly the lights turn on sometimes.
By with the many conversation? Oh well.
Space. Using it for so this is definitely where they're at. I feel like they have this large space like that.
This is the company that made Backrooms and
Yeah. I wonder how much it costs a month. Okay, so condo use flex industrial spot, 200 square feet on the second story, $630, $400 a square foot, which is pretty expensive. Maybe it's like he buys it from somebody that has it.
So Peter Shaw bought it.
Oh my god, that's tiny. Let's see, 18 or 26 square feet. This is not what he has for sure. 1,400 square feet. Let's see this. This is something. This is exactly what he has.
Yeah, that's because it says package.
Right in front of us. And then now they're also got this red thing.
Oh, whoa, yeah, that's the red thing from the background.
He's at like 1,400 square foot office. Unit 313. It's a podcast.
It would be too stalkerish to do this, and I wouldn't do it, but we would rent the storage unit or one episode. Go there on vacation and record one episode in this place.
It's pretty funny that they had a different unit and they got just suckered into getting it. Like the spot they had. We got this looks more like, oh, that's his place shop. There.
They put this on their own website. Wow. This is a standout X space flex space in the heart of Austin.
Should I contact? Wait, go scroll. Like, should I contact Brian Smith right now? I'm not gonna give him a call.
You can try.
He's not gonna answer. That's it. Can you get in trouble if it's like live phone calls and prank or something? I think maybe I could say it'll be on the Patreon. I don't know.
It's totally nice. We should probably look into it first. There's kind of enough for people to be like, yeah, do it.
Email seems okay, but well, I'll do that offline.
Wow, these, it's just like, I wouldn't do this. I would just, he has so much room in his place to probably do a podcast. Why would you rent it? Oh, that's the Humvee. Bend pack.
Oh, that's a really good brand.
Bend pack gave me some blowers.
Oh, sick, bro, dude.
Oh, what is this stuff over here? This is, I didn't expect to get this far. Dude, why are they marketing Brendan Schaub so much on this website, dude? This is the downstairs space.
Then that chair is probably
like a chair that they use for the pocket. You has it rub those arms?
Yeah,
for sure. Let's see, this one is 1,400 square foot X space flex condo is now home to a former MMA fighter and active podcast studio, bringing immediate credibility of energy and exactly the kind of vibrant tenacity the Austin market demands. At $579,000, this is a turnkey income-producing asset with a tenant who fits the X-Space culture perfectly. The space features a clean, functional layout with a built-in podium, adding character and usability right out of the gate. Ideal for investors looking for a compelling story with cash flow already in place. Creative office, studio, and podcast production all under one roof with the flexibility to evolve alongside tenants.
Oh my God! So like his space is being used by other people, or I don't understand. What does it mean invest? What does that mean? Investment.
Very interesting. Fortunately, it's attached to shop. So everything. What I'm assuming for my fucking Peabody, whatever how you say this, it's PBD. That's exactly what
I think I figured it out. But you said, you said
you buy it out if you choose.
Yes, yeah.
And so it's not necessarily a storage unit, but a capital. This commercial way of doing podcasting or like creative stuff.
You buy it and then you rent it out to people who do podcasts. Does that mean that Brendan, you're his landlord? Right?
Yeah.
Shop, right?
Oh, probably.
Because he's using it, or else you get kicked out. Am I wrong? I agree with you. What do you think?
I think, like, Melrose Podcast Studios over here.
Yes, exactly.
Purchase that room.
Yeah.
And then you rent to others.
But Shop is using this room.
Is now home to so maybe he bought it.
Buying it from him?
So we're renting from him. We want to use the space.
So we would come.
I mean, dude, Brendan's doing episodes. 10 minutes of shopping there. That's a great way of like us, but also like kind of coasting us in all the songs I make about Brian being great.
Yeah, okay. So they're advertising it for Shop, but what's confusing me is that I thought he was renting. But Shop literally bought this location.
Yeah,
so they're
both of us don't.
It could be that they're advertising for him, right? And so, like, well, there he is. Watch the show.
Does that make sense?
This is all Shop shit.
NOI. What does NOI mean?
NOI?
Tenant moved to another. This is. They're paying $6,000 a month for the studio space.
Oh.
So this one here was $6,000 a month. And so the cost on this year, somebody else owns. So this one is $679,000. This one's $579,000. $5,000 a month now for our studios.
Yeah. Paid $6,000. We can record podcasts there a month for there. And he'd kill us.
It is now vacant and ready for immediate occupancy at market.
There you go. So he would build
Okay, this space. Okay. With exceptional prior tenant. Why did they? Dude, I wouldn't bring that credibility. Yeah. I would.
It's just like that job was using. It's like unique almost sounds like an insider thing because unique. So what if they spent you? Why you did? They're homeless. This place is nothing, which is even more
experience they have with job. I'm sure they'll be homeless, dude.
I'm sure you can't put a shower in here.
So where's so this is Star Range. Oh wow. Like I have this.
I haven't been to Apache Shores in years.
The Ridge. Apache Shores. I don't even number. Yeah. It's very interesting. This is a lot more than I thought we would get out of this episode.
A lot of the names of these towns, like something you could use to make fun of shop, like Lost Creek. That guy lives in the shores.
Nice. Oh God, just everything. Are you allowed to run a business? Have a storage unit? No. So they got good news. They got doxed.
Yeah. Well, I mean that was pretty fucking interesting. I don't think we're gonna stop that.
Yeah. That was the getting brutal.
All right, guys. Well, join the Patreon. We recently did a video on Jelly Roll doing stand-up, and even more we did.
It's incorporated into that. And we got Cootie knocked out of the park.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We all talk about Crystalina. Yeah. Alrighty.
See ya.
Yep.
Next week.
noticed online a trend. People on Twitter and keep saying, like, the libs got the libs going crazy. Trump's Freedom 250, like, people are canceling on it. And it's always like somebody who's not very good or like not famous. The guy that does, I think Sir Mix-a-Lot maybe or whatever canceled, or somebody, people you never even heard of are canceled. 250 is. Do you know what it is? I guess Trump he's not really a president. He's more like a property manager. Like, he's the guy that he owns buildings. He's like became president. So he always wants to, like, plan events, and I don't know. He is about doing that kind of stuff, but he loves to do it. If he was just doing that, the only problem would be like, oh, okay, maybe the biggest act canceled and they have some guy I've never heard of, but it's the country in charge of right now. Yeah. So the events, if they don't think, oh, great, we have a UFC thing in front of the White House, but there's other things that are maybe more important to deal with.
When it comes to events, people are worried about his outfits.
I want to save that outfit for the final. That's a fucking great question, dude. He's gonna, because he tends to wear the same stuff a lot.
How do you know?
He doesn't.
Listen, dude, you're part of the elite. They don't wear the same thing. They may look, but it's different, dude. What's another expensive brand like Kirkland's? Valentino. This is her last time I wore Gucci.
Yeah, and it's always it's like a new expensive thing he wears to the fucking rides.
Picture when the whole bed, whatever they call it, and he's just like scrolling on Amazon. I don't know, where does the elite go for their date over there shipping?
They might have something we've never heard of.
Yeah.
Because you can say it.
It's huge. Something like that.
Yeah, but it's like
Amacom is a good one. But he's like, I was scrolling Amacom.
That's where I got all this. Yeah, I mean,
West Elm does a lot of outfits.
Oh yeah, what's the thing that they say Wayfair, but they know that it's not Wayfair.
It's Amacom.
Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, exactly. No, Wayfair is the thing. They go Wayfair, but if you're rich enough, you know what Wayfair really means, and that's where they get that from. And I was thinking about that, like, what comedians would we put up Freedom 250 meetings?
Well, I know one comedian has got a lot of money scenes now. Akash.
That's a good one. Akash saying Freedom 250.
Take my freedom, bro.
Wife. There's a reason I quit the podcast, but no, I quit it to.
She's working out 10 years now.
ESP, the try to.
How much percent agree he's like a Bizarro? Yeah, that's great. Yeah, dude. Dude, turn up B. What if that was a disease I had where I can't, all of a sudden I turn into the Lee every once in a while? Just random. Oh my god. Bro. Oh, fucking Spider-Man, bro. No, we're saving Delia. Yeah. We got Delia as a quick day. These people have to make money. And we can't. So it would be a great story. No, I'm sorry, that was the shot. I used to beat me up. Yeah, you want me to sit there and watch him with a mask on? Yeah, right. He told me to take off my mask. I have gotten into it with parking, not parking attendants, but people that valet and then do it too. So then that would be a good excuse for me where I actually do turn in the shop and fight the guy. Or I even yell at him. That was shot for sure. She's like, you've done that before without the shop thing. Spider-Man does that, right? There's like a, when he's, it kind of sounds fun, but when he's the black, interesting. He's the Venom's a different, but when the symbiote is on Spider-Man, his suit turns black. Isn't there a black Spider-Man? I don't think so. It's I swear I remember there was like, well, I'm explaining it to you. Oh, there you go. It's Venom. Venom's that's bad. Yeah. Same symbiote. It's a worse person, but Peter Parker's so good, the symbiote hits him, struggles to make him mad. That's what. So that's kind of not racist at all, because I've never met him. Okay. And I mean, I wonder if that's not like the Liam Street up, but they turn him into like. It's like anyone's like, do you think they should make it a different color? But it has nothing to do with. What if we make like a shirt? He all of a sudden wants to get into league. Wait, what? So you just brown? No. You love shit. I like the idea of Spider-Man because it's like instead of the web comes out, and so he might comes out of his. He strings from poop. I guess he wouldn't be able to. But he shoots poop. It's sometimes, yeah. I understand. I'll usually the one that wants to keep going. But I know that the audience doesn't want. I'm glad that you're realizing that. Speaking of stealing identities, you know. Boomerang shout out, but someone's posting. Wow, yeah, really? And it's old achievements. Yeah, but it makes me think like, is it AI? But it's AI. It's like a way of monetizing things. Just have the AI post shit. But there's a person behind it. Though. The name is what the name of the. Yeah, they're like not humans. That's really worrisome. You're a robot like gaining its own or whatever. AI is by itself, which we're really fucked. What the fuck is going on? AI is what was the thing? Stay fly or don't fly. Don't fly, yeah. Fly. See the reason? Don't say it, but okay. The reason why I think it's a computer program and not a person is like I say easy mode, and it's like you can have the full word easy mode on, yeah, and then it looks like a person right here, the mouth, the ear, one ear, and then another ear over here. They don't post anything. Just started to. Wow. And then my stand up. post your stand. Yeah. That makes it sound like AI. This is yeah. These are all posts that I have on the email page on TikTok. Yeah. So they've got a million views. This one got 90,000 likes. Yeah. I wonder if there's any way to find. Obviously, this one. So people keep tagging me in it, and they go, like when people that watch this show, they go, "Is this Gerardo?" No, but like, oh my god, I just saw Gerardo on it. Damn, Wizard Magic, shout out to him. My cousin was saying, I think you made it because he texted me about you today. Mixed Tech, shout out to you. Which one? Do you remember what that was? That one? Yeah, that's 90. Oh, yeah. Whatever you want to insult. Called it like a fruit or vegetable in Spanish. It's called aguacate. Yeah. So I thought that was a thing. It's just weird that it's awesome. I also told them, I met a DM the profile. I said, I'll bring you smoke if next World Cup. Did they respond? No view or anything. That is really funny to the guy that made it. It was about it. If we did that to somebody, we can't escape the Brendan Schaub analogy. This is again, but not negative. Well, that, but also we're using his content. Someone is using content. They just message them, literally reach out. They ignore you. There's no chance that we would ignore like Sean. I'm also getting a dark web team with this. Oh yeah, Bobby. We can always take his thread. You can always have Bobby. Actually, was I can barely open up a new Instagram. Like you sound like Bobby Lee. I don't know how to do like this. But yeah, that's a good idea. I should have. If he's gonna, he only has 870 followers. Yeah, I'm not worried about that because if they make money, then they work. But if it's a computer, I'm like, oh come on, dude. You know, that's more interesting. Yeah, there's not a lot more that can. This is what their whole brand is my old podcast. But if it's like, it doesn't really make sense though, just to keep doing it unless AI. Have you ever heard of AI doing something like this? Yeah, I mean, I definitely could see it. Someone use that's a whole thing now. There's like tons of things I never read about, but I look through and they're like, AI does this, blah blah blah. Here's 7 ways to like. Oh yeah. And then it pulls. That's what AI suggestion is. Here's to help you. No, I'm trying to look for something different. Well, here we go. So like for instance, see, I could do. Okay. Because on my stand-up clip, it's literally just copy paste of what I posted. Yeah. So yeah, like on TikTok because at Angel shows up different than on Instagram. All these other names. And that's definitely you can tell stuff is AI because it's like misspelling. Name is misspelled there. No, it's not. No. Yeah, but that place. I use that standard to promote Easton a lot. That's why it's definitely ripped. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. These are just hashtags that they did. And yeah, it's definitely just ripped by the AI shit is so lazy. And then people don't know it's a robot. Yeah. I know someone else who does something like that. It'd be so funny. But I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Oh, but like, okay. It's like he's staring at me. I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling sad. So what happens? How does it get sold? He gets gold because of the emerald, the emeralds. He gathers them all and makes them gold. Yeah, I remember that part. That's what makes them faster. No, gold. Yeah, that's when it gets really fast, right? Right. Yeah. If Sonic was like real life, what do you think? Fast, let's say together. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think Sonic gets like it was fucking. I didn't know I was doing a podcast with Hazel all of a sudden. Pussy. We're talking about a kid's video game. You sick fuck. One, two, three. Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards. Sonic would be so good at Pokemon cards, and it would be so funny to watch him go. I don't even know how you do fucking Pokemon cards. I ruined that. But let's say it is Pokemon Go. Or let's say it's Pokemon Go. He'd be like the Pokemon thing from children. Because he's so fast, he can just run around. Yeah. I'm not going to explain to you, but I feel like it's not. I don't think there's any real estate left. No. There's a lot of vacant space, but no one doesn't allow for functioning. Yeah. Pokemon is. I'm gonna call your brain the Brendan Gardens. You know, like how what's it called? Housing. You know, like projects are called gardens and like stuff like that. Oh, sure, yeah, like it's a bad neighborhood. It's a really bad neighborhood. So a good neighborhood means you're smart. Yeah, like mansions in your brain. Yeah. You're the community garden. People are dead. People are dead in there. I have news about my grades. Yes. I haven't told you yet because I wanted to save it for the podcast. It's not necessarily the funniest news, but I went to get my surprise. The doctor's office called me this time. They're like, we haven't seen you. They called me, and I'm first. Cracking me. And they go, we got your results. Results show that for your grade, so we think you should start taking it. You should take it less. You should take the medication less, like maybe 2 times. And I go, 2 times? And I go, I was taking it 5 times. Are you taking one? It's like 4 times? And they're like, yeah, 4 times. So I take it that day. No, I did take it that day. And then they said, but they also want you to see probably to come into the office after that phone call. She made the nurse on her own was like, we need you to come in. You can't even tell me how many. She called him audible mid-call. Yeah, she was like, oh my God. Your grades is really bad for this guy to know that he was. How dare you ever be saying that you were the doctor every week? I mean, I had no choice. They told me to come. You're not listening. So I go and you have 3 weeks left to live. He said the results came back and he's like, it shows over medicating. Seems like you might have your grades. I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, you don't, like, here's 2 options. You have 2 options. One is you keep living with small teeth and big gums. No, he said you have 2 options. One is what we do. We have this big truck and a small guy has a. things. One is that's by himself. No, he said you might be a redneck. No, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna say really this time what it is. He was like, you can stop taking it, and then we test again to see good, and or we wean you off a little bit more of the medication, and then so I said, let's just fucking stop. I cured myself. Let's not even fuck with this anymore. I don't fuck with that shit no more, dog. So now I'm not getting graves no more. Yeah, I ain't crazy. I like women. That's good. Do that. I don't. My thyroid. I like. How do you turn? Instead of I like women's. I like thyroids. So you figure it out. We gave you a project. Make it happen. But I may not have months and then 6 months, a year, once a year, something like that. Yeah. If I've actually healed, just to make sure my thyroid is still acting normally. But I don't have to take the medication anymore. Yeah. So your thyroid is bumping, dude. I fix myself. I don't have to take any medication anymore besides consume. Remodeling is done. This thing, dude. All right, he goes asking me like, oh, I forgot. He asked my symptoms. He goes, well, do you feel tired all the time? I was like, how much time you got? I said, no, not really. Do you have things? I go, all the time, like every day. And I go, but that's probably big. And he's like, all right. And he ended up giving up on it. Entertain this. So he goes, let me touch your neck. He's just doing this on my neck, like checking the thyroid. I guess it was normal. So I'm good. I don't have to go anymore. As long as the test results come back. That's excellent, dude. That's so funny. You went to the doctor. I don't know. I couldn't stop laughing this whole time. To go to the doctor. Yeah. No, the reason I'm not laughing that you literally went to the literally a team of people out there that are trying to keep you alive. Yes, that's the way. That's the thing about that. It takes a team to be alive. I need help. You play the team. You die, we have to play the team. Doctor says, when I'm walking around, like, whoa, what are you doing? People need to ask me what I'm doing constantly, or else I will hurt myself. I need that. I need people to be. Listen, bro. Don't do that. Go this way. There's a look. You're about to step. But I want to know. Oh man, have you been keeping up with? Did you ever check out that video or something like that? You sent it to me and I forgot. It's all good. I do want to watch that documentary. Yeah. It's nuts. What is wait or can you tell me a little? It's actively happening right now. What's he doing? They're trying. Okay, so long story short, this guy he's turned. You know what I mean? Guy, he's not even. Year-old man got this Lego collection for just Lego Star Wars stuff. Sure. His son, he fixed, right? And so they were supposed to all the Lego, and they take like 35% of whatever. Yeah. Long story short, that franchise, the lady said because of political reasons. So like, the lady and the husband were like, Donald Trump's in office again, and the thing, but they. In a separate live stream said that they politically notified corporate about them wanting to get out of the country. Corporate that same day was like cool story, bro. it out now. And so basically, that guy's consignment dealer and child police department surrounding his issues with them. And so, like, everyone's hiding it. You know, like, it's crazy. I'm sure people have seen it if they're on YouTube.
That sounds very interesting. Question about the bricks. So, did the people that took over after the people left, they get the money that they have from SOs or whatever?
They're like actively speaking in legalese and acting like they've never seen these like before.
And they don't even have them, or they're acting like they have them. Whoa, we don't know.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
before YouTube got involved, it's of millions of dollars.
Yeah. Monster lawyer.
And then next